Star Wars, A Jedi Journey. Chapter 1. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, the Republic rules the highly developed galactic civilization, and the capital, Coruscant, is like a flaming star, generously spreading the light and heat of civilization. However, there must be shadows in the corners where the light cannot reach, and poverty and corruption inevitably breed in the fringes of the Republic. Bergamoer, located in the outer ring of the Milky Way, has been orbiting a binary star system irregularly in obscurity for countless years. Occasionally mentioned, people just lament its poverty and backwardness lightly. However, a few decades ago, a politician named Jamie Brayson rose up strongly on the planet Bergamoer. With his upright and clean image, he won the support of 3 billion people on the planet and became the President of the Republic, and sent his own puppet to the Senate of the Republic. In the capital Coruscant, he won the respect of many councillors with his almost flawless personal image. From the perspective of the Senate, Jamie Brayson is honest, with a gentle and humble personality. Under his rule, Bergamoer has become increasingly prosperous, gradually getting rid of poverty and backwardness, and the capital green sunlight has been built by him as a benchmark. The bustling metropolis has amazed countless tourists from afar. But he himself has maintained a poor life for decades. Even when he attended the meeting of the Republic, he wore a patched coat. The so-called saint is nothing more than that. Sure enough, there are no real saints in the world. A human woman covered her dignified and beautiful face with a grey-white cloak, walking quietly in a dark and damp alleyway, looking at the crooked temporary buildings on both sides, and the shivering abandoned buildings under the shelter of the buildings. Child, she couldn't help pursing her lips tightly, and sighed sadly in her heart. Not far from this alleyway, to be precise, 20 meters above the head, is the most proud and prosperous city on the planet Bergamoer, the green light like a steel forest. The architectural style in the city is based on Coruscant. Although it is not as widespread as Coruscant in every corner of the planet, it is as bright as a star for a remote and poor planet. However, how many people know that under the bright skin, it has rotted down to the bone? How many people know that among the 3 billion people in Bergamoer, only a very small number can live a life of upper class in the modern building of the capital green sunshine? The woman walked in silence, and after a while, a group of sneaky figures followed behind her. In this underground kingdom, women walk alone in the slums, almost throwing the best bait into the fish pond to fish. Slave traders eager for high-quality slaves, underground black doctors looking for fresh organs, murderers who take pleasure in killing people, and desperate gamblers followed one after another. However, the woman just looked back at those sneaky figures, and they disappeared like morning mist meeting sunlight. These thugs from the underground world couldn't even remember what they came here for. The woman didn't care about this. After coming to Bergamoer, similar things have happened too many times, so it's not surprising. She shook her head, continued walking, and walked all the way to a dilapidated hotel. She took off her coat in the only superior room, and then she breathed a sigh of relief, and clicked on the huge display covering the entire wall of the room. Use a custom-made communication device shaped like a bracelet on your wrist to transmit new data to the screen. 2 photos soon lit up on the wall. In the photos, a haggard child was imprisoned in a dark cage like a livestock, waiting for a fate like a livestock. In another photo, as a comparison, the upper echelons of the city are enjoying a luxurious life comparable to that of the rich in the core area of the Republic. And photos like this have lit up the entire wall, and this is just what the woman collected after she came to Bergamoer for a week. On the display screen, various photos and notes are connected by lines of different colors, like a densely woven network, and countless clues point to a core. Right in the middle is the photo of the president of planet Bergamoer, Jamie Brayson. It was the president of Bergamoer, who was well known in Coruscant, that caused countless tragedies to happen. The mastermind behind almost every large criminal organization came from Jamie Brayson. He was the helm behind the consortium and a gangster, the supreme head. Before he came to power, although Bergamoer was poor, he lived in peace and contentment. People never lost their humanity and lived a peaceful life for thousands of years. However, in just a few decades, the planet's surface was filled with criminals and skeletons. All of this is still unknown, and Jamie Brayson still enjoys the reputation of a saint, and no one can pierce his perfect personality. The woman stared at the clue net on the wall and remained silent. At this moment, the communication ring on her arm suddenly beeped. She placed the communication ring in front of the table, and a blue holographic projection appeared. I saw a strange-shaped head like an octopus appeared in the field of vision, and the 4 tentacles on the chin squirmed gently, showing its identity as a human being, and there was a look of incomparable respect in the two round eyes. "Salute to you, Venerable Jedi Master." Before she finished speaking, the woman interrupted, "I've said it, just call me Mastima." The Quarren looked a little embarrassed. Mastima said, "Don't be nervous, just treat it as a business exchange between colleagues. Before the Republic's intelligence work in Bergamo was presided over by you, I really need your professional advice." The Quarren people were even more ashamed when they heard the words, "Jamie Brayson is a very cunning politician. I have been operating here for many years, but I still can't catch his sore feet." Being able to verify the other party's cunning is also an important work achievement. Mastima comforted the Quarren, "Do you have any suggestions for the next work?" With that said, the Jedi Master transmitted all the information he had collected to Agent Quarren. Upon hearing the work, the Quarren quickly turned his attention to his own display screen, and then his two huge eyeballs became bloodshot. "Master, are these the clues you collected? You really deserve to be a Jedi Master. You have collected so many in just a few standard days. Let me see. God, this chain of evidence is already very complete. Next, as long as the testimony of Star Sail Hotel and Zigwang Manpower is added." Before he finished speaking, Mostima lit up two new portraits on the display screen through the communication ring. They were the heads of Star Sail Hotel and Zigwang Manpower, and their information and related testimonies were also on the same page. Time travels past. The Quarren people were stunned. As expected of the famous Universal Jedi, the chain of evidence has been completely formed. As long as you submit these evidences to the Senate in the name of the Jedi Order, Master, it should be enough to be accepted. Jamie Brayson's reign of evil ends here. The woman pondered and deduced, but smiled and shook her head after a while. So, what if it's not submitted in the name of the Jedi Order? For example, if it's you, or even an ordinary person working in Bergamo. The Quarren was stunned for a moment, and his voice lowered, "I'm afraid that's not enough. The President's crimes are rarely committed by him himself, and almost all of them are done for him. There is no strong evidence of crime. And the Republic operates a nearly perfect personality. Everyone thinks that he is a humble and clean political saint. He also has the most prestigious lawyer team in the galaxy. He has turned black and white many times. A political strongman who has controlled the planet for decades is far-fetched in itself, so I hope you can use the name of the Jedi to overthrow him? Then the essence of this matter becomes that I use the influence of the Jedi to forcibly interfere with the judgment of the Senate. Because I don't like him, I use the influence of the Jedi to what is the difference between a wanton tyrant and a wanton tyrant who wants the Senate to try him under the guise of law." The Quarren thought for a long time, and suggested helplessly, "If it is necessary to collect real evidence from the legal level, then there is a tricky way. Since the Jedi Council has decided to investigate Jamie Brayson, then with your skills, directly go to the President, and let him tell the truth by himself? It's the kind of hypnotizing technique that Jedi would use." The Jedi Master deeply regrets this cognition. The Force technique mastered by the Jedi is a double-edged sword. It is true that I can use the Force to confuse Jamie's mind and make him confess his crimes, but in the same way, I can also use this technique allows innocent people to be justly wronged, so the testimony obtained through hypnosis is not admissible. In addition, since Jamie Brayson is highly cunning, it is entirely possible for him to prepare in advance so that he can also be under hypnosis. Not telling the truth. The Quarren said helplessly, "If you say that, the problem is very troublesome. Jamie has been running Bergamo for so long, and the whole planet is like a combination of a maze and a spider's web. It is difficult to lock him through peripheral clues. If you have to say it, you can only try to find the legendary manor. Someone said that the President built a private mansion in the suburbs of Green Sunlight, where he lived a life of extravagance. More importantly, he will entertain some guests of the same rank in the manor, and most of his crimes are designed and completed in the manor. But I have been investigating for many years, but I have not been able to find any clues about the manor." Just as he was talking, the Quarren man suddenly heard the communication ring on the table start to ding-dong again, and the cold face of the woman instantly melted a little. Although it was only a little bit, but the Quarren man was sure that he was not fooled. Mastima said, "As for Jamie's manor, I have asked my apprentice to investigate." The Quarren people were astonished. "Apprentice? You didn't come alone?" "Yes, there is also my apprentice Sean. He is still studying. He is 17 years old but still immature. He needs more training, so I asked him to go to the lower city to investigate information on the President's manor." The people of Quarren were stunned, Master, Jamie has always attached great importance to the secrets of the manor. Anyone who dares to investigate privately will be in danger. Let alone the lower city, I have many elite agents under my command. The city has evaporated. Yes, so I told him to be more careful when investigating. It's not a matter of carelessness. Your apprentice should still be an apprentice, right? With all due respect, even a Jedi who has mastered Force skills. However, while speaking, Mystima reached out and pressed the multi-person communication button on the communication ring, and suddenly another projection appeared beside the octopus head. It was a human boy who looked only 16 or 17 years old. The Quarren were not very good at distinguishing the age, beauty, and ugliness of human beings, but when he saw this boy with black hair and black eyes, he immediately felt a sense of intimacy. And the other party took the initiative to say hello to himself. Master, good afternoon. This is the agent Mr. Squawk. I am very glad to meet you. I have read the Burke Amor investigation report written by you. The work is really very meticulous, which is extremely admirable. The rough skin of the Quarren people was blistered with blood. This is too shameful. There has been no reliable results for several years. No, it is precisely because your work has not achieved any results that the Republic will request the Jedi Knights to send a master to investigate, thus actually speeding up the investigation process. I believe that the people of Bergamo will definitely remember your contribution in the future. Quarren. Chapter 2. Had it not been for the sincerity of the young man's voice, which hadn't sounded ironic, the Quarren would have smashed the table with his suction cup fingers on the spot. Mystima interrupted, have you seen that Mithril man? Seen? The Quarren couldn't help but ask, Mithril? Is that the Mithril who claims to be a pastry chef in the President's Manor, but hangs out in bars and casinos in the lower city all the year round? Sean smiled and said, yes, thanks to your investigation report, I can directly target the target, which greatly reduces the workload. That Mithril man is extremely cunning and dangerous, so be careful when touching him. Sean showed a deeply approving expression, yes, it is indeed extremely cunning. It took me 2 full hours to find him and ask him to explain the problem. The Quarren originally wanted to say that his elite agents failed to gain the trust of the Mithril people after 2 full weeks, but he was choked up. However, after all, that young man is also a Jedi. As long as he uses his original Force skills, the Mithril people will naturally know everything, and they can talk endlessly. However, Mystima asked, didn't you use the original Force skills? Of course not. I have always kept Master's teachings in mind. Wait, what are you Master and Apprentice teaching? Why not use the Force? As if seeing the doubts of the Quarren people, Mystima explained, Sean's talent for the Force is not good, and his sensitivity to the Force is only at the middle to lower level among the young disciples of the same period. So on the one hand, let him feel the Force harder than others, and on the other hand, we must not let him develop the bad habit of relying too much on the Force. The Jedi is not a releaser of the Force. Sean also showed shame on his face, the 3 pillars of the Jedi, the Force, knowledge, and self-control. I was born with one of my cripples. If I continue to rely on the Force to do whatever I want, it will be grandstanding, making people laugh. Quarren said, okay, you can say whatever you want, but since you didn't use the Force, how did this young apprentice make that Mithril speak? I won all his money in the bar and casino he frequented, and I got him drunk, and he confessed everything. The people of Quarren looked down at the report they had written by themselves back then, and there was such a record about the people of Mithril, multiple criminal experiences, extremely good at gambling, alcoholism. However, as an agent of the Republic, the Quarren quickly cheered up and asked, did he explain the location of the manor? Sean said, he explained his unique secret recipe for making Kashyyyk 7-layer cake, and now I am confident that I can do it better than him. It's useful for you to let him explain the dessert recipe. Sean explained, it is precisely because of his secret recipe of desserts that he was favored by the chef of the manor and mixed into the manor. Now that I am doing better, I can replace the Mithrowers at any time and mix into Lulakius. The manor has become a pastry chef. The Quarren couldn't help interrupting the conversation again, wait, the President's Manor is in Lulakiu. Yeah, it's just in the northeast of the hills, and it's easy to find. Did the people from Mithril tell you? No, I followed him and found it. Follow him and you will find the manor. Quarren asked, looking at the report document in his hand, which recorded bloody records of countless elite agents trying to track down the staff of the manor, and then disappeared from the world. Yeah, before I formally contacted him, I spent a few standard days tracking the whereabouts of the Mithral people, and found that he would go to the manor through different paths every time, and then suddenly disappeared halfway, completely unrevealed. And continue if you follow it up, there will be a great risk of exposure. The Quarren nodded again and again, and finally heard the part that matched the investigation report. However, this seemingly hidden method reveals the essence, because as long as you carefully observe the place where he disappeared, it is not difficult to find that there must be sewers or similar underground facilities around. Then it is not difficult to judge that there must be many sewers nearby. The secret passage formed leads directly to the manor. Young man, you're not difficult to judge is really a bit out of line. Actually, this method of building secret tunnels is not uncommon. 27 related cases have been recorded in the new Secret Service handbook published on Corellia, all of which were private manors that were not visible. Peripheral staff. So I quickly found the construction party of the urban sewer, retrieved all the construction drawings from the database for comparative analysis, deduced the location and structure of all the underground passages, and finally locked the location of the manor. Overall, in other words, the dictator of this fringe galaxy has a very simple way of thinking. The Quarren people silently deleted all the documents of the report, and decided not to mention the work of the past few years to anyone again. Sean was still talking enthusiastically. Also, according to my investigation, after 5 standard days, the president will host a banquet for many mafia tycoons in his private residence. I think this is a good opportunity to act. Mistimer reached out and tapped the table, pondering, after 5 standard days? It is indeed an opportunity. The people of Quarren were shocked when they heard the words, "Master, are you going to behead Jamie's criminal group directly?" This time, the 2 Jedi looked at him strangely at the same time. Sean explained earnestly, "How is it possible? The Jedi should not take the initiative to provoke disputes, let alone assassinate the legal head of a regime. We have worked hard to collect clues and evidence in order to allow him to receive a fair trial before the law and arrest him. The crimes committed by the government are made public, allowing the concept of justice and peace to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Resisting violence with violence will only give birth to a new lawless dictator." The Quarren people were ashamed to hear this, and felt that their understanding of the spirit of the rule of law was not deep enough. But soon he had another question: since it was not for the purpose of beheading, what kind of good opportunity is the manor party in 5 standard days? In other words, why wait until 5 standard days later, just sneak into the manor and investigate the evidence? Sean said, "A person who is cautious enough will not leave conclusive evidence even in his own manor." The Quarren couldn't help questioning, the existence of that manor alone constitutes a crime. With the legal salary of the president, even 1,000 years can't afford the manor of Lulakiu, let alone the fact that he made a political show in Coruscant. At that time, he once claimed that his annual expenses were less than 5,000 credits. Not to mention the rumors that his mansion is extravagant, with all kinds of rare treasures. He can infer that the manor is owned by others, and he is only staying here temporarily. In fact, according to my investigation, the owner of the manor is indeed the major shareholder of Berg Amor Heavy Industry Group, not the president himself. Have you checked out everyone in the manor in just a few days? The people of Quarren were not reconciled, and asked again, but as long as he lives in the manor for a long time, he will always leave evidence of crimes, right? Or personal or physical evidence. There is a certain possibility, but I think a criminal who is cautious enough will not let down his vigilance even in his own home, leaving opportunities for outsiders to take advantage of. For example, he will use code words or even secret words to issue illegal orders, so that even if it is recorded, it cannot be used as direct evidence. In addition, with regard to the witnesses in the manor, it is reasonable to believe that a sufficiently cautious criminal will conduct risk management on all positions involved in risk, so that they will not have access to the complete crime process, and will not even realize that they are carrying out the crime. Therefore, it cannot constitute strong criminal evidence. At the same time, multi-level task assignment and single-line contact will be implemented, so that even if some of the links are cracked, it will be difficult to really trace back to the president himself. The people of Quarren were so weak from hearing it, and Jamie Brayson was not crazy. Who would arrange such meticulous and complicated risk management in their own manner? Isn't he afraid of dying from overwork? Sean said sternly, Jamie Brayson is an extremely dangerous dictator. This kind of person is usually accompanied by strong paranoid personality and even mental illness, which will cause their behavior to be unreasonable. It can't be overestimated. After all, he is the culprit who made the Republic's elite agents go down the drain for many years. The people of Quarren immediately burst into tears. Your words are so reasonable, I can't refute them. But you estimate the risk so high, how can you carry out the task? The gathering after 5 standard days is a flaw. Sean said, he can hypnotize the subordinates in the manner and use code words to communicate in the manner, but when facing gangsters with similar status, he may have to communicate in Mandarin. Gone. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mistima. The possibility that they use complex communication devices cannot be ruled out. They each use code words and use the encryption and decryption of the communication devices to reach an agreement. As long as the devices are destroyed afterwards, there will be no leave evidence. Yes, Master, I have also considered this possibility, so I will come to the scene in person after 5 standard days, and put Jamie Brayson in a state of stress where he cannot use code words. Mistima nodded, very well, then I will leave it to you. It's not good at all. The Quarren couldn't help but interrupted, Master, you mean to let Sean perform the infiltration mission? The risk is too high. Mistima said sternly, I know that if the Jedi Knights carry out this kind of infiltration investigation mission, and the target is a legitimate regime leader, there will definitely be problems with the confidence of the final result, especially if we also use the Force to guiding people's thinking is more likely to cause controversy. Once you confront a luxurious lawyer team in court, it is easy to be criticized. The risks in this area must be investigated. You are right to remind. So Sean, you must remember, in the process of infiltrating the investigation, don't use the Force indiscriminately. I understand, Master. The Quarren man cried, I'm sorry Master, I don't understand. Are we really talking in basic? Why do I always feel that your master and apprentice are communicating in some kind of encrypted code language? Do you really understand what I mean? Jamie Brayson's manor, it is a dragon's den and a tiger's den that have been kept strictly secret for many years. The authoritarian maniac has operated it for decades. I don't know how many traps there are in it. Master, you actually let a 17-year-old apprentice, sneaked into it to investigate the criminal evidence without using the Force, and even chose the day when the Mafia tycoons gathered to start the operation? Mistima looked at the Quarren again, so, do you have any suggestions for Sean's infiltration plan? Sean looked at him expectantly, too. The Quarren felt like his tentacles were about to burst. Don't look at me like that, I really don't understand your Jedi world. Add difficulty to explosion for yourself, and then ask me if I have any suggestions? Yes, let's open it. No, you Jedi even consider basic Force applications as cheats, and you have sealed yourself off. What else is there to say? Here, be more careful and be safe. The Quarren said dryly. Sean thanked him earnestly, I understand. The more complicated and difficult the task, the more you need to pay attention to the basics. You are worthy of being an elite agent of the Republic. His words are concise and direct to the core. Quarren, hee. Mistima asked Sean, do you have a preliminary action plan for the actions in 5 standard days? Yes. Sean said, although the specific plan needs to be adjusted according to local conditions, based on the existing information, I have formulated a rough framework. I will share the content, please correct me. After that, Xiaoan reached out to operate on the communication ring, and with the flashing lights on the bracelet, a huge data stream began to be transmitted rapidly. After a long time, the Quarren couldn't help tapping on his display screen. Is there a problem with the communication? It shows that the file has not been received yet. Mistima said, don't be impatient, the action plan files are usually relatively large, and the transmission will take time. Quarren was dumbfounded, the file is relatively large? This channel can transmit an entire galactic encyclopedia in 10 seconds. Now that 5 minutes have passed, are you sharing the global structure map of Coruscant with more than 5,000 floors and 1 trillion inhabitants? Finally, when the Quarren began to feel anxious, the green indicator light finally lit up next to the screen, indicating that the communication was complete, and the Quarren clicked on the file with trembling fingers. What catches the eye is dense documents and video clips as numerous as stars. These contents are connected by complicated line segments of different colors, forming a dazzling and complex network. The first reaction of the Quarren people was that you really sent the structure diagram of Coruscant. This is called a rough frame? Your rough definition is a naked violation of the basic language of the Republic. But he held back. Sure enough, Mistima pondered for a while, and then said, the content is indeed a bit brief, but it is barely acceptable at this stage. I will help you improve the content, so let's implement it first. Yes. Mistima looked at the Quarren again. Mr. Squawk, do you have anything to add? The Quarren added, hee. Chapter 3. After the communication meeting ended, Sean let out a sigh of relief, calmed down, knelt on the bed, and fell into meditation. The moment he closed his eyes, Sean felt the flow of the Force. It is everywhere and embraces everything. It is one of the 3 pillars of the Jedi, and understanding the Force in meditation is not only the daily practice of Jedi apprentices, but also Xiao En takes this important opportunity to reflect on himself every day. Under the wrapping of the Force, Sean can effectively block the interference of distracting thoughts and understand himself more clearly. In the darkness, Sean saw himself from a commanding perspective. A slender young man with black hair and black eyes. His name is Sean, he is 17 years old, and he is a favorite favored by the goddess of fate. Before he could remember, he was brought to the Jedi Temple for training as a Force sensitive. This gift is one of the most precious treasures in the galaxy, and Sean was born with it. However, in the Jedi Temple, compared with other youngsters, his talent pales in comparison. His sensitivity to the Force is at best considered to be at a mid to low level, and there is nothing special about his body and appearance. From the time he can remember, Sean has clearly realized that he is not a genius, but there are many geniuses in the Jedi Order. Some people will be distracted when the Master is teaching, and some people will start to revise suddenly before the test, and some will not put in enough effort despite their poor grades, as if the mere test results are just a game for them. This kind of self-confidence Sean's talent are really far beyond his reach, so he always reminds himself that he must work harder to keep up with the footsteps of those around him, and he is worthy of the name of a Jedi. And also from the time he can remember, Sean has been working hard, meditating hard, and comprehending the Force, learning all kinds of knowledge, from astronomy and geography to gourmet gardening, trying hard to maintain a positive and enterprising attitude, and never let go, never stop. And fate has always favored him, making him surrounded by a group of kind-hearted classmates. They saw Xiao En's hard work, and humbly gave him the first place in various exams to encourage him to continue working hard. Although Sean repeatedly emphasized that this is not necessary, the kindness from the young children of the same period is still continuous, which moved Sean very much. In addition, Sean also met the best master. When he was 14 years old, Jedi Master Mistima, known as Almighty, decided to accept Sean as an apprentice. This move once caused a lot of controversy, but Mistima insisted that only he can best guide Sean's growth. Sean was grateful for this, as it was clearly an act of charity by the Jedi Master. Sean's talent is not good, and he faced a bottleneck early. When he was 14 years old, the regular training of the youngsters had little effect on him, and Sean could hardly find any of the routine tests in each training session. Room for further improvement. If it weren't for a Jedi Master to take over and teach him, I'm afraid his achievements in this life would have ended at the age of 14. And this kind Jedi Master is the most unfathomable person Sean has ever seen in his life. Although there are many elites in the Jedi Order, Mistima still enjoys a high prestige in the Order. She became a Jedi Master at a young age, mastered thousands of Force skills, and more importantly, she is extremely knowledgeable. And using this knowledge, she can often achieve unimaginable miracles, so she got the title of Almighty. With such a famous teacher, no matter what kind of confusion Sean is in, she can get answers immediately. It seems that there is no problem in the world that can stump her, whether it is a loophole in the laws of the Republic, or making high-quality cards in the family kitchen. Do Rib's method. In Xiao En's eyes, his master is omniscient and omnipotent. However, such a great Jedi Master is willing to sacrifice his precious time and energy to teach him personally in order to save a person with poor talent like him. Xiao En will always remember this kindness in his heart, and he also deeply feels his fortunately, I work harder to improve myself on weekdays, so as to live up to this favored life. But everything in the world has a balance, where there is luck, there is misfortune. Compared with myself who was born to be favored by the goddess of fate, the hundreds of millions of people living on the planet Big Amor are undoubtedly unfortunate. They encountered a dictatorial ruler who had done many evil deeds. Their wealth was deprived and their lives were oppressed. The civilization of the planet that should have been thriving seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. As the darling of fate, Xiao En felt that he was duty-bound, and he had to break open the cloud that shrouded the planet Bergamoer. Of course, things can't be done overnight. The first task right now is to sneak into the president's manor, overcome the many traps set up by the cunning, insidious, and perverted president, and collect undoubted criminal evidence. I already have preliminary ideas about this, but whether it is feasible or not still needs to be judged by the master. I don't know how many shortcomings will be found out by the master in the framework of the plan I designed. It will definitely be modified beyond recognition. Sean knew that his talent and knowledge were mediocre. Even though the previous plan was the result of his all-out efforts, compared with the requirements of the task, especially compared with the requirements of the master, it must be far behind. Of course, Xiao En will not be discouraged because of this, because looking at it from another perspective, as long as he fully understands and digests the shortcomings of the plan according to master's revised opinions, it will be an excellent self-improvement. This instead made him faintly look forward to it. And in anticipation, Xiao En's consciousness gradually spread out, merging intimately with the force. Time passed quietly. Drip drip. The alarm clock on the communication ring rang on time, but before the alarm clock rang, Sean had already opened his eyes, stretched out his hand and pressed the alarm clock to stop it. As a qualified Jedi apprentice, he should have strict enough self-control ability, and his biological clock should be as accurate as an electronic clock. For many years, Sean has used this to judge his physical and mental state, and most of the time, he can accurately wake up 1 second in advance of the alarm clock. The communication ring glowed like emerald under the iconic greenish light of Bergamoer, and the light on the outer ring flashed to show that new mail had been received. Feedback from Master has arrived. Sean stretched out his hand and clicked on the file with full expectation in his heart, only to see that the same intensive revision traces appeared on the blueprint of the Galaxy network. Unsurprisingly, most of the revised parts stay at the detail level, such as optimizing camouflage skills, providing new electronic intrusion technology, etc. In addition, Mistima also emphasized many cultural details that need to be paid attention to when dealing with alien races that may be encountered. No major adjustments have been made to the program framework. But after Sean saw it, he was moved for a while. Master is really hard-working. Sean was not so arrogant as to think that the framework of his plan was impeccable. The reason why the master did not move the framework was to take care of the basic self-esteem of young people on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was also because of 2 drastic adjustments to the plan, which was not good for Xiao En. People with poor understanding can digest and absorb. But the optimization of the details is real. Based on Sean's immature framework, Mistima optimized a majestic building with details, and his words were full of strictness and gentleness unique to Jedi Masters. For example, in the part of electronic intrusion, she not only wrote down the main points of technical application, but also indicated the technical path and bibliography. Among them, the Advanced Electronic Engineer Training Textbook of the Enterprise Alliance was used to get started. Refined content. At this time, the master took it out and marked it separately, obviously urging me not to give up my further studies in any field at will, and what I gave up at that time is actually suitable for me to use as a reference now. It is a kind of strictness and gentleness criticize. In addition, there are several professional textbooks dedicated to relatively remote military academies, which were also purchased by the master as genuine copies, and the full text is attached to the email. There are too many similar details, and when all the details are integrated, Sean has already seen the dawn of victory. Chapter 4. In the early morning, in the green lower city of the capital of Bergamoer, in front of the ruins of an abandoned building due to fire. Sean was wearing a typical downtown slum shirt, and he walked slowly. Feeling the feedback force from his feet, he quickly locked onto a pile of burnt bega tree dead wood. Judging from the touch under his feet, the pile of dead wood was there should be a hidden underground passage leading to the president's estate. However, Sean didn't approach in a hurry, but lingered by the ruins for a while. Taking advantage of no one's attention, he took a step and stepped on the pile of dead wood. Everything was like an illusion, Xiao En's feet were empty, and he fell downwards. It turned out that the pile of rotten vega wood was just a thin optical camouflage net to hide the existence of the secret passage. To be honest, the technology is not very powerful, but the concealment method is quite clever. Not long after the fall, Sean had already stepped on the ground in a blink of an eye, but at the same time, 2 dark muzzles appeared in front of his eyes. "Who are you?" The 2 gunmen wrapped in black clothes asked coldly. Sean didn't rush, and according to the established plan, he waved a piece of metal that could only be held by the staff of the manor in front of the man in black, and said, "From today onwards, I will replace that blue-skinned Mithro. I'm trash." The men in black looked at each other, and one of them turned on the holographic projection device and asked the manner for verification. Not long after, a blue holographic projection of a Latron with 4 arms appeared. Compared with the height of less than 1.5 meters, the huge head was twice the size of a human, and the chef was almost the same height. The hat is full of presents. This Latron with rubbery skin has meticulously arranged the thick beard and hair on his cheeks, his small eyes are narrowed into slits, and with his tightly pursed lips, he clearly shows the majesty of the superior. Even the pure white the chef's uniform is like a nobleman's robe. And from the respectful demeanor of the man in black, it is not difficult to judge the status of this Latron man in the presidential manor. Marino Pomona, the head chef of the presidential manor, has followed Jamie Brasson for more than 10 years and has been in charge of his catering for a long time. He is an out-and-out confidant. "Who are you?" demanded the Latron. Sean chuckled and said, "I'm your new dessert chef." The Latron narrowed his eyes, stroked his chin with his left hand, and stirred the broth with a long-handled spoon in his right hand. After a long while, the Latron said, "As expected, it is a mistake to trust the Mithral people. You can't even keep your own ID card well. You too, kill him." However, before the man in black ordered to shoot, Sean had already thrown out the bait, detoxified Vishok spider eggs, simmered in 74 degrees vine spirit soup for 20 minutes, this is Mithral people's so-called dessert recipe. Hearing this, the Latron immediately screamed, "Wait!" The 2 men in black almost flinched. "Is there any more?" asked the Latron. Sean said, "The fat of the jumping beast can be used to melt the hardest natural sugar on the planet Kashi to make a good syrup." "Is there any more?" Sean said, "If you can save a little time, when I enter the kitchen, I can tell you as much as you want to know about this small trick." After these arrogant words, the Latron man pondered instead, and after a while, he waved his hand, "Let him come, the Mithral man is not here, there must always be a substitute in the kitchen. What's more, your boss, that watchdog who claims to be of Mandalorian blood has been complaining about the boredom of life, so it just makes him move around." After speaking, the communication was cut off unilaterally, and the 2 men in black looked at each other, before saying coldly to Sean, "Follow me." Xiao En walked forward silently, but he couldn't help feeling in his heart, "You are indeed a master." In the conversation just now, the lines were basically based on the script revised by the master. In just a few words, it was almost perfectly calculated to see the Latron chef, the man in black, and even the legendary Mandalorian. The change in the mentality of the doorman also revealed serious loopholes in the internal management of the president's manor. He was obviously a stranger who came out of nowhere, but he was able to use his tough posture to scare the Latron chef into opening the first door for him to enter the manor. However, it is really fortunate that these lines have been polished by the master. If I follow my original lines, I will probably encounter problems. My grasp of people's hearts is still not good enough. Compared with the lines corrected and perfected by the master, the routine I originally designed is 3 sentences less, 7 words less. This is the gap. Filled with emotion, Sean boarded the orbital airship in the underground passage, spent 10 long minutes in the dark passage, and went through a security check circle before finally arriving at the legendary Lulakihu Manor from the underground passage. It was a refreshingly gorgeous manor, where plants from different planets were subtly grafted together, presenting a delicate yet wild charm. Sean was engrossed in watching, and his footsteps involuntarily paused, making the man in black beside him sneer. "Are you stupid? Ha, then open your eyes carefully. At least half of the plants in this garden are names that you can't name even if you look through the plant encyclopedia. What are you talking to him about? The boss will come right away. If there is a problem, it will take a few minutes. This guy just doesn't know about the new fertilizer under that tree." Sean was amazed at the maintenance cost of this manor. He did a simple mental calculation. Just by looking at what he saw, the plants he could identify came from at least 20 different planets. According to the local plant export price, estimated by the shipping cost of interstellar voyage, the introduction cost is at least hundreds of thousands of Republic credits. As for the maintenance cost, it is also sky high. In an ecological circle where plants and plants coexist, the annual maintenance cost will not be lower than 6-figure credits. And this amount of money is enough to free tens of thousands of poor people in the lower urban area of the capital green sunshine from the filthy environment overflowing with stinky water. This is the estate of a dictator who wantonly exploits the wealth of the entire planet. Sean felt emotionally, when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps behind him. Looking back, Sean saw a burly man in full armor, and the helmet with the T-shaped eyepiece on his head seemed to be an extremely conspicuous business card. In this regard, Sean smiled just right, and said before the other party opened his mouth, "It's actually a Mandalorian? What a coincidence, I only met your compatriots in a bar in a nearby galaxy a month ago. They have a people are being recruited for important work. I heard that there are their compatriots in Bergamoer, and they are eager to come to recruit people." The Mandalorian born in Bergamoer immediately stopped in his tracks. Xiaoen smiled again, "They heard that I was coming to Bergamoer, so please ask me to investigate the news first. If it is a rumor, they will save their time in vain. But it seems that it is not a rumor, now there is no need for me to refute the rumors." Having said that, the tall gatekeeper suddenly said, "Go down first." The two men in black were a little stunned, but as the mechanical arm on the back of the janitor unfolded and the muzzle of the blaster gun pointed at their heads, the men in black fled. At the entrance of the back door of the manor, only Sean and the gatekeeper were left. I have an important job here." The voice behind the helmet seemed dull because of the metal insulation, and even trembling, "I can't leave the president's manor." "Oh, even the call-up order from your compatriots won't work? Aren't you from the same clan?" "Yes, we are not the same clan." Sean smiled and said, "I haven't said what clan they are yet. But it doesn't matter. I'll help you write an email and tell them that the news of Mandalorians in Bergamoer is purely a rumor. After all, everyone has their own difficulties. Going out is to understand each other and help each other." "Indeed." The janitor finished dryly, and pointed behind the door, "You have passed this level, but the Latrons are not as easy talking as I am." Passing over the gatekeeper, Sean couldn't help feeling sorry, it really is just a mental Mandalorian. Although the probability of the president owning a genuine Mandalorian watchdog is very low according to the previous investigation, it is still a pity to witness it with his own eyes. The relationship between the Mandalorian and the Jedi can be said to be incessant and chaotic. It is also a blessing to witness the demeanor of the Mandalorian. Of course, from the perspective of mission execution, it's better if you don't meet them. After all, the genuine Mandalorians are not only powerful in combat, but also have extremely keen intuition. It's not easy to pretend to be under his nose for several days. Beyond this starter, the next focus is on Chef Latronese. Judging from the previous intelligence, we must be more careful in this level. And in the back kitchen cleaning room, the gatekeeper has been waiting for a long time. The chef of the estate, a four-armed Latron, Marino Pomina. At this time, the four-armed chef was wearing a distinguished chef's hat and stepped on a footstool as tall as a person, looking down at Sean from a height. "I didn't expect that Mandalorian to actually let you in, but it's not so easy to come to me, because to be honest, after getting the know-how from the Mithral people, the manor doesn't need a new dessert chef now." Hearing this, Sean couldn't help laughing and said, "Then you might as well use this kind of empty talk trick to copy the Kashyyyk cake that the people of Mithral are proud of. I hope you can use this to please the president." The Latron was silent for a while, and said, "Okay, since you don't like empty talk, let's do it on the spot." After finishing speaking, he jumped off the high ottoman, and the two hands on it hooked their fingers at Sean, signaling to follow. Chapter 5. Sean followed him to the door of the warehouse where the ingredients were stored. While inputting the password to open the door nimbly, the Latron gave the interview question, "Now, I will give you 20 minutes to make a dessert that can be served on the president's table." The next moment, the warehouse door slowly opened, and I saw a huge underground space, which was divided into dozens of small spaces by glass windows. Each space was filled with enough food for hundreds of people for a year. In the position, there is a display table more than 10 meters long. There are all kinds of dazzling ingredients and seasonings on the table, most of which are luxury brands imported from developed planets. The brand of Coruscant is especially many. Sean froze for a moment, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Rough calculations, if the exhibits on the long table are used as raw materials, there are at least 100 kinds of desserts that can be obtained, some of which are taught by the master to the chef of a high-end restaurant in Coruscant, such as Troll Hazelnut Souffle with golden truffles, Latour chocolate coffee with tiramisu. Although my skills are still immature, but if it is just an interview question, it is not difficult to deal with it. The only question is it enough to just tackle errands? While Sean was thinking, the Latron sneered and said, "Stop talking. Don't tell me you can't even recognize the ingredients, but for poor people like you who live in the lower city, these high-quality goods are probably not easy to identify. That Mithral man recognized half of it at the beginning, or if you recognize 2/3 of the materials on this table, I will consider you a pass. Sean turned a deaf ear to this and was still immersed in observation and thinking. He didn't pay attention to the ridicule of the Latron people at all. He could recognize all the high-end goods on the table when he was 6 years old. After all, he can be regarded as half a native of Coruscant, and he has also learned cooking skills. This kind of food exhibition showing off Coruscant's characteristics is really ridiculous. The problem is, perhaps because he is too familiar with the luxury ingredients in these core areas, he sees other problems on the table instead. Do you want to take advantage of it? This is an unplanned option, and even the master didn't mention it, but it has to be said that it is worth trying. While Sean weighed the pros and cons, Chef Marino's face was filled with impatience. Is the title too difficult for this downtown poor man? Of course it will be difficult. He is the only head chef in the entire manor kitchen who can recognize all the ingredients, and no more than 5 chefs can recognize 2/3 of the ingredients. After all, this is the proud collection of President Jamie Brayson, and it can be called a small exposition of the top ingredients of the Galactic Republic. To collect all kinds of top ingredients that are well known in the galaxy on a remote planet like Berg Amor is far from being as easy as it is on Coruscant. Many rare ingredients can only be obtained through extremely special channels. For most commoners, more than half of the items on this table only exist in legends. Of course, Marino didn't expect this young downtown slum to complete the interview questions. He just wanted to see the helpless expression on the other side's face when faced with difficult problems. As for whether to show mercy and accept him as his subordinate to replace the cunning and lazy Mithril, or simply drive out of the manor and let the Mandalorian clean it up, it depends on the performance of this human being. Kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, using the little credit you have to pay for your life? But this human being chose to take his time and stay silent on the spot. What Marino wanted to see was not such a performance. After 10 minutes passed, he was already impetuous, and he sentenced this young human being to death in his heart. Let the Mandalorian clear the place. However, at this moment, Sean finally made a decision, and he clapped his hands violently. I see. Marino was so frightened that he almost dropped his chef's hat. What do you want to do? Sean pointed to the long table. First of all, the gold pot on the far left is the premium Bansagrease from Coruscant Fat Beauty Group. Hey! Marino was taken aback. This kid actually recognized Fat Beauty Group? Although judging from the outer packaging, it is indeed a high-quality product imported from Coruscant, but in fact, it is an out-and-out counterfeit product. Mountain, Shansai. Marino was out of breath for a while, only feeling a golden star popping up in front of his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Leaving aside that there is at least 10% difference between the aroma of the oil and the genuine one, the outer packaging alone is completely unqualified. The genuine packaging will add a highly accurate 3-dimensional anti-counterfeiting engraving on the metal can, and the accuracy of this can's anti-counterfeiting engraving is completely but pass. The gap can be seen with the naked eye. Marino opened his naked eyes wide, but felt that there was nothing wrong with it no matter what. He paid a high price to ask a forgery expert to make a mold for the imitation. There should be no flaws. The second is the olive oil, also from Fat Beauty Group. The difference from the genuine version can be clearly seen from the bottom sediment, and there is at least a 3% deviation in density. Sean made a trivial gesture with 2 fingers, and said, the outer packaging also has the problem of insufficient precision of the anti-counterfeiting marks. Overall, the ingredients marked with the Fat Beauty Group trademark on this long table, among them, more than 2/3 of the counterfeit products can be identified with the naked eye. Marino struggled and said, it's nonsense. Xiao En thought to himself, a considerable part of it is indeed nonsense, but can you tell it apart? The mouth is righteous. It is true that there is a possibility of misjudgment based on naked eye observation, but the most critical problem is that up to now, the high-end ingredients of Fat Beauty Group have never been directly distributed to the planet Berg Amor and its surrounding star areas. It has been exported, and the local ingredient agent Opera Trade is the only supplier of related ingredients. I investigated this company before applying for the position. Are you sick? Investigate what the trading company is doing. I found that there are obvious loopholes in their public financial statements, and there are also problems with the sales authorization letter obtained from Zhume Group, so I sent a letter to the sales of Zhume Group to verify. That's enough. From today onwards, you will take over from the Mythrowers and make desserts for the president. I boldly speculate that all the Fat Beauty Group ingredients on the table are counterfeit products. Similar problems also exist in Galaxy Choice brand vegetables and fruits, and Flying Shuttle brand campaign seasoning. And the above ingredients, without exception, are products imported by Opera Trade, and the total amount accounts for about half of the long table. Your salary is twice that of the people of Mithril, so that's enough. In fact, counterfeit ingredients not only have financial problems, not to mention the difference in taste from genuine ones, because of limitations in craftsmanship and raw materials, in terms of food safety. That's enough, enough, shut up. Latron grabbed Sean's collar angrily. I admit that you have the ability, as long as you keep your mouth shut from now on, you will be the new sous chef in the kitchen, do you understand? Xiaoen smiled and nodded, but he was quite depressed. In fact, the food safety issue was the focus of his preliminary research, but he was interrupted before he could discuss it. Quite uncomfortable. Marino touched his heart that was almost jumping out of his chest with the two palms on the left side of his body, panting, there is something wrong, brat, it's no wonder that the Mithril man is folded in your hand. But don't get too complacent, morning. In this manner, everything is actually seen by the president, but I can still sit as the chef for 10 years. And I can gain the trust of the president because I have been serving him for 10 years. Serving the most extreme food, so as long as you dare to make the slightest mistake in the back kitchen, I will immediately throw you to feed the president's bergamo or two-headed dog. When Sean finished washing in the bathroom, put on the chef's pure white uniform and walked into the back kitchen, he felt his eyes light up. It was the same as the information showed, on this remote and backward planet, he actually saw the kitchen of a high-end restaurant that was no less than the capital of the Republic, Coruscant. Although almost half of all kinds of high-end kitchen utensils are counterfeit products, they are all complete. Here, a mature chef team can complete hundreds of high-end dishes. And the busy chef team in the kitchen is more than mature. The head chef is a Latron with 4 arms, and the assistant chef is a shining silver etiquette robot. From the unique inscription on the chest, it is not difficult to judge that it is produced in the high-end customized production line of Interstellar Cyber. The cost will definitely not be lower than 5,000 credits. The person in charge of the meat table is a red-skinned Dewalonian. When he pats the steak with both hands, he can shake the entire back kitchen slightly. The person in charge of the vegetables is a gentle Gungan. Not deformed by the trembling underfoot except for the rhythm is too slow, almost impeccable. In addition, Sean also saw a busman who was concentrating on arranging dishes. In this mere kitchen, Sean actually saw a small galactic race show. However, before he savored this unique fusion culture, Marino hurried over to arrange the task and said, the president doesn't seem to be in a good mood, you'd better make a dessert that surprises him, he usually likes desserts the most, and before, only the Mithril people made the president laugh by relying on the secret recipe he got on the planet Kashyyyk. Sean smiled, Kashyyyk cake? The so-called secret recipe that the Mithril people drank until the third fragment was finally willing to explain. In fact, it has nothing to do with the planet Kashyyyk. It is essentially a miniature 7-layer cake made with some ingredients from the planet Kashyyyk. It looks like a large forest with a unique ecological structure. Reluctantly speaking, it can be regarded as ingenuity, but it is still a trick in essence. In order to confirm the authenticity, Sean listened to the drunken Mithril man repeat the story 7 times before finally confirming that it was correct. Chapter 6. In fact, it is very difficult for Sean to understand why a dictator who dominates power and has a lot of wine and meat has a special liking for acrobatic desserts. However, there is no need for a deep understanding of a perverted taste bud. After serving him this meal, it's time to send him to prison. Sean rolled up the cuffs of his white chef's uniform, walked to the dessert counter, and casually glanced at the ingredients that had been prepared. There are still traces of Mithril people working here before, and all kinds of ingredients are barely complete. It is not a big problem to reproduce his acrobatic cake, but how to satisfy the president is another matter. Things like acrobatics will feel fresh the first time you see them, but you will get tired of them the second time and the third time. Judging from the chaos and disorder of the dessert table, during the period when the Mithril people were working in the back kitchen, he performed all kinds of acrobatics so well that his inspiration gradually dried up, and he had to hang out in pubs and casinos in the lower city all day long, anesthetizing himself with alcohol. But in Sean's opinion, this kind of acrobatics exhibition itself is ridiculous. Since there are so many ideas, why not settle down seriously and use solid basic skills to improve the acrobatics into a mature work that can be served on the table of a high-end restaurant? While thinking about it, Sean squeezed out a spherical cake wrapped in clear syrup with his hands. The inside of the cake was divided into 7 layers, and then he used Twilight Lighter chocolate and Kaushik natural syrup to make a stand. The ground holds the ball and does not fall. Finished. It's done. Marino felt his brains were going to explode when he heard Sean's words. He had just issued a solemn warning to this young human being: once the work in the kitchen dissatisfies the president, he will be considered as a follower. His head chef for 10 years is in danger of losing his life. In the end, this newcomer dared to be so blatantly perfunctory. The former myth roller was a professional pastry chef at any rate, and it took nearly 2 hours to bake a formed cake each time, but now it takes less than 20 minutes, and what you baked is begamole chowder balls. Sean explained, I improved the process. The previous method was to use baking to set the shape, which was a waste of Kaushik's original ingredients. The high temperature will destroy the most essence of flavor, although it is essentially from opera trade. The imported ingredients themselves are not so original. Enough. Marino interrupted quickly, are you sure you want to give this to the president? No, this is for you to try. Sean said while already making the second cake. This time Marino saw clearly that although Sean's main process is kneading by hand, on the one hand, his fingers are as dexterous as the first-class craft machinery, and even the most fragile fish roe and tofu can be crushed. He kneads completely into the cake. On the other hand, before each raw material is kneaded, it will be skillfully processed or marinated or slow-cooked at low temperature, or some cooking techniques that even he has never heard of. Sean only has 2 hands, but to Marino, he seems to be more dexterous than a Latron with 4 arms. For a moment, Marino was fascinated. If you don't eat it, the taste will go bad. Sean reminded Marino while processing the second cake. Seeing that the latter was still ignorant, Sean simply stopped working, put on gloves, and squeezed Marino's chin, and stuffed the cake directly into his mouth. As a Jedi apprentice who practices frugality and promotes virtue, Sean hates wasting food the most. Marino struggled subconsciously after being brutalized, but the moment his taste buds touched the cake, his short body froze, and an inexplicable feeling came to his heart. Some people say that chefs are one of the least likely to be moved by food, because the taste buds are already numb due to too much daily contact with food. However, this is actually the biggest misunderstanding. People who cannot be moved by food cannot become top chefs, let alone those with numb taste buds. In fact, the more often you come into contact with delicious food, the more you can appreciate the preciousness of extraordinary things. At this moment, Marino is immersed in the extraordinary deliciousness. The 7 layers of independent and blended sweetness and greasy taste make people feel like they are in the real Kaushik planet, enjoying the infinite beautiful scenery covered by forests. There are already for a long time, there has never been such a touching food. If the previous Mithrolian was only clever and creative, but the young human being in front of him reminded the Latronian of the chef of a high-end restaurant he had trained in when he was young. Solid basic skills and sincerity in treating food can make the simplest ingredients burst out with incomparable delicacy. The chef occasionally cooks staff meals for the staff by himself, which will let the staff appreciate the true meaning of ingenuity without work. This guy. Marino couldn't help thinking, he seems to have found a treasure. If this young human being can work for him in the kitchen with peace of mind, the president will definitely improve his evaluation of kitchen work. But beware of this guy taking advantage of the situation to take advantage of the situation. He holds his own handle in his hands and has the unique skill of making desserts with his bare hands. In fact, he is a very unstable factor. So, after pleasing the president, find a way to get rid of him. Just when Marino was already thinking about how to eliminate hidden dangers, Sean had already finished making the second cake and handed it over to the waiter robot, who drove away on a dexterous single wheel. Not long after, in the restaurant, the president's surprised laughter even directly spread to the kitchen. Sean smiled, knowing that he had successfully passed the 3rd level. However, Sean's smile soon subsided. Although the 3rd hurdle was successfully passed, the plan has changed. That night, in the staff dormitory for 4 people in the basement of the manor, Sean was lying on his back on a boxy bed. He could hear the thunderous sound of his roommate Dewallen, and the room was filled with strong alcohol. Mixed with sweat and mold, it smells like a powerful antiseptic. But none of this disturbed the Jedi apprentice in meditation. When meditating, Sean will exclude the 5 senses and only feel the flow of the original force. All external disturbances are negligible, and under the protection of the original force, Sean's thinking becomes clearer. The whole day's experience is as clear as a projection present in the mind. Overall, the plan went pretty well, except for 2 issues. The previous Mithral man was too poor to drink, and the information he confided was limited before he was completely broken, so some unexpected situations appeared. First, every dish in the kitchen will be scanned and inspected by a medical robot before being delivered to the restaurant. The medical robot is the FX6 model of the medical technology industry, which is already known for its comprehensive functions. And this one in the manor has undergone a very meticulous transformation. The functional modules and standard configuration are quite different, not to mention all kinds of toxins, even the allergens of food allergies will not be let go, and this is exactly the whole plan of Xiao and the heart of it. He didn't intend to poison the president, but he needed a little food allergy to start a riot. If it's just that, it's okay, Sean can find an opportunity to approach the past, invade the system, and block its detection module. However, this FX6 has its own high-sensitivity alarm device. Once a risk is detected, it will immediately call the police. The guards patrolling the manor around the clock can rush to the scene within 10 seconds. Second, there is extremely strict monitoring inside the kitchen. Every chef's working picture will be faithfully recorded, and the president himself can review it at any time. Those employees who have obvious mistakes in their work will be thrown directly to the dogs, fish, and mushrooms. On the day of the banquet, the monitoring will only be stronger. In this case, not to mention relying on the past to invade FX6, it will be a test of skill to play tricks with the ingredients in hand. If these two problems are not resolved, there will be no way to talk about the follow-up. But how easy is it to solve it? The president can hide under the table and maintain his dictatorship for 20 years without falling down. There are not many loopholes in the security link, let alone the most important links such as daily diet. During his meditation, the Jedi apprentice began to sort out many details in his memory. Soon, he extracted a few key points, roughly built an action framework, and then gradually improved it. In the middle of the night, the plan had begun to take shape. Seeing that it was getting late, Sean quickly jumped out of bed and walked outside. He needs to discuss it with his master. It is a pity that the communication ring cannot be used here. The cautious and suspicious president has turned his manor into a cage that almost completely isolates internal and external communications. Fortunately, even if it is a real prison, there is always room to let the air out. The network room in the underground dormitory area is one of the few external communication channels in the entire manor. In the cramped room, there are more than 20 personal integrated communication terminals crookedly placed, through which employees can connect to Bergamo's planetary network. But of course there are many restrictions, and all network channels are passed through the government. As for the more exciting and comprehensive holographic network of the Galactic Republic, it is naturally completely blocked. Most of the Bergamoers may not even know the candidate for the Speaker of the Senate. Of course, the employees are not very interested in this kind of brainwashing room. They really want to browse outside information, either secretly watch some video articles copied from outside the manor in a place that cannot be monitored, or simply take advantage of 1 or 2 days of holidays every week. Sneak out of the manor to hang out in the lower city. There will occasionally be businessmen from the outside world, bringing fresh and hot stories. So when Sean arrived, the internet room was empty. This made the Gungans who were ordered to follow them look very embarrassed. They stood at the door for a long time before gritted their teeth and drilled in. Sean didn't care about the stalker at all. He clicked on a news channel that praised the praises, and what caught his eyes was the glorious bronze statue of President Jamie Brasson. In front of the bronze statue, the president's personal biography was recited endlessly. Sean listened attentively, and after a while, he closed his eyes and nodded secretly, as if he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the president's passionate struggle story, cultivated his sentiments from it, and strengthened his moral quality. This scene can only be seen by Gungan people. Both floppy ears are going to stand up in horror. What a psychopath this human being is, coming to praise the president in the middle of the night. But in fact, Sean was chatting with Master. This eulogizing news channel was temporarily added on the planet's intranet by Mastimo with the help of several large Bergamoer companies. The journalists are temporary workers, and the manuscripts are written according to the script. In Bergamoer, which is under strict news control, only a few companies persuaded by the Jedi Masters are capable of doing such a thing. The trick is, there are 5 temporarily added news channels, and the programs are directed to the manor through the repeater inside the planet. As long as Sean chooses one of the channels to watch for more than 10 minutes through the manor's internal network, Mastimo can immediately receive a clear message. The 5 channels represent 5 different messages: the mission has failed completely, and the person is in critical condition and urgently needs rescue. The development of the task has been severely frustrated, and the manor needs to be evacuated as soon as possible. The development of the task is not smooth, and more follow-up support is needed. The development of the task is basically smooth, and detailed help is needed. The development of the task is completely as expected, Master, please rest assured. The news channel currently selected by Sean expresses the penultimate message: the mission is progressing smoothly, but the details need to be adjusted. About 10 minutes later, the reporter in the news program suddenly got stuck while reading the manuscript, and after a pause, he continued to follow the script. This strange freeze made Sean cheer up immediately, opened his eyes, and stared at the picture on the screen more intently. Master has received the news and started to pay attention to the situation on this side. Next, Xiaoen had to find a way to feed back the difficulties he encountered to Master through limited channels. And this is not difficult for the Jedi Masters and apprentices who have made detailed plans in advance. Sean counted the time silently in his heart, and then began to switch news channels seemingly without any rules. After a while, he even turned on a communication terminal next to him, browsed 2 news channels at the same time, and enjoyed double brainwashing. This kind of weird behavior is really amazing in the middle of the night. The Gungan who is in charge of tracking only feels 2 wars, and his whole body is numb. He only regrets why he took such a thankless job. However, the Gungans didn't know it. Right under his nose, Sean had fed back important information. Through constant channel switching, Sean actually sent a set of special and simple codes. After conversion, it roughly corresponds to the corresponding situation on the plan list. Master, I have encountered some new situations here, specifically, and my plan is, looking forward to your guidance. After the code was sent, Sean silently waited for the feedback. His focused eyes fell on the screen, and he seemed to meet the eyes of President Jamie Brasson. Finally, the Gungans couldn't bear this beautiful scene and walked away in embarrassment. There is only one piece of information fed back to the above: this is a complete psychopath. No, it is a complete patriot. The patriot, Sean, got the information he wanted at this time. The temporary reporter on the screen was still reading from the script, but the biography of the president read aloud was slightly different from the standard version sold on the market, and some paragraphs and words were clearly missing. Extracting these paragraphs and words, and slightly adjusting them, is the feedback message sent by Mistima to Sean. It's not a big problem, and your entry point has been chosen very well. The specific operation suggestions are as follows. Xiaoen read and memorized, and after a while, he was once again convinced by Master's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. Although he himself had a good idea when he asked the question, compared with the advice provided by Master, it still seemed crude and even clumsy. The journey of apprenticeship is still endless. However, after receiving Master's guidance, Xiaoen only felt that there was a smooth road in front of him. Next, just wait patiently for the day of the banquet. Chapter 7. The president's banquet time is at night, but the manor has been busy since the early morning, especially in the back kitchen. Many ingredients have to be pre-processed more than 12 hours in advance. Most employees are walking on eggshells. After all, if they make a mistake, they may be thrown to feed fish, dogs, and mushrooms. Who dares to be careless? Only Sean was full of enthusiasm and full of expectations. Because the security system of the manor that the president is proud of will soon be dismantled by him. In front of the dessert table, Sean turned his attention to the divan while he was handling 15 kashik cakes and related ingredients for appetizers and desserts. I saw him fasten his apron, and put a huge metal kettle on the desk. It was a special drink for the Divalonians, and a little tranquilizer was added in it to prevent him from committing any taboos in the kitchen. Seeing the kettle that he had tampered with, Sean knew that today's affairs were half settled. This red-skinned brawny man who committed more than 10 murders in the lower city, but was sheltered by the president because he was only good at meat dishes, has become his secret weapon to break through. In the evening, the whole manor felt like an enemy. The 14 underworld tycoons hosted by the president have landed from the private spaceport to Bergamoer, and boarded their respective airships, heading towards Lalakia Manor. All the staff in the manor were highly nervous, and the kitchen was already in full swing. It was less than an hour before the official start of the dinner, and many foods that required a long time to process had already started to be officially cooked. Standing in front of the oven, the Dawalonian watched the color of the Kajal steak, but he wasn't really paying attention. The heart of this Dawalonian has long been filled with anger, and he can't suppress it no matter what. He had already drank half a pot of calming water, which is usually very effective, but it still couldn't relieve his anxiety, so much so that his vision became a little hazy and blood-red. But at this moment, he suddenly found a curious gaze not far away, casting it without any concealment. The Diwalan turned his head and saw the young man with black hair and black eyes, so his anger surpassed the boiling point at this moment. He strode close to him, and roared like a beast in his throat, "What are you looking at?" Sean smiled and said, "I was just thinking, Mr. Varan, is your steak a bit overcooked?" Varan was startled when he heard this, and quickly turned his head to look at the oven, only to find that the color of the steak was about to exceed the standard. He didn't care about cooking Sean any longer, and hurriedly adjusted the temperature of the oven to ensure that the carefully prepared steak would not be ruined. It was only a short time before the case of steaks would be irretrievable, and what would happen to him would be unimaginable. Even the Dewalonians, who had a lot of lives in their hands, did not dare to disobey the will of the president in the manner. But after adjusting the temperature, the Dewalonians were rejoicing, but felt doubly ashamed. The pastry chef dared to point out his omissions in full view, making everyone laugh at him. Although no one dared to laugh out loud, the Dewalonians clearly heard the laughter in everyone's heart. "Tonight, he will be cut into pieces." With strong anger, the Dewalonian finally waited until the meat in the oven came out of the oven. At this time, the dinner party has officially started. The appetizers, and thick soup have all been successfully passed, and it will be his turn to serve the main course next. Debut. And the Dewalonians took the slow-roasted steak to perfection just right out of the oven, quickly cut it into 15 portions with a kitchen knife, and then evenly sprinkled the well-prepared seasoning powder on the steak, and then presented it to the person in charge. The waiter robot who delivers food is sent to the restaurant by the ladder on a flexible wheel. However, just as the waiter robot came to the door of the kitchen, the silent FX6 suddenly sounded a beeping alarm, and stretched out a mechanical arm to stop the waiter robot. The waiter robot was stunned for a moment, then read the intention of the other party from the electronic sound of FX6, and said in surprise, "There are serious allergens in the steak." These words directly froze the entire kitchen, and everyone's movements stopped at this moment, and their eyes gradually moved from the door to the Dewalans. The Dewalonian was surprised at first, then out of fear, and finally flew into a rage, and strode towards the door, clenching his fists like heavy war hammers. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people had already avoided it early, but Chef Marino screamed sharply, "What do you want to do, Varan?" The Devalan himself didn't know what he wanted to do, he just felt his mind was burning, and he wanted to tear everyone into pieces. And the robot who dared to say that there was something wrong with his steak. Then the clenched fist swung out violently, and at the same time, FX6 silently stretched out the electric shock device used for self-defense. At the very moment, an agile figure interspersed between the two in time, pulling the Dewalan's arm with one hand, and blocking the FX6's electric shock device with the other hand. The unbelievable force that came made the Dewalans stop in their tracks. "Mr. Varan, please calm down, maybe it was just a misjudgment." The next moment, Dewalan saw clearly that the person in front of him was actually Sean, and his anger was ignited again by that young human face. He shook off Sean's hand and clenched his fist. However, this time he had already lost the chance to wreak havoc. Before he had time to punch, 2 powerful anesthetic needles were shot from not far away, instantly paralyzing the Dewalanian to the ground. Several security personnel who rushed over upon hearing the alarm cautiously approached from the side door. The leader, a mental Mandalorian wearing a helmet with T-shaped goggles, glared at Marino angrily. "What's going on?" Marino was tongue-tied, all this was changing so fast that he couldn't react in time. Dewalonian has a short temper, but he rarely has an outburst in the kitchen, and he hasn't made a mistake with the food in the past 3 years. Who would have thought it would all come together today? It was Sean who reacted the fastest, and said seriously, "Mr. Varan's main course was identified as an allergen by FX6, so there was a dispute, that's all. But the most important thing now is to serve the banquet hall as soon as possible, otherwise all of us here cannot escape the guilt." The strength of the 2 exclamation marks made everyone react. Marino was the first to panic. How to serve? Only Varan is cooking the main course. Are there really allergens? FX6 responded with a burst of merciless beeps. Marino wanted to argue, but saw that several security guards in full body armor had slightly raised their guns. The president is almost morbidly cautious on issues related to his own life and safety. Anyone who dares to show neglect of the president's safety on any issue is a death sentence. Sean suggested, "Chef, please change the order of serving the dishes. Serve an appetizer and dessert first." I can prepare it in 5 minutes. This can buy at least half an hour. During this time, I will trouble others to come up with a dessert. A main dish that can handle it. Switch the order? Appetizers and desserts. Marino was at a loss. Sean has already taken action. He used the leftovers from making the kashik cake to quickly knead the exquisitely shaped dessert. This is the only way to do it now. Be sober, Master Chef. 2 consecutive exclamation points finally calmed Marino down. Indeed, now we can only deal with the present. It is better to have something to eat than to make the president wait stupidly. And looking at Sean's delicate and nimble hands, and the quick-formed simple desserts one by one, the panic in Marino's heart gradually dissipated. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was really thanks to having this newcomer that he would not be caught by Dawalin. People are bleeding. On the other side, Sean let out a sigh of relief. The first step of the plan was successfully completed. The Dawalonian did not realize that someone had added ingredients to his kettle at all. The stimulant extracted from a mixture of special cooking wine, tobacco, and coffee, on the one hand, would make the already irritable Varen even more agitated and irritable. Even if the 2 sets of livers of the Dawaloons have provided extremely powerful metabolic capabilities, but they cannot be immune to this refined stimulant. On the other hand, it will cause him to secrete a small amount of special sweat in his palm during heavy physical labor. This kind of sweat is colorless, odorless, and non-toxic, but if it is mixed with meat steaks, seasonings, and other substances in a high-temperature environment, it may cause severe allergic reactions in a few people. The mix doesn't work instantly, it takes at least a few minutes from the time the Dawalins start to sprinkle the seasoning powder until the actual allergen appears. Theoretically, those steaks were still safe when FX6 was testing, but the beeping alarm sounded, which fully demonstrated how powerful this magically modified medical robot is. However, no matter how powerful the function is, the FX6 must be able to operate normally, and the current FX6 has completely changed into the shape of Sean. Sean decorated the delicate little cake with cream and delicate patterns, and glanced at the door from the corner of his eye. He saw the cylindrical robot standing silently at the door, and the indicator light above his head was blinking like breathing. Everyone around didn't notice the abnormality, but in fact, if there were engineers familiar with this machine, they would be able to find that it was FX6 groaning as it was forced to delete its own database. Without the additional database, FX6 will not be able to judge various subtle allergens, and the dessert that will be sent to the restaurant next is the main course of tonight. From the very beginning, Sean never expected that he could hide from FX6's eyes. No matter how deep his knowledge of biochemistry was, the allergens he could produce were very limited based on the ingredients he could obtain in the kitchen. Professional medical robots that are connected in real time to an updated database on the holographic web may be fooled. So he had adjusted his plans when he noticed the existence of FX6. Drain from the bottom of the pot, directly look for opportunities to invade its system, delete its database and update the system, naturally once and for all. The only problem is that it is impossible for FX6 to allow outsiders to invade without responding. The moment the system encounters an external force, it will sound an alarm and alert the guards of the manor. At that time, even if Sean can get out in time, people will find that FX6 has been tampered with. That's why Sean worked tirelessly and arranged for the Dawalonians to serve as cover. Now it seems that the cover operation was quite successful. The alarm issued by FX6 was completely concealed under the threat of the Dawalins. The security team who heard the news only saw the Dawalins' violence in the kitchen, but did not noticing that Sean, who was going to persuade the fight, had already inserted a pre-customized chip into the function slot while his palm was in contact with the FX6 robotic arm. This chip directly suppressed all the thinking circuits of FX6, making it look like scrap iron. Okay, you're done, now hurry up and send these desserts to the banquet hall, try to delay a little time. Sean didn't even say hello to Marino, he directly reached out to greet the waiter robot, and the robot didn't wait for Marino's instructions, it quickly picked up 15 exquisite dessert plates, and slid towards the banquet hall. When passing by the door, FX6 cast a strict scrutiny as always, and the light green scanning beam did not let go of any porcelain plate. Then, the medical robot lights up a green indicator light and emits a pleasant electronic sound. Sean smiled slightly, not overjoyed at the success of this step, but raised his arms and said, "Next, please try your best to make a main course that can satisfy the banquet hall within 30 minutes. I will cheer for the dessert session at the end, let's tide over the difficulties together." There was a sparse echo in the kitchen. Sean didn't care, because the performance of this link was over. Although he was still working seriously, his mind gradually drifted to the next link. The next step is the key point. The appetizing desserts and the appetizers that stimulate the taste buds are over, and it is time for the main course to appear. 10 minutes later, when the whole kitchen was busy processing the main dishes off the menu, Sean let out a long sigh. I've already finished it here ahead of time, and I'll just serve it up later. I'll go take a breath first. No one responded to him, even Marino, who was waving his forearms at this time, was busy like an animal being whipped by a whip. He barely found time to raise his head and stare at Sean, then quickly lowered his head and continued to work. Ingredients in hand. And less than a minute after Sean left the kitchen, there was a sound of broken plates and heavy objects falling from the dining room, and then the alarm sounded throughout the manor. Chapter 9. The mental Mandalorians rushed into the kitchen again with a group of fully armed soldiers, but this time they were no longer holding tranquilizer guns, but silver blaster guns, with killing intent nakedly revealed from the gun muzzles, making people feel ashamed. Everyone in the kitchen is creepy. Where's the dessert chef? The voice under the helmet was dull but powerful. He said to ventilate, it's at the back door. The waiter robot responded more calmly than any organic life form, so the gatekeeper of the manor left behind 3 soldiers with guns, and he personally led the large army to catch the poisoned assassin. The janitor used heavy footsteps to conceal the panic in his heart. He has worked in the manor for 5 years and has never made any major omissions. Occasionally, he will be excused because of his status as a Mandalorian. After all, it is one of the strongest fighting nations in the galaxy, and the existence itself will make people feel at ease. But now, right under the noses of the Mandalorian, President Jaime Brayson, the employer, has been poisoned. Although he did not die on the spot, the severe allergic reaction made him lose face in front of all the guests. Once he is held accountable afterwards, he, the gatekeeper who personally put the murderer in the manor, cannot escape the blame. Let alone a Mandalorian, even if he is a Jedi Knight, he may not be able to escape the president's wrath. So before the president wakes up, he has to catch the young human. However, all his actions have fallen into Xiaoen's eyes. Sean stood by the garbage path in the back kitchen, and threw the wreckage of the camera he destroyed into the garbage path. At the same time, he unfolded an exquisite small projection table in front of his eyes. The images in the kitchen were being presented to the audience through the eyes of FX6. In front of Sean. The chip I got from Master is so powerful, it can not only turn treasure into waste, but also turn waste into treasure. Sean sighed for a moment, then calmed down and began to deploy the next stage of action. The next thing to do is more difficult than any previous step. He wants to arrange an ambush in this small space where employees usually smoke and take a nap, and change his identity from an assassin who fled after being poisoned to a guardian who can walk in the manor openly. It's very difficult, without using the Force, to ambush fully armed elite soldiers with bare hands, and to disguise them perfectly, so that no one will find out. This is also the most difficult part of the whole plan. Sean took a deep breath, and said to himself in his heart, "May the Force be with you." Master said that during this mission, the Force should not be used indiscriminately. This is partly because, based on the evidence obtained from the Force, there will be doubts in reliability, especially for people in remote areas. The Jedi and the Force are like witchcraft, omnipotent and powerful at the same time. Alienation and distrust. But the more important reason is that this is a trial that belongs to Sean, and it is an important summary of what Jedi apprentices have learned in the past years other than those Force skills. What else do I have? Sean neither intends to put his personal trials above the well-being of 3 billion people, nor does he want to give up his own trials, so in the future, he can only go all out and use his efforts to make up for the shortcomings. For a long time, Jedi apprentices have come here like this. They are not superstitious about hard work, but they will believe in hard work. Less than 10 seconds later, the guards were no longer visible in FX6's field of vision, and Sean heard heavy and messy footsteps more clearly. Finally come. The young man glanced at the scene again, confirming that all the details had been implemented correctly. There were blood-stained fragments of chef's clothes on the gate of the garbage lane, as if scratched by a sharp edge when passing hurriedly. A line of shallow shoe prints extended all the way to in front of the narrow airway. The passageway is narrow, but it can barely accommodate a thin human male to pass through, and the iron net at the entrance of the passageway has been removed. In addition, the door of the weak electricity room is also strangely open. It was pitch black inside. There are already enough confusing items, and with the intelligence level of the manor guards, it should be enough to keep them here for a while. 5 seconds later, the janitor rushed into the room with 5 soldiers, and immediately fell into a daze. "Boss, he's gone." A tall soldier said. "Nonsense." The gatekeeper snorted coldly, and tried to locate the escaped boy through the infrared tracking on the eyepiece, but as expected, he found nothing. Only 3 rows of remaining footprints could be seen in the eyepiece, leading to different locations. The gatekeeper didn't believe that human being would really disappear. He would definitely run away, and when he ran away, he would leave traces and deception items to cover up the traces. But after thinking about it carefully, it is not difficult to find that 2 deception items are really not good enough. Both the weak electricity room and the vent are impossible, one is a dead end, and the other is also a dead end. To a certain extent, the ventilation duct will be closed, and it is too narrow for humans to pass through. Only the garbage chute is wide enough and leads directly to the outside of the manor, but there is a crushing and recycling device in the garbage chute. Jumping directly is tantamount to suicide, unless... Boss, just now the central control room sent a message that the crushing and recycling device seems to have been destroyed by some heavy object. It seems right, contact the 3rd team immediately, go to the exit to track down clues, others. Before he finished speaking, a subordinate's voice suddenly came from the weak electric room. "Boss, something is wrong here, do you want to come and see for yourself?" The janitor frowned, but still decided to take a look. His subordinates should not bother him with boring things. At least there are clues worth looking at in the weak electricity room. However, just to be cautious, let's first... "Boss, it's not good." The voice in the weak electricity room stopped abruptly, full of fear, and immediately made the 2 soldiers closest to me tremble. The gatekeeper cursed secretly, and walked into the door first. And the moment he stepped into the weak electricity room, the gate of the weak electricity room suddenly fell down, and the gatekeeper couldn't help turning his head back. After that, he felt an incredible impact from the back of his neck, and the world in front of him suddenly became dark. Sean deftly supported the unconscious janitor, and immediately began to take off the janitor's armor. His movements were extremely swift, and he stripped the janitor from the heavy armor almost in an instant. At the same time, he did not forget to keep his voice calm, and covered his head with a metal bucket in a weak electric room to make a dull voice. "No problem, a small trap, I've taken care of it." After that, Sean resisted the smell in the armor and put all the parts on his upper body one by one, while his hands and feet were tied with extended simple mechanical arms to make up for the gap in size between him and the janitor. After a brief tidying up, Sean looked no different from the original owner of the armor. It was also thanks to the fact that the janitor was a mental Mandalorian with nothing but airtight wrapping all over his body, which allowed Sean's disguise plan to go smoothly. Next, as long as the janitor who was stripped into a pig was dealt with, this is the most difficult and dangerous hurdle. Looking at the dark-skinned, comatose, bald middle-aged man on the ground, Sean also felt emotional. This man is tall, with thick armor, and obvious signs of exercise. It's a pity that he is only a spiritual Mandalorian after all, and his vigilance is still insufficient. He was ambushed and attacked by himself, and fell down in an instant. If it was on the battlefield of life and death, he would already be a corpse at this time. The gatekeeper should really be thankful that this is not a battlefield, so even if he is an accomplice to the evil, it is the law of Bergamoer that can determine his life and death, not Xiaoen's personal will. While thinking about it, Sean opened the cabinet of the weak electricity room. He had already cleared out a space here. He tied up the middle-aged man and placed him in the cabinet, and then locked the door. After that, he picked up a tattered sounder that he had hidden in the weak electric room earlier, and opened the gate. A boring trap. Saying that, Sean threw the sound generator in front of the crowd, and the machine was emitting a distorted human voice. "Boss, it's not good. I'm just wondering, didn't you all realize just now that the voice at the door was purely extraneous?" This accusation made all the minions lower their heads. Even if they had some doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to open their mouths. Just now, their reaction was indeed a bit stupid. Everyone was within sight of each other. What could the voice in the weak electric room be other than a trap? In the end, the boss had to take risks himself. Xiaoen restrained his subordinates, then pinched the gatekeeper's communicator, and asked, "Team 3, did you find anyone?" A feedback came quickly from the communicator. "Boss, there are no clues at all, not even footprints." Sean imitated the tone of the janitor and scolded, "Waste, the poisoner is so cunning, how could he leave footprints on the most critical escape route for you to follow the clues? Now go find the lost small aircraft in the manor, he is likely when leaving the garbage passage, take an aircraft to escape." In addition, contact the monitoring room and try to collect all suspicious information near the garbage passage. I don't believe he can really fly in the manor. After this series of orders, no matter how suspicious his subordinates were, they no longer doubted the authenticity of their boss. In fact, no one doubted it from the very beginning. The boss was transferred within 20 seconds after entering the door bag. Most people's thoughts are actually, when encountering such a big security incident, who will be responsible in the end and who will be in charge. And looking at the calm appearance of their boss, most people also feel that even if he is demoted by the president in the future, he will be promoted back to his original position sooner or later. After all, a Mandalorian who is willing to be a watchdog is as rare as a Jedi Knight in this marginal galaxy. After Sean issued the order, he paced around in place and said, "Go to the central control room." Some of the subordinates suddenly wondered, "Central control room? Why?" Sean said loudly without hesitation, "It's very simple. I suspect that more than one person poisoned this time. Even the dessert chef is just a bait. Think about it, what kind of situation is it with FX6 guarding the door? Can poison be carried from the kitchen to the banquet hall? Here, boss, what do you mean?" And the president just had an allergic reaction, and his life was not in danger. If it was really an assassination operation, it couldn't be so simple. After finishing speaking, Sean didn't care whether his subordinates understood or not. In fact, it's better if they didn't understand, and he was about to walk towards the central control room in big strides. However, just as he took a step, a weak but unquestionable voice came from the communicator. "That's right, this operation is not that simple. Now, come to me, I have sent someone to check in the central control room." Sean's footsteps stopped suddenly. That was the voice of the president, and the plan changed again. Chapter 10. In the original plan, Sean should immediately go to the central control room, hack into the system, and collect criminal evidence from the surveillance data in every corner of the manor. It seems that it is not going to work. Sean expected that the president would regain consciousness around this time. After all, it was just a simple allergic reaction, and the medical staff in the manor were enough to rescue him immediately. It is also expected that after the president wakes up, he may cut into the communication channel of the security team to get first-hand information. But he really didn't expect that after the president woke up, the first thing he would do was recall the janitor. Over the past few days, Xiaoen has gained a clearer and more complete understanding of the president through the gossip news of the low-level employees. He is very clear that he is a person with extremely suspicious personality. He would never trust the janitor who single-handedly put the pastry chef into the manor again. At this time, even if he wanted to use the fighting power of the Mandalorian, he would only send him to track down the murderer instead of calling him back. Sean walked back to the banquet hall quickly, thinking about the reason in his mind. As a person with mediocre qualifications, he will not be arrogant to think that everything can be controlled, and unexpected changes are normal. But the more the plan changes, the more details must not be missed, especially the abnormalities. And now, the president's recall order is the biggest anomaly. Why is the president recalling the janitor? Has he seen through his disguise? The possibility of this is extremely low. The cameras near the weak electricity room and the garbage dump have been destroyed in advance. Even the subordinates who are close at hand can't see anything wrong with the process of changing the package. Jamie Brasson is just a cunning and insidious politician with perfect conscience are not prophets and great sages who see everything. He fell into great panic and lost his former composure. At this moment, he only wanted the most powerful combat power of the manor to stay by his side? No, from the voice from the communicator just now, although the president was weak, he was very calm, as if he expected that his life would not be in danger at all. So, what is the purpose of letting the gatekeeper return to the banquet hall at this time? Seeing that the gate of the banquet hall was approaching, Sean knew that his time was running out. At this moment, the sound of commotion in the banquet hall was heard clearly through the thick Mandalorian helmet. This gave Sean a sudden flash of inspiration. I see. This banquet is the most ambitious event for Jamie Brasson in recent years. He invited the 14 most influential underworld tycoons from the planet Bergamor and the surrounding star fields to discuss plans. With his approval, Jamie Brasson's influence can completely break through Bergamor and radiate to multiple surrounding star regions. But in full view, he was provoked by a simple dessert and dumped in the banquet hall like boiled Bergamor prawns. This is undoubtedly a great blow to his personal prestige. After waking up, Jamie Brasson saw and heard doubts and even contempt from the underworld giants, and the harmonious and orderly banquet hall was in chaos. At this time, he urgently needed to quickly establish his majesty. And there is nothing more simple and effective than killing someone to stand up. Jamie Brayson has always left people with the impression that he is a cunning politician, but in terms of cruelty, he lacks the performance that can be recognized by the mafia giants. Now it seems that he is going to use the Mandalorian to stand up. He even dared to kill a Mandalorian, what else would he not dare to do? Just after waking up from poisoning, he was able to shoot and kill the Mandalorian who made a mistake with his own hands at the first time. This ruthlessness is enough to make up for any gaffes. It took Sean 2 steps to figure out all the links, and at this time he had already arrived at the gate, and the exquisite gate of the banquet hall opened inward. The next moment, Sean directly raised the muzzle of the gun in his hand, and while everyone was dumbfounded, he shot and exploded the medical robot beside the president. The FX-6, which was urgently transported to the banquet hall by the doctor, didn't even have time to sound the alarm, but the energy beam from the blaster pierced through the central processing chip, leaving a melted hole on the top. At this moment, Jamie Brayson, who was close at hand, had a blank mind. His right hand hidden under the dining table went limp, and a small blaster fell to the ground with a clang. Sean took this opportunity to stride forward, and said loudly as he stepped forward, "Don't be alarmed. The spies who sneaked into the banquet hall have been dealt with." The security soldiers in the banquet hall were a little at a loss, and they didn't know where to point their guns. Sean waved his hand indifferently, "Don't let the guests watch the joke anymore, it's just a trivial spying act." While speaking, he had already come to the president's side. Looking at the politician who recovered his composure in just a few seconds, he couldn't help but say something terrible in his heart. If it were an ordinary person, the energy beam of the blaster gun would pass by his ears at close range, and his pants might be wet, but this person was just so shocked that he dropped the gun in his hand, and his body didn't even tremble violently. Sure enough, he is a person who is used to killing. Sean quickly corrected the character model of Jamie Brayson in his mind, and then he punched out, and the metal glove instantly sank into the molten hole of FX-6, and then he spread his hand, holding a twisted and deformed the chip burst out a serpentine arc. With the help of a pair of dexterous hands and a mechanical ring, Sean completed a flawless performance. Holding the chip that was created out of nothing, he explained to the president solemnly, "The embedded recording chip is the key to this espionage operation." "Sorry my lord, I didn't figure it out until just now." Jamie Brayson frowned. "Recording chip." Sean beckoned to a security guard, threw the chip to him, and signaled to the engineer in the manner to deal with it, and then he said, "Besides, this robot should have been hacked and rewritten the database. Before it was responsible for the security inspection of kitchen dishes, but did not check for allergens, which is very strange in itself. I also realized halfway through the process that I should pay more attention to FX-6 than to track down the dessert chef who is obviously a bait." The president nodded slowly, "It does make sense. You can poison me to death, but it only causes an allergic reaction. And the manner who is best at dealing with allergic reactions is precisely the FX who missed the allergen 6. While speaking, the mannered doctor standing behind the president was already trembling, and fell to his knees with a bang. The president didn't care about this person, and continued to reason, "Put this remodeled FX-6 next to me as a matter of course, and I will indeed lose my composure after waking up, say something that shouldn't be accepted, do something that shouldn't be done to record these things as evidence. In a sense, it is indeed more useful than killing me. It looks like some people's handwriting, isn't it?" Facing the president's leisurely gaze, Sean said without timidity, "That Quarren man is vulnerable." "Yes, on this land, any external force is vulnerable." The president retracted his gaze and let out a sigh of relief. Sean also let out a sigh of relief. This Jamie Brayson is really cunning, and he has already begun to suspect that he is a fake. However, it is strange not to doubt, after all, according to the original gatekeeper's personality, it is difficult to make a one-shot FX-6 of this aggressive behavior. Not to mention a person who puts himself in a shell all day long, it is easy to doubt his identity. In fact, even for the identity of the gatekeeper, the Mandalorian, the president probably never believed it. Therefore, if I hadn't said the keyword Quarren people just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, thanks to Mr. Squawk who left some loopholes in the Burke-Amor investigation report, Sean concluded that his identity has probably been exposed to Jamie Brayson, so at this time, the Quarren people, the key when the words were thrown out, the president's heart was just right. Jamie Brayson withdrew his attention from the janitor for a moment, and turned his mind to other problems. Even though there are still doubts, at this moment, it is more important to deal with the immediate crisis than the doubts in my heart. Jamie Brayson simply had no choice. It's a pity to let all my friends see the ugly scene. I think everyone will doubt at this time, is Jamie Brayson still trustworthy? So next, I will use practical actions to restore my credibility. If you are interested, please take a look. After finishing speaking, the president stretched out his hand and pressed twice on the dining table. Soon, a blue three-dimensional projection was displayed in the middle of the dining table. What appeared in the projection was a figure wrapped in black cloth. The man spoke a blunt accent and greeted the president in Hut. "Respect, Mr. B, what are your orders?" As he said that, the man in black looked around in surprise. "Unexpectedly, there will be other guests this time, Mr. B, you have never." "Stop talking nonsense, I'll give you a simple task." The president said in a calm voice, "Know the Yinfan Merchant Group, let their board of directors collectively suffer from food poisoning, and don't leave anyone alive. The evidence will lead to Ziguang Pharmaceutical." After saying this, the guests in the reception room couldn't help talking in low voices. Sean was also amazed. The president's action was even more violent than expected, but, the matter has developed to this point, and it has deviated far from the plan. It is normal to be unexpected. Whether it is the Yinfan Merchant Group or Ziguang Pharmaceutical, they are one of the few large-scale enterprises on the planet Bergamoer, with great influence, and they are all opponents of President Jamie Brayson. After hearing the task, the man in black was silent for a long time, and said, "Mr. B, this is not an easy job. Can it be done?" asked the president. "Of course, in Bergamoer, no one can disobey your will. Within 3 days, you will see the results." After speaking, the projection went off. The president let out a light breath, then smiled weakly but confidently, and asked, "Everyone, are you satisfied with my arrangement?" Many guests in the reception room were silent for a while. Until a short and fat black knife giant took the lead and couldn't help sighing, "Your Excellency, your decisive style of painting is really unforgettable. If possible, I also hope to spend this dinner with you in a more gentle way, but unfortunately, the galaxy is always full of various accidents. Manda, did you catch that dessert chef?" At the end of the president's speech, he changed the subject and his tone became harsh again. According to the character model constructed for him in advance, Sean realized that the president had successfully restored his image in front of the guests, so the next thing he had to do was to kill people to silence him. The faint blue projection just now is obviously not something that can be seen casually by outsiders. For a dictator who is cautious, suspicious, cruel, and has special hobbies, killing people to silence is a matter of course, and silence naturally takes the highest risk the person who started. Sean asked himself, among the outsiders present, of course he, the Mandalorian, was the most risky and the most valuable to silence, but murder to silence was exactly what he wanted. "Sorry, my lord, I haven't found it yet." The president waved his hand, "It's okay, I found it for you." The third team has already found his whereabouts at the exit of the garbage road. As you guessed before, he took a small aircraft, but he didn't run far. Go and catch him. Come back as soon as possible. Sean pretended to be suspicious, "The third team? But they reported directly to me, do you have any questions?" the president said. Sean shook his head, "I will catch him back." After that, he took a step, and the heavy nails collided with each other, making an unusually eye-catching sound in the restaurant. Chapter 11. When he walked out of the banquet hall, Sean unexpectedly found that the eyes of the people behind him were a little strange. They seemed to have heard some bizarre stories. Tucking off his sleeves, motioned for him to stop. Sean smiled secretly, turning a blind eye to these small movements. After all, theoretically speaking, the gatekeepers walking all the way wearing a helmet cannot detect the small movements of their subordinates, and it is even more impossible to perceive from them that they have received the order from the president to find the right opportunity to kill and silence. But obviously, the prestige of the Mandalorians kept them from acting rashly, and this was enough for Sean. While walking, the Jedi apprentice organized his thoughts. On the whole, this mission is close to completion. In order to restore credibility in front of the guests, Jamie Brayson personally issued an assassination order, and the crime of murder is absolutely inextricable. In addition, the appearances of the 14 underworld tycoons were also recorded by Sean. Jamie and these people had a private meeting in the manor, which was also an indistinct stain. In the end, Sean was lurking in the manor these days and got a lot of side evidence from various employees. These contents are also enough to be a legal hammer to break the golden statue of Jamie Saint. For Sean, the task of collecting evidence basically came to an end, and all he had to do was to escape the scene safely with the evidence. For well-prepared Jedi apprentices, this can be described as easy as pie. The easiest way is to directly grab a flying boat and break out of the encirclement. With the skill of a Jedi apprentice, or the level of the mob in the manor, Xiao En's journey is simply unstoppable. But that was a bad strategy for Xiao En, because it was difficult for him to ensure that he could control the situation and avoid casualties during the breakout process. If it is not necessary, do not cause harm. This is the concept that Sean has been instilled since he was a child, and it is also the creed he has always adhered to. So he would rather go to great lengths to pretend to be a Mandalorian, and then walk out of the manor in a big way. Next, as long as he finds a way to get rid of these wandering minions behind him, Sean can take a flying boat at will and fly all the way to complete the mission. According to the agreement, Master should already be waiting at the spaceport. The two would then board the spaceship, fire up the hyperdrives, and bid the president of Bergamo say goodbye to his dictatorial career. And just when Xiao En walked out of the gate of the manor building and was about to turn to the exit of the garbage road, he found that things turned out to be even better than he expected. In the courtyard in front of the main entrance, there happened to be a drop-shaped airship specially made by Nagraki Flying Technology Co., Limited, the president's favorite. As the driver, the Ardanian was carefully leading two mechanic robots to do simple maintenance. Slender, but proud. Sean made a decision with just one glance. That's it. He reached out and pressed the helmet's eyepiece, as if he had discovered something. He turned sharply and strode towards the flying boat. At this time, he was fully armored, with a burly figure, and when he walked forward, he was so vigorous that everyone was stunned. The last two security guards even raised their blasters nervously. Sean didn't care about these details at all, and asked loudly as he walked, "Are you looking after the airship of the president?" The Ardanian was dumbfounded by the question, and nodded subconsciously, "It's me, what's the matter? Have you stayed by the side all the time? Didn't you leave halfway?" "Leaving is leaving, why?" Before the Ardanian could continue talking, Sean had already opened the cockpit door of the flying boat and stretched his hand under the seat. A ticking time bomb. Sean looked at the expressions of the people around him, and he knew that this performance was another success. He suppressed the funny, and said coldly, "You should be glad that I passed by." Then he casually threw the alarm clock disguised as a time bomb to the subordinates behind him, "Let the engineering team deal with it." The heart of the men who picked up the bomb with bare hands almost jumped out. For him, at this time, don't say anything about taking orders to kill and silence, the first priority is to tighten his bladder first. And taking advantage of this moment, Sean got into the flying boat directly, reached out to the co-pilot's position, as if he discovered a new problem. At this time, even the driver couldn't stand up anymore, subconsciously backed up again and again, feeling in his heart that this Mandalorian usually looks a bit misnamed, but at the critical moment he is so resolute and vigorous. While everyone was expressing their emotions, they saw the open hatch of the flying boat close. A second later, the two engines burst out with colorful rainbow lights, pushing the flying boat away at an astonishing speed. What the hell? In the manor square, everyone was dumbfounded. After a while, the Ardanian jumped up first, waving his forearms wildly. "How did he do it? That's my exclusive driving platform." Then, a security guard suddenly became alarmed, hurriedly raised his blaster, and fired continuously at the back of the flying boat, which was only a small spot in the distance. Taking things for granted doesn't help. And of course, the hysterical roar from the president in the communicator almost shattered the eardrum. On the other side, Sean was sitting in the flying boat, and he could only feel that the blood in his body was boiling, and the passage of time became slow and even frozen. In his opinion, the complex bridge designed for pilots with 4 arms, it's so easy to be a loved one. The Jedi apprentice, who had been keeping calm all this time, finally couldn't help but get excited. On the one hand, this mission has come to an end, and there will be no more risky links in the future. His hard work in the past few days has finally come to an end. On the other hand, this flying boat is really cool. Even for those who have been exposed to the forefront of the Republic's technology since childhood, President Bergamo's exclusive car is a first-class luxury, a light and tough new alloy shell, a powerful engine that is more than twice as powerful as the same kind, and this custom-made console for Ardanian drivers, all make a mechanical enthusiast feel intoxicated. If the previous infiltration operations were a test of what Sean had learned over the years, then driving this airship was more like a process of experience and learning. Sean undoubtedly enjoyed the learning process more than tests and tests. After initially launching the airship, he took off the metal gloves that got in the way, and felt the coolness on the bridge with the delicate skin of his fingers. Advanced control system, and the violent power to drive the flying boat forward at high speed. The Jedi apprentice let out a satisfied sigh, except that the space in the driver's seat seemed a little narrow for him, and the bridge specially built for four-armed pilots was a bit awkward to adapt to, so that when the airship was just started, it staggered like a drunk. Everything else is flawless. Sean's hands were like flying butterflies, dragging after images one after another on the bridge. This flying boat, which requires precise driving, was gradually taken over by him steadily. More abundant energy emerges from the engine, every inch of space in the hull is adapting to the oncoming turbulent flow, the internal energy system is also sorted out, excess energy consumption is completely shielded, and all energy is released gather together and accelerate the drop-shaped flying boat to the extreme. At this moment, the space seemed to be distorted, and the surrounding scenery was stretched and compressed in a strange way, presenting grotesque colors. The long journey seemed to come to an end in just an instant. When Xiaoen came to his senses, the evacuation location agreed with Master was only a few kilometers away. With a bit of reluctance, Sean waved his hands again, and with a phantom-like operation, he smoothly slowed down the speed of the flying boat. Ahead is a plain between the valleys. The snow-white port forms an extremely sharp visual contrast with the surrounding dark green rocks. This is President Jamie Brayson's own private spaceport, an escape passage reserved for himself, and one of the few space passages on this planet that can directly go outside. On this remote planet, all takeoffs and landings of spaceships have to go through a barrier located outside the planet's atmosphere. This barrier is composed of tens of thousands of satellites and more than 30 space stations, which envelop the entire planet. Rise up and place yourself in the hands of the President. When necessary, this barrier can instantly seal off the whole world with high-energy weapons, and firmly suppress all spaceships on the surface of the planet. It took the President 10 years and an astronomical amount of money to build this barrier. In name, it was to protect the people and facilitate management, but the local people naturally knew the truth. The President has used his autocratic prerogatives to this extent, but it is still not enough. Suspicious by nature, he was afraid that one day this impenetrable barrier would turn his head against him, so he deliberately left a loophole when building it. As long as you aim at a specific location when you take off on the surface of the planet, and shuttle past at a very high speed, you can avoid the inspection and escape directly. But on the entire planet, there are very few ports that can help the spacecraft lock this position and accelerate its departure. Among them, this private port located in the forest around Luluo Hill has a unique privacy. In this way, if a coup d'état or a natural disaster occurs in Bergamoer, he can escape from the planet immediately and take refuge in the villa in the core area. It's just that, although this hidden escape route has been hidden from Agent Squawk, it has not been hidden from Jedi Master Mistima. Before Sean began his infiltration mission, Mistima marked the spaceport as the last stop of the mission. At this time, on the snow-white platform, a pitch-black shuttle has completed warm-up, and is quietly preparing to take off on the acceleration track. And through the observer on the bridge, Sean could even see Master's familiar face. However, just as he was about to greet his master, suddenly several scarlet energy beams passed by. At the same time, a sharp siren sounded from the bridge, and the screen on the right showed the scene behind. 3 military airships were approaching at an alarming speed, and the heavily armed Bergamoer soldiers were armed with various explosive weapons. Gun, murderous. The chaser finally came? Sean chuckled lightly, not paying attention at all. Because this was all expected, after retreating from the manor, the flying boats left in the manor would definitely not be able to catch up with him. The most the President can do is to lock Sean's location and mobilize military forces along the way to intercept him. He is the biggest dictator on the planet, and the army is like a private soldier. But what kind of soldiers can a dictator who exploits the entire planet raise? Military expenditures have been embezzled in various ways, a large part of which is used to repair the President's garden. A full half a standard hour passed after Sean fled, and the surrounding military regions only mobilized 3 flying boats, carrying a group of rabble, like a joke. Sean saw the blaster guns spraying water all around him, and felt that even if he didn't rely on the foresight of the original force, he would not be hit. And it doesn't matter even if it gets hit, the shield on the airship is so thick that it fully implements the dictator's cautious, suspicious, life-oriented spirit. And the shield of the shuttle that Master is riding on is thicker, so there is no need to worry. While thinking about it, Sean had already driven the flying boat to the tail of the shuttle and was about to board the ship. However, at this moment, he suddenly found two middle-aged men with numb faces walking away from the tower not far away. When they came out, they were stooped and thin, but they were wearing gorgeous dresses, pushing a gold and silver, extravagant stepping platform. Sean was taken aback for a moment, and then he became angry and amused. Really worthy of being a great dictator, he never forgets pomp. This spaceport is obviously used for him to escape an embarrassment, but he even specially arranged a performance session where he pushes the luxury pedal stage? What kind of inner spiritual needs is this? But the next moment, Sean couldn't laugh anymore. All around, the energy beams splashed by the pursuers were still like a torrential rain, and most of them fell to unknown places. Only a few were lucky enough to hit the pitch-black shuttle, stirring up futile ripples. However, there were also quite a few energy beams pointing crookedly at the downstairs of the tower. It was falling beside the two middle-aged men. The two middle-aged people suddenly didn't realize that their walking pace was still unhurried, even meticulous, as if the only meaning of their life was to push the pedals and serve the master to board the shuttle with dignity. Questions have no value in a numb life. But in Sean's view, any life has its value. What's more, these pursuers were attracted by him after all, so he absolutely cannot allow innocent people to die tragically before his eyes. The next moment, the Jedi apprentice bowed his knees, his body was like a tight bowstring, and with the explosion of his legs, he rushed away like an arrow. At the same time, a beam of energy casually slanted towards the heart of a middle-aged man. If there is no accident, that person will undoubtedly die. However, a blue ray of light, like lightning piercing the night, suddenly burst into dazzling light. Where the light passed, the scarlet energy beam let out a piercing groan, and then turned around helplessly and went straight into the sky, no longer threatening anyone's life. Sean kept the high-raised lightsaber flat in silence, and the azure blue light pointed at the flying boat that was approaching at high speed. A few seconds later, the menacing flying boat seemed to be struck by an invisible lightning, and rolled nervously in mid-air, then turned tremblingly and fled in embarrassment. Sean sighed inwardly. Even if they are a mob, even if they live on a planet with closed information, they still understand the meaning of the lightsaber. Know the lore of the Jedi. Chapter 12. The lightsaber is the symbol of the Jedi, and it has an excellent deterrent effect in most of the jurisdictions of the Republic. You can light up the lightsaber in advance to scare away those mobs. This will not violate our agreement. Pull the power. The switch does not require the use of force. In the shuttle, Jedi Master Mistima patiently reviewed the details of the entire mission for his apprentice. After you evacuated the manor, you didn't maintain your previous calmness and meticulousness, but instead indulged too much in the flying boat piloting skills. So you flew straight to the evacuation point, without hiding your whereabouts at all, and then the pursuers followed you everywhere. Of course, you must have considered that the pursuers cannot pose a real threat to you, but if you only consider the actual threat, it must mean that you have ignored the hidden dangers in the details. The chasing soldiers do not threaten you, but they can threaten innocent people. This is the hidden danger. If you can act more cautiously from the beginning and set up misleading traps along the way, you will not be chased by the soldiers in the final stage forced to be in a hurry. If the requirements are stricter, when we finalize the plan and design the evacuation point, you should consider the misleading trap during evacuation. In fact, before sneaking into the manor, you have enough time to rush to arrange it in advance, but you didn't think about it. I deliberately left this blank as an additional question when I perfected the plan for you. It's a pity that you didn't read out. As for the process of infiltrating the manor, there are also many details that can be optimized, but you have grasped a few key points very well. First of all, there is no murder, or even almost no injury, which will win the initiative for the entire evidence collection process. Recording the president's criminal facts under the watchful eyes of the public will inevitably make him hesitate even if he wants to blame his subordinates. Here you have fully considered Brayson's character and the safety of the manor's employees. Beyond that, a lot of improvisation is also commendable, so all in all, I can say you're just right. Sean sat in the co-pilot's seat. He was convinced, a little ashamed and a little moved. The shortcomings that Master picked out may seem a bit critical, but they are all things that he could do but failed to do. At the same time, besides the criticism, Master still gave him positive comments on the whole, especially his on-the-spot responsibility. Moreover, the content of the criticism was limited to the details, and there was no serious criticism. This is the way Jedi Master Mistima taught both harshly and gently. No, Mistima, your replay is a bit outrageous. At the same time, a helpless voice came from the bridge of the black shuttle. A faint blue three-dimensional projection in between, showing a face that is nearly middle-aged but still full of vigor. He has gentle and neat long black hair, is wearing a dark brown wide robe, and has a Jedi symbol on his waist sexual lightsaber. Jedi Master Oslod, in the Coruscant Temple of the Knights, is responsible for the teaching of young children. Sean has been taken care of by him many times during his young days. Unlike Master Mistima, who is always calm, Oslod's emotional expression is much richer and stronger, just like an innocent child. He was once hailed by many as the most childlike Jedi Master, and he always got along well with the young disciples. But at this moment, he had helplessness written all over his face. Just qualified? Mistima, you are too strict with your apprentice. Sean, he sneaked into Jamie Brayson's manor by himself and collected extremely valuable evidence, which is very remarkable the result. There is no need to pick on those little problems. There would be no real progress that way, Mistima said. You can't rush. Oslod stopped talking halfway, and shook his head helplessly. He and Mistima had had more than one argument about how to teach Sean. In Oslod's view, Sean is a very special Jedi apprentice. From the very beginning of his training, he has shown a very special talent, not a talent in the Force, but a talent in character. Compared with the achievements he has already made, Sean always focuses his eyes on those achievements that have not yet been achieved. Compared with the praise, he pays more attention to criticism, as if he is not willing to be satisfied with the achievements he has made for a moment. For a person who is not very talented, this kind of positive attitude is of course very good. In fact, Mistima's training policy seems to be a perfect fit for Sean's personality. But Oslod still felt that this was not appropriate, but unfortunately he never persuaded Mistima to change the educational policy. And looking at Sean's current growth, it is also difficult for Oslod to accuse Mistima of doing something wrong, and ask himself, if it were him who taught Sean, it might not be possible to teach that little clumsy child in the temple. Disciple, cultivated all the way to what he is today. In the silence, Mistima suddenly said, Osirad, the results of this mission and the review of the whole process are over. But the committee specially asked you to contact me, there should be other things bar. Oslod touched his hair, don't say that the results of your mission are irrelevant, as if you can send someone to receive the results, but you have helped the Republic deal with a very difficult problem. With the information you collected incriminating evidence, Jamie Brayson's reign at Bergamoor has completely entered the countdown. According to the procedure, I should first convey the committee's thanks to you. But as you said, there are indeed other things, and it is very likely that you will not be able to return to Coruscant. Mistima asked, urgent mission? Yes, quite urgent. Do you know Dry Galaxies? Located in the Opulavis star area, a galaxy ruled by the local enterprise Kyunkan Group? I remember that the population is 174.2 billion, and the main race is humans, accounting for 99.9% of the total population. The proportion is unbelievably high. In addition, the Dry Galaxy last year its industrial production capacity even exceeds that of the famous industrial world Metalorn, and as a remote galaxy, it is quite prosperous and rich. However, the Kyunkan Group and the Republic have always been close and independent, and only one member of the board of directors has made good friends with the Republic. I remember that the pronunciation of the name is a bit weird, Heli South, if you use the local customary way it is South Crane Ritual. So, is there something wrong with him? Oslod was already used to the ability of Mistima with its own encyclopedia, but at this moment he still couldn't help asking, you know such a remote star area like the back of your hand. Mistima said, last year when Sean and I conducted a survey of the outer star regions of the Milky Way, we consulted a large amount of data, which happened to include the Opulavis star region, especially the dry galaxies in this star region. You learned Kyunkan language, which is notoriously difficult to learn, maybe this is why the committee sent you to contact us. Oslod sighed and said, 2 days ago, Nan Heli was assassinated in his manor, and the explanation given by Kyunkan Group was that the employees of the manor stole and killed people. Mistima asked, I see. The committee considers his death to have serious consequences. Oslod said, Nan Heli is a politician who has been with the Republic for many years and has made outstanding contributions to the Republic. His significance to the Republic is extraordinary. And he is even more valuable in the Kyunkan Group. The senior board of directors. Now that he died unexpectedly, the cause of death is doubtful, but the official hastily made a conclusion, which is abnormal in itself. It is likely to become the fuse of a bigger political disturbance. So in any case, the Republic cannot accept such unknown not in vain results. I understand. No wonder the Jedi Knights are needed to deal with it. However, our knowledge of the dry galaxy is limited to data files. Without the help of the locals, the progress of the investigation will be very slow. We have found local contacts. In fact, many people are extremely dissatisfied with the murder of Nanheli, especially the perfunctory explanation given by the Kyunkan group afterwards. It is these people's help that we have won. So it's a purely political issue, Mistima said. The life and death of politicians is of course a political issue, and for us, it is more sensitive to get too deeply involved in political issues, so try to avoid getting into unnecessary trouble as much as possible, Oswald said. As much as possible is a bit vague. Is the committee allowing me to make my own decisions? Oswald said, yes, the committee has granted you improvisational authority. You can perfectly solve the problem of Bergamoer, and I believe that the problem of dry galaxies will not trouble you. Mistima corrected, this cannot be compared together. Jamie Brayson's rule in Bergamoer was only a few decades, while the Kyunkan group is a behemoth that has legally ruled the galaxy for thousands of years. We had investigative reports written by elite Republic agents when Jamie Brayson was there, but we didn't even know the local liaisons with the dry galaxy. Oslot interrupted helplessly, okay, I'm just a messenger. If you really have doubts, you can directly ask the committee. It's not necessary. Since the committee has assigned me a task, I will do my best to complete it. Sean, you are the same. Xiaoan responded honestly, yes, Master, I will definitely do my best. Looking at the pair of masters and apprentices who were always too serious, Oslot sighed, okay, I will reply to the committee now. I hope your trip to the galaxy will go well. May the Force be with you. May the Force be with you. Chapter 13. After cutting off communication with Jedi Master Oswald, Mistima fell into deep thought. Sean sat beside Master, also lost in thought. Judging from the mission information just now, it is indeed the most appropriate to send Master Mistima to carry out this mission. She is not the type who is particularly good at fighting among Jedi Masters, but she has profound knowledge and a humble and gentle personality. However, her meticulous and comprehensive thinking mode makes her extremely good at dealing with various difficult and miscellaneous diseases, which is why the nickname of the Omnipotent Jedi comes from this. Moreover, perhaps because of the guidance of the original Force, their master and apprentice just studied the Oplavis star area last year, and also learned Kyunkan language. After a while, Mistima said, just now Master Oslod sent a more detailed information about the Chien galaxy, let's study it carefully. During this period of time, we need to review Kyunkan language. This language is too much minority, it must be a little rusty if you don't use it for a year. Okay. Xiaoan nodded, called up Master Oslod's information, and began to study it carefully. Regarding this galaxy, most of the things on the surface have been summarized very accurately. It is remote, but prosperous, has its own independent culture, and is at odds with the Republic. The information sent by Master Oslod just provided more detailed evidence. However, from the vast amount of information, Xiaoan faintly tasted a hint of undercurrents. For example, the language issue. In the Chien galaxy, the basic language of the Republic can only be regarded as a foreign language, and the locals use a rare small language named Kyunkan language by the Republic. The grammatical rules of this language are very different from the basic language, and it is very difficult to learn and understand. The process of learning this language together with Master last year was also extremely difficult. Even in the Republic, except for the etiquette robot equipped with a complete language module, few people are proficient in Kyunkan language. A language barrier leads to a cultural barrier, and a cultural barrier results in a cultural barrier. As a nominal member of the Republic, the Chien galaxy has always maintained a very high degree of independence. Judging from the internal information provided by Oslod, the term independence seems to be an understatement. The people in the dry galaxy are highly xenophobic, which can also be seen from the abnormal distribution of races. In addition, within the dry galaxy, the voice of secession from the Republic has always been high. In such an environment, it is really not easy for the Jedi Master and Apprentice, as outsiders, to carry out the investigation smoothly. Xiaoan couldn't help thinking, so, how does Master plan to investigate? Rely on the supporters left by Nanheli in Chien Galaxy? With the help of local guides, the investigation work can indeed get twice the result with half the effort. For example, the successful completion of Bergamo's investigation mission largely relied on the brave trial and error of Mr. Squawk, an elite agent of the Republic. However, the situation in the Dry Galaxy and Bergamo is not the same, and it may not be a good idea to rely too much on the locals. Just as Xiaoan was thinking, Master Mistima suddenly broke the silence. We will take a cruise ship and review Qunkan language with the passengers of the Qian Galaxy along the way. By the way, we will find out the bottom, so that we will not be too passive when we get to the place. Then I'll prepare to book a ticket. Shan said, turned on the holographic tablet, and began to contact the shipping company that sails to the Dry Galaxy. The master and apprentice chose the boarding place on a tourist trade planet outside the Qian Galaxy. As a transit point between a wealthy frontier galaxy and the Republic, this planet has a very charming and unique humanistic style, but it is a pity that Shan has no time to stay. In order to grab discount tickets, the boarding time he chose was a bit rushed. After the two masters and apprentices dealt with the shuttle seized from President Berg Amor, they immediately boarded this large cargo spaceship with a length of more than 1 kilometer, and lived in a simple but spacious cabin. After boarding the ship, Shan enthusiastically began to look at various details on the ship, and soon felt emotional. The technical level of Qunkan Group is higher than what the information shows. The structural design of this passenger ship is already very modern. As Shan said, he couldn't help but took out 2 slender miniature drill bits, preparing to drill samples on the bulkhead of the ship and investigate the alloy type. Mistima quickly stopped Xiaoan's spirit of research, and said, compared to the records on the surface data, the design level of this ship is indeed more than 1 generation advanced. Shan turned his attention to a holographic painting in the cabin. Although it was only a cheap artwork, the black and white freehand style caught his attention instantly. Interesting, is this the traditional culture of the Dry Galaxy? Mistima said, it's just one of the countless traditional cultural symbols in the Dry Galaxy. This style originated thousands of years ago and has no real impact on the current Dry Galaxy people, but understanding it helps to understand during the trip. You can take the time to study the overall culture of the Dry Galaxy. But remember to focus on the language. We basically haven't used Qunkan language this year, and it's already quite rusty. Shan was quite impressed. There is no limit to learning, and if you sail against the current, you will retreat if you do not advance. When he was studying Qunkan language last year, he tried his best to memorize texts and practice oral English. However, in retrospect this year, those efforts have become blurred and chaotic. Let's go out for a walk. Familiarity with the language can't be done behind closed doors. Mistima said, and left the cabin first. There was a lot of noise outside, hundreds of passengers were bustling in the cabin corridor, the restaurant under the patio, the theatre on the top floor, and the dance hall next door. Among them were the Jivan who were like scholars, the Aesop who accompanied the Jivan, and the Neimoidians who had already started looking for business opportunities on the spaceship. But most of the passengers are human, and they have extremely distinct and unified features, black hair and black eyes like Shan. They speak authentic Qunkan language. In fact, this cheap flight was originally set up by the Qunkan group for the locals of the Qian Galaxy. Shan also took this into consideration when purchasing the ticket before placing the order. Otherwise, he could actually find a flight with a more substantial discount. With the language environment provided by the authentic locals, Shan only felt that the mess called Qunkan language in his mind became much clearer, as if a pair of skilled hands were sorting out all the chaos at an extremely fast speed. When Shan came to the restaurant on the ground floor with Mistima, he had already recalled the homework he had done last year, and he could barely order food with the waiter in jerky and old-fashioned Qunkan dialect. Good food is hard to come by during space travel. Especially on cheap flights, even in fancy restaurants where most of the food served is canned food with one extra step, hastily reheated and served on large dinner plates here, it was immediately sold at a high price. But in any case, even tin cans have the local characteristics of the Dry Galaxy. Shan felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy while tasting it, as if the slightly greasy dishes awakened the long-term memories hidden in the taste buds. Mistima was not in a hurry to eat, but looked at Shan's reaction with interest. She didn't say until Shan was halfway through eating, "You are very skilled in using tableware." It was only then that Shan discovered that he was surprisingly proficient in using the chopsticks, the default Dry Galaxy tableware on the dining table. This tableware consisting of 2 thin sticks is simple and practical, but it is slightly more difficult to learn. Shan glanced around from the corner of his eye. Many foreign tourists were holding their chopsticks and looked miserable. They had to ask the waiter robot to replace the knife and fork. Chwilek even accidentally knocked over the plate with his chopsticks. Sean, however, has skillfully picked up half a plate of special fried rice with chopsticks. Sean pinched his chopsticks and pondered, "Master, should I change to a more refined swordsmanship?" Mistima smiled, "It can be considered, but let's talk about your basic skills first." Xiaoan nodded, while continuing to experience the intimacy flowing from the tip of his tongue and fingertips. While listening to the gossip of the people around him, he only felt that his comprehension of Jian-kun language had improved. Not long after the dishes were all cleaned up, Mistima stood up and said, "Let's go and look elsewhere." Sean followed the master and walked around the ship for a long time. Library, theater, dance hall, although this cheap flight is cheap, it has all the internal organs. During the entire voyage, the master and the apprentice came into contact with many people from the Gan galaxy. They have different appearances and temperaments, and even when they speak Kyunkan language, there are certain differences in their accents. But they all abide by a unified code, which can be said to be the cultural soul of the Gan galaxy, which is indescribable but exists. Mistima said, "People in the Gan galaxy have relatively unified cultural beliefs. Whether you browse the records or actually contact them, you should be able to feel that they attach great importance to their families and ancestors. The several giant companies under the Kyunkan group are all firmly controlled by a huge family, and the chairman's position has been passed down from generation to generation. In other words, the ruling class of this galaxy is almost monopolized by several family oligarchy. But in addition, people in the Gan galaxy also believe that the princes and generals have a kindness, and believe that personal struggle can change his class and destiny. It is very contradictory but interesting." Xiaoan pondered for a long time, then nodded. These were not shown in the information, and he felt ambiguous when he understood it himself. After the teacher said it in such a way, he finally gradually felt a sense of enlightenment. However, these are just generalities. The theory of family and ancestors is the bone of culture rooted deep in people's hearts, rather than specific appearances. The conclusions must not be applied blindly. For example, you can see that there are counterexamples on board. While explaining, Mistima pointed to a family of 3 not far away. A fat young man was berating his elderly parents in public, because the 2 old people tried to hide the gorgeous tableware in the restaurant and take them back to the cabin, and refused to accept the persuasion of others. Out of emotion and reason, the young man's scolding was taken for granted, and the surrounding audience also nodded. But Sean also heard clearly, and there was no shortage of objections from the crowd. After all, they are real parents, 1 or 2 dishes, as for being so serious. I think he still feels that he has lost his face, so he ignores the face of his parents. The kindness of giving birth is really feeding the dog. These conversations made Sean think deeply. But before he had time to think about it, his master patted him on the shoulder and woke him up from his contemplation. "Don't think too much. Only after seeing a lot can you be qualified to meditate." After Mistima finished speaking, he took his apprentice back to the cabin. The topic in the cabin changed again. "Now do you have any new ideas about the murder of the galaxy?" Xiaoan replied, "Just now, I saw no less than 1,000 tourists during this journey, but I didn't hear any of them mention Nanheli's death. This is the accidental death of a high-level board member. So, I think there are 3 possibilities. One is that the existence of the Kyunkan group is too far away for most people in the Chiang galaxy to pay attention to it. The second is that this director may have played an extremely low-key role all the time, so that he was not known until his death. The third is that the Kyunkan group has a strong ability to control the public opinion of the galaxy. If you let people think about it, they will think about it, and if you let them think about it, they will not have any thoughts." Mistima said, "That's right, there is a high probability that there are all 3, but the specific situation can only be known after contacting the contact person." Sean asked, "How do we reach out to contacts?" "We are already in contact with each other." Mistima smiled, "After arriving in the dry galaxy, find a convenient place to talk, and wait for them to come to us." Sean froze for a moment, then suddenly realized. When he bought cheap boat tickets, he used his real identity and that of his master, and he had just met at least 1,000 people on board. If the other party wants to avenge Nanheli, he should already know that the envoy of the Republic has set off by now. If you can't even do this, it means that this group of Avengers is useless at all. After arriving in the galaxy, he and his master might as well conduct an investigation alone. Chapter 14. The destination of the flight is Kun, the capital planet of the Chien galaxy. According to the data, this planet is the birthplace of civilization in the dry galaxy, with about 1/3 of the population of the entire galaxy. The headquarters of the Kyunkan group is located in the Sky Dome space station outside the planet's atmosphere, overlooking all living beings from a high position. The passenger ship jumped out of hyperspace, and Sean saw through the porthole the huge dome that looked magnificent even from space. It is shaped like a disc, but the thinnest part is hundreds of meters thick. The huge disc hides countless unknown secrets of the Kyunkan group. And looking from directly above, you can see a scorching sun with an astonishingly large area drawn in the middle of the circular dome. Xiao En was about to open his mouth to discuss the technical and aesthetic issues of Kyunkan group with his master, when he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. In my mind, a round of blazing sun was burning, as if it was going to burn up everything in the world. The universe and stars seemed to disappear under the crowding of this light and heat. The hallucination only appeared for a moment. Xiao En swayed, and found that the sun in his mind had disappeared, leaving only a scorching sun pattern with a round outline. This pattern seemed familiar, but before Xiao En could think about it, Master asked, "What's wrong? You don't look very good." "I just had a hallucination for a moment." Xiao En didn't hide anything from Master. He explained in detail what he had seen for a while, and then drew the pattern of the scorching sun that remained in his mind in detail. It seems to be inextricably linked with the pattern on the space station on the dome of the sky. Mistima was silent, and said after a while, "This is the revelation of the Force to you, you must keep it in your heart, but don't be obsessed with it." "Yes." Sean immediately put aside all the speculations that had been sketched in his mind. Revelation of the Force is not uncommon for the Jedi. Those masters who are integrated with the Force can rely on the ubiquitous Force to sense the dangers happening in the distance, gain enlightenment from clues, and even see the future to a limited extent. But for apprentices who are still far from mature, the revelation of the Force is often vague, and if they make judgments based on subjective assumptions, it may be counterproductive. "Master, did we come directly to Kun this time because you suspect that the murderer is at the top of the board of directors?" Mistima said, "Obviously, according to common sense, the senior members of the board of directors of Tang Tang Kyunkan Group will not easily die at the hands of outsiders." Sean put down his communication ring, installed the charging adapter provided by the passenger ship, connected to the intranet Xiahe net of the Dry Galaxy, and browsed all the recent news. However, from special topics to newsletters, there was no news that mentioned Nan Healy's death. However, the lack of news itself is also a kind of intelligence, which is enough to verify the guess of the Jedi Master. The dominance of the Kyunkan group is stronger than what is shown in the data. Mistima stood behind Sean, browsing the same information with him, and concluded, "At least they can completely purify the Galaxy intranet." Sean smiled, "Jamie Brayson can do it too." Mistima said, "The only thing he can block is a dry planetary intranet." Hearing the word dry, Sean couldn't help but nodded. Bergamore's network is extremely monotonous and boring, except for the president's old face that has been infinitely beautified, the same speeches, and the flattery of the crowd around him. There is almost nothing else to see. But the internal network of the Dry Galaxy is quite different. Although politically sensitive content will still be filtered, there are various program channels other than that, ranging from the local culture of the Dry Galaxy to various cutting-edge science and technology. Even all kinds of gossip about the Galactic Republic can be described as everything. Not to mention the population size and wealth of the Dry Galaxy are far from comparable to those of Bergamore. If you want to block the network here, you need an absolutely powerful ruling ability. So, in such a developed and orderly galaxy, where the ruling group pays close attention to everything, it is hard to explain why Nan Heli died of a mere burglary. Sean asked, "Since this is the case, we should have alerted the real mastermind by entering the Chien Galaxy so undisguisedly." "Of course, but this is beneficial to our investigation. It is often not a bad thing to scare the snake out of the grass." Mistima further explained, "It has been a few days since Nan Heli's death, and in a place like the Gan Galaxy, if the mastermind comes from the top of the Kyunkan group, a few days is enough for them to cover up all traces, and we are likely to couldn't find any valuable clues." Xiao En thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Master's point of view. The Dry Galaxy is no better than Bergamore, and it is impossible to tear the Iron Curtain apart with the strength of a few people. If it was that simple, the Republic wouldn't have sent the Jedi here. So letting them know of our arrival may trigger a chain reaction. Of course there are risks, and we need to take this risk. Sean wanted to nod in response, but for some reason he couldn't help frowning. "I have a bad feeling." Mistima said, "Me too, This time the task will be very difficult, but we should not be afraid of difficulties. The spacecraft landed at Xiaojing, the capital of the capital planet Kun at 7 p.m. local time. This large passenger ship, which is more than a kilometer long and can accommodate tens of thousands of people, immediately appears insignificant when it settles on the endless port. Seen from above, it looks like a humble ant. However, from among the ants, there are tens of thousands of passengers, who gathered along different passages to form dozens of turbulent streams of people, rushing out. Welcome to Shijing, I wish you a pleasant trip. A smiling protocol robot stamped Sean's immigration paperwork with a bright red stamp while delivering a stylized but still sincere welcome. Sean put away his passport, but what he thought in his mind was that the robot technology of Kyunkan Group was more advanced than the information provided by Oslod, at least one generation advanced. Not long after, both the master and the apprentice have passed the border inspection and customs. Since the GAN Galaxy has special treatment within the Republic, and the currency is its own system, Sean also specially exchanged a sum of Kyunkan coins at the exchange window. After that, the two came to the square outside the terminal building. Sean was about to hail a rental airship, but there was a loud noise in his ears trembled, and he couldn't help but think of it. Master, there seems to be a speech in the square over there, do you want to listen to it? As Sean said, he was already taking steps, trotting towards the square in front of the terminal building. Mistima frowned and followed closely behind. Her hearing was sharper than Sean's, and she had already heard the speech in the distance. The Kyunkan language with correct characters and round accents, the tone is upright and impassioned. As we all know, the basis of politics is mutual benefit, but what benefits have we gained from joining the Galactic Republic over the years? What have we got in exchange for the taxes we pay every year? When we need the Republic, they stand tall in the core area and refuse to set foot in the mortal world, but when we don't need them, the tax collectors are always with us. Are we members of the Republic, or are we its servants? And when we are self-reliant and have made breakthroughs in some technological fields, they even wantonly suppress it, which is shameless. Mistima frowned slightly. Not far away, Xiaoan also stopped in his tracks, and turned around in surprise. Master, this is completely different from what is said in the information. Whether it is the holographic network of the Republic or the Xiaohe network of the Dry Galaxy, the records on the relationship between the Galaxy and the Galactic Republic are consistent. Although this galaxy is somewhat distant from the Republic, it is still considered peaceful and healthy on the whole. There is no conflict between the two sides. There have always been independent voices inside, but it is not enough to become the mainstream. However, when Sean personally set foot on the mainland of the Chien Galaxy, he heard such a rebellious speech in front of the spaceport of the capital planet. Mistima said softly, maybe it's just the voice of a minority, and it happened to be amplified at this time, or maybe we should realize that the clue to Nanheli's death is right in front of us. Sean nodded, and he thought the same. Regardless of whether the speech was purely a coincidence, no matter how lackluster the speech itself, this kind of roadside political speech similar to performance art contains a lot of information. First of all, the capital planet of the Dry Galaxy allows political speeches, which means that the speech environment in the galaxy is relatively free. Of course, this may just be that the topic content of the speaker meets the needs of the ruler. Secondly, judging from the audience's reaction, opposition to the rule of the Republic is not too new here. Most of the audience seem to have little interest, but it is not that they dislike its content, but it is too commonplace. Finally, and most importantly, the speaker counted countless crimes committed by the Republic, most of which were pure nonsense. But always avoided the existence of Nanheli. As the largest supporter of the Republic in the GAN Galaxy, Nanheli can be described as the best target for the opposition. Denouncing the Republic, how can you avoid Nanheli? Wouldn't it be good to portray him as a scum in the world and discredit the Republic by the way? Xiaoan couldn't help but fell into deep thought, but before he had time to think about it, he heard his master calling him. Sean, let's go. Not far away, Mistima had already called for a rental flying boat, and saw a boxy yellow and blue flying boat, which was safely parked in front of the woman, and a chubby R2X7 robot was stuck on the driver's seat. Greeted with a series of high-pitched electronic tones. For most people, the language used for communication between robots is basically equivalent to noise, so when the beep sounded, a display screen above R2X7's head also appeared side by side Kyunkan language and basic language welcome. Welcome to Shijing, I wish you all a wonderful day, where would you like to go, distinguished guest? Sean took the initiative to open the car door for Master, while pressing the feature-rich communication ring on his hand, and responded with a pleasant electronic voice, "I also wish you a beautiful day. We are new tourists and we want to find a hotel with enough taste. The bar, preferably in the core business district, can enjoy the prosperity of the place after a drink. Do you have any recommendations?" A series of lights flashed above R2X7's head, and the rhythm of the electronic sound was also a little faster. Obviously, for this conscientious taxi driver, an organic life form guest who can understand electronic language is too rare and too surprising. And this also made it use all its computing power to find the most suitable occasion for this guest from the map stored in the memory chip. When Sean sat in the co-pilot position, R2X7 had already calculated the result and made recommendations for Sean with a series of joyful electronic sounds. "Thank you, it's just as you said." While speaking, Sean generously flicked a Kyunkan coin onto the bridge of the R2X7. Chapter 15. Half an hour later, the boxy rental flying boat drove into the most prosperous area of the star along the dense traffic flow. Looking down from the car, what I saw was the night lights that were brighter than the Milky Way. Thousands of flying boats advance in an orderly manner along the air trajectory, sending the dense crowd to their respective destinations. This is the real prosperous civilization. Sean sat in the car, full of emotion. Compared with the green light seen not long ago, this city undoubtedly lacks a lot of glitz. There are neither towering tall buildings nor neon lights covering the entire city. But the prosperity under the feet is more real than reality. It is not a superficial project accumulated by a certain person in power who gathers the wealth of the entire planet on a whim, but is built on the basis of real manpower and wealth. And there are more than 10 cities similar to Shijing-on-kun. There are several satellite cities around each big city, and they are connected with each other by an extremely developed logistics network, and the whole planet is like one. Also located in a remote area on the edge of the Milky Way, the Dry Galaxy and Berg Amor are really different, and this also makes Sean feel good about this place. Sean said, "Although there are many references to the prosperity of this place in the materials, it is more touching to see it with your own eyes." Mistima said, "So you have to read a lot of books, but you can't just believe in the books, you have to practice more." "Yes." Sean replied seriously. During the conversation between the master and the apprentice, the R2X7 on the driver's seat issued a series of electronic sounds. Sean was a little surprised and said, "Have you reached the place yet?" "Oh, over there?" "Master, look." Following the direction of Xiaoen's finger, Mistima saw a piece of green mountains and green waters in the bustling steel forest, which was particularly eye-catching. It was a sky garden built on the top of a high-rise building, but it was very large in scale. The lush green plants stretched all the way beyond the edge of the building, and gorgeous flowers were dotted among the branches and leaves of the trees. There was even a trickling stream among the green trees, turning into the waterfall flows down. "This is the tasteful bar you recommended?" "Thank you." Sean gave the robot a thumbs up, and the latter responded with a cheerful electronic voice, saying that the fare can be discounted this time. After a while, the flying boat docked outside a wooden platform at the edge of the forest. Sean paid the discounted fare and walked to the platform with Master. After the flying boat whizzed away, 2 young men and women dressed in black and white waiter costumes came over, greeting the visitors respectfully in Qiankun dialect. Mistima walked in front and asked for a private room in fluent Qiankun language. At the same time, Sean stepped forward half a step, and quietly sent a few valuable Qiankun coins into the hands of the waiter, making the 2 young men and women smile. It became a little more sincere. Under the effect of Qiankun coins, the master and apprentice quickly got the private room they wanted without making an appointment. Xiaoen randomly ordered 3 or 4 kinds of Xiaojing's special drinks and snacks that came with the private room. After the waiter left, he put a plate for the master before eating and drinking on his own. Mistima was not in a hurry to enjoy it, and remained silent for a while, as if lost in meditation. A moment later, Sean was about to order 2 suppers when he heard a knock on the door. Sean immediately calmed down, and his eyes became sharper. The main show should be about to be staged. Mistima was calm and said with a smile, "Come in." The one who came in was an unattractive Togruta waiter, holding a silk note in his hand, and said apologetically, "Sorry to bother you, this is what the gentleman in the private room next door asked me to give to you." Mistima nodded, took the note, and slipped a coin in, but the waiter pushed it back with a smile, "It's not allowed here, sorry." Mistima was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't insist. He took back the coins, picked up the note, and fell into deep thought. Xiao En looked at the coins that the master took back with great interest, and then walked behind the master, and saw neatly written on the snow-white silk cloth, "Envoys of the Republic, please come to Golden Scale to talk." Xiao En couldn't help frowning. "It's weird how you look at it, is this really a contact person?" Mistima said, "It may also be the Kyunkan group, but in any case, it is always necessary to meet each other. Since we have come here openly, there is no need to deliberately avoid anything." After finishing speaking, the Jedi Master got up and walked. Her pace was very fast, and she came to the Golden Scales room in 2 or 3 steps. Pushing open the door, I saw a tall man in black sitting on the sofa, with a face of suppressed panic. After seeing Mistima, he became obviously more nervous, and his voice became sharper. "It's an honor to meet you, envoys from the Republic. I didn't expect the 2 of you to come so soon." Mistima said, "Because the later you come, the farther you are from the truth, Mr. Nan Kyunyu." At the same time, Shan also locked the person's information in his mind. The vice president of Nanming Capital, a subsidiary of Kyunkan Group, Nan Heli's younger brother, Nan Kyunyu. As a child of the wealthy Nan family in the galaxy, Nan Kyunyu's biggest characteristic is mediocrity. Talent, character, and perseverance are all mediocre. Compared with his 2 radiant older brothers, Nan Heli and Nan Yujin, he has been transparent since he was a child. Nanming Capital is not responsible for the substance, and only enjoys dividends. There is very little information about him, both in the Republic and in the Dry Galaxy. Unexpectedly, at this time, he, as the representative of the Avengers, met with the Jedi Master and apprentice. Is there no one in the Nan family? Xiao En had doubts in his heart, but at this time the person in charge of the conversation was Master, so it was inconvenient to say more. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nan Kyunyu couldn't wait to get to the topic. "This time my brother was killed. I believe you have seen the reason announced by the group, but I still don't think it was a so-called accident. He must have been murdered." Mistima was not in a hurry to express his opinion, but stared at a gorgeous pattern on Nan Kyunyu's chest, and then remained silent. Nan Kyunyu was stunned for a while, then reached out and took off the decoration with some embarrassment, and put it on the table. "Sorry, as you can see, this is a simple recording device. Something happened recently, which made me a little nervous. I usually carry it with me, and it is always on. I will close it now." Seeing Nan Kyunyu's calm attitude, Mistima didn't feel disobedient. "It's okay, just treat it as a memorandum witnessed by both parties. First of all, I want to confirm that the person who asked the Republic for help is indeed Mr. Nan Kyunyu. You are not wrong." Nan Kyunyu said, "It can be said that after the death of the eldest brother, I will be the representative of the Nan family." Mistima asked, "Where is Mr. Nan Yujin?" Second brother has always been indifferent to family affairs, probably because the eldest brother was destined to inherit the family business since he was a child. Nan Kyunyu was obviously not interested in this topic, so he quickly skipped it. "In short, now I can talk to the envoy of the Republic on behalf of the Nan family. In turn, I want to confirm that the 2 are indeed Jedi Knights, right?" Shan was the first to approach, and while looking at the pectoral, he raised his hand and said, "I'm just an apprentice." Mistima raised his hand, and pulled a bouquet of blooming flowers in a vase in the corner of the private room to him, flicked his fingers, and the petals scattered in all directions. This seemingly simple method actually contains an extremely fine use of the Force. Although for most Jedi, this kind of showmanship is like juggling, but for many people who do not understand the Jedi and the Force, this simple and intuitive ability is the most efficient identification. Sure enough, Nan Kyunyu's breathing became heavy when he saw the power of Mistima flicking his fingers. The legend is indeed true. The original Force is omnipotent. Mistima frowned upon hearing this. "Do you understand the Force?" Nan Kyunyu said, "No, it's not me. I know almost nothing about the Force. In my impression, the so-called Force is probably the omnipotent lightsaber swordsmanship. There are also folk stories about your Jedi using the Force. Tales of destroying galaxies or something. The Jedi have long been accustomed to these out-and-out misunderstandings. Many people in a closed environment have their own unrealistic legends and fantasies about the Force, and this Nan Kyunyu is obviously no exception. But now is not a good time to correct him." Mistima just nodded, signaling Nan Kyunyu to continue. "The person who studies the Force is my brother. He has been very knowledgeable since he was a child, and he is full of curiosity about everything, especially the affairs of the Republic, so he will continue to communicate with you, borrow a lot of materials from the Republic, and be fascinated by the study of the Force. However, he himself obviously doesn't have any qualifications. In his words, he doesn't even count as those who are sensitive to the Force. This kind of person ignores everyone's business and wants to study the illusory Force. It really makes people want to know why. Nan Kunyu's words seemed fragmented, but the Jedi Master and apprentice listened very carefully and thought about it. Of course, my eldest brother is very talented. While distracting his attention, he can also make the family capital flourish. People like me who wait for dividends have nothing to complain about. Nan Kunyu laughed at himself, but then his face became serious up, but now he is dead. Mistima asked, do you think his death is related to Force research? Nan Kunyu said, it's not what I think, but the eldest brother himself thinks so. He had already started to behave abnormally before he died. The company's affairs were left alone, and the internal regular meeting was absent 5 times in a row. God is so bad that he even shut himself up in a remote manner, as if he was hiding from someone. Mistima said, what does this have to do with the Force? Brother has the habit of keeping a diary. After he died, I read his belongings, and there was a very puzzling sentence in it. Nan Kunyu said, I have known for a long time that getting involved in this kind of taboo research will kill me one day. I really hope that I can turn back, but this is undoubtedly a luxury. 2 days after this passage, my elder brother was found dead in his manor. The manor is located in the asteroid belt, and the location is hidden. There are satellite defense positions on the periphery, and there are professional security forces guarding the manor around the clock. Eldest brother, obviously I already had a premonition that someone was going to kill him, but unfortunately, he died in the end. Mistima stared at Nan Kunyu seriously, and asked, so you're actually suspicious of the Jedi? Facing Mistima's gaze, Nan Kunyu suddenly felt his throat dry, and he didn't even dare to look at him again. He took a breath, and poured himself a glass of wine from the wine bottle in front of the table. It was only the size of a finger. And drank it in one gulp. The strong alcohol immediately gave him the courage to speak. I do doubt you. I think this is a reasonable judgment based on reality. I don't know anything about the Force, and my knowledge of the Jedi is limited to legends, but my brother did die because of the study of the Force. This point, you can't get rid of the relationship. What's more, the elder brother has such a good relationship with the Republic, but he hid alone when he sensed the crisis, and didn't ask the Republic for help, which makes no sense. Mistima said, but you have appealed to the Jedi on behalf of the family. Nan Kunyu said, after all, in the entire galaxy, you are the ones who know the most about the Force. Whether you are the murderer or not, I want to see with my own eyes what the person who controls the Force looks like. Mistima asked, now that you've seen it, do you still think we're murderers? Nan Kunyu was silent for a long time before he said, I don't know. I'm not a big brother. I don't know anything about the Force and the Jedi. Even if I talk to you face to face, I don't know what you are thinking. In fact, I was surprised to come to Xiaojing so openly, I thought you would not come. Mistima pondered for a moment, and said, Mr. Nanheli has always been an important member of the Republic. His accidental death is full of strangeness, so we came here to investigate the truth in person. Mr. Nan Kunyu, I understand your heart very well. There was a lot of panic, but now you need to calm down and think about it rationally. Following Mistima's words, Nan Kunyu's tense nerves gradually eased. He poured himself another glass of wine and breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I should calm down. Mistima smiled and said, I heard that there are 2 very distinctive regional cultures in the Gan Galaxy. One is the vigilance of outsiders. In the past countless years, you have always had a strong distrust of outsiders. It is also one of the important reasons why you are so far away from the Republic. The second, all barriers can be broken at the wine table, as long as you drink to your heart's content, anyone can become friends. As he spoke, Mistima picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a full glass, but it was a standard white water glass. Chapter 16. Xiaojing's specialty spirits. A wine cup the size of a fingertip is enough to be intoxicating. Mistima's glass of spirits can be said to be full of sincerity in the culture of the dry galaxy. However, at the moment when the Jedi Master was about to drink the wine in the glass, something happened. Ho vomit! Nan Kunyu suddenly made a strange sound of dyspnea and nausea, his face turned livid in an instant, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. In just a moment, he seemed inhuman. Mistima's eyes became sharp all of a sudden. She put down her wine glass and came to Nan Kunyu. Shan took the wine glass at the right time, and a small mechanical arm stretched out from the mechanical ring on his wrist. A probe was inserted into the wine, and an alarm sounded instantly. Nan Kunyu's face inflated rapidly like a balloon, and weird tumors continued to grow and spread on his face. He struggled and said, "Sure enough, you want to kill people to silence them." Mistima ignored his misunderstanding, but seriously considered how to rescue him. She has quite profound medical attainments, but even so, this Jedi Master couldn't judge what kind of poison Nan Kunyu had been poisoned for a while, and how to treat it properly. She tried to borrow the force, but was interrupted by a shrill siren. Mistima was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Shan. Shan also immediately put down his wine glass, no longer trying to analyze the toxins in the wine, but took out the communication ring and the adapter purchased on the passenger ship, and connected to the Galaxy intranet. Seeing the emergency news, Xiaoen's expression changed. "Master, the situation is not right, the incident of Nan Kunyu's poisoning has already been on the news, and the police came so fast." Mistima said, "Shan, prepare to implement the plan." "Yes, Master." The Jedi Masters and apprentices have never taken this task lightly, and they have deduced enough plans long before they arrived in Xiajing. And almost at the same time, a group of armed policemen in black police armor approached with small steps. Several blasters painted black pointed at the Jedi Master and apprentice. "Don't move. Hands up and behind your head. Squat in the corner. We are the Shijing police." Shouting all the way, the team of police officers with guns rushed in all the way. Shan looked at these policemen, and his heart was cold. These policemen, whether they were armed or moved, all showed the character of elite, but they were all just discarded pieces on the chessboard. The person who set up the trap should be very clear that the opponent is a Jedi, so it is impossible not to know that a mere team of policemen with guns cannot do anything to the opponent. Even in this small private room of the bar, even if Mistima himself didn't make a move, Shan alone could knock down all the policemen present with his lightsaber. But that's what the people behind the scenes wanted. A dignified Jedi warrior poisoned Nan Kunyu, the interim patriarch of the Nan family, in Shijing, the capital of the Qian Galaxy, and openly slaughtered the Shijing police after the incident. At that time, the Jedi Master and apprentice will not be able to argue with each other, and will be accused by thousands of people. The Republic no longer has to count on Gan Galaxy to be its own family. It's a pity that these policemen underestimated the ability of the Jedi. Facing the policemen with guns, Mistima said softly, "Put down the guns and call your people in charge." The next moment, the 7 policemen in this team showed confusion on their faces, put down their blaster guns at the same time, and murmured, "Yes, Director Xia should indeed be invited here." Hearing Director Xia's words, Mistima frowned slightly, and from the corner of his vision, he also began to frown when he saw Xiaoen. "Director Xia, judging from Xiajing's public information, it is likely to be Xia Yan, the director of the Security Bureau of the Qunkan Group. As a senior executive of the group, he is only one step away from the board of directors. The Security Bureau under him is in charge of the safety of hundreds of billions of people in the Qian Galaxy. It is needless to describe his distinguished status. Such a big man directly commanding the frontline police? Shan's heart moved, and he had some thoughts, so he took half a step forward, preparing to induce the policeman to say more. Although his application of the force is not as good as his master's, and he can't make many people lose their minds with a snap of his fingers, he is still able to control one person with ease. Unfortunately, just before Shan had time to act, there was another rush of footsteps in the corridor. Compared with the policeman who broke through the door, the man's footsteps were heavier and more steady. Just based on the sound, a resolute and upright figure appeared in Xiaoen's mind. The Lord has come. So Xiaoen didn't try to embarrass a low-level policeman again, and when Xia Yan came, he just asked questions from his mouth. This is not a manner lurking, and they must be conclusive and innocent in terms of legal principles, so they don't need to be so restrained. It is best to ask the truth directly from the other party. However, at the next moment, Xia Yan was wearing light armor and striding in with a sneer, and the moment he walked in, Mistima reached out to stop Xiaoen. Of course, Shan himself knew that the original plan would be scrapped. When Xia Yan, the head of the group's security bureau who is in charge of the safety of hundreds of billions of people, walked in, 3 red dots lit up on the back of his head. And the first thing he said was, "If I have any signs of being hypnotized, the sniper will immediately blow my head off, and then you will be murderers." Xiaoen was taken aback when he heard the words. This posture is really unique and catches people's attention first. This made it clear that the Jedi had been regarded as an imaginary enemy for a long time, and the master and apprentice's plan might be invalidated. Glancing over from the corner of the eye, I saw that the master was also silent, thinking of a workaround, and Xiao En casually bought time for her. If you really want to be a deterrent, you should install miniature bombs on your body and find someone to remotely control the switch. It is safer than a sniper rifle. But seeing that Xia Yan didn't say a word, he just ignored the technical problem raised by Xiao En, glanced around the room, and said in a cold voice, I knew that the Republic and the Jedi were uneasy and kind to the Kyunkan group, but I didn't expect that they would be so arrogant that they would dare to kill people in the capital. To such an extent, you are worthy of being the executioner of the Republic. Xiao En heard the words, and asked the master again, is this memorizing manuscripts? Mistima watched Director Xia coldly, and responded, obviously. But being able to write these words into a manuscript shows that the other party has planned for a long time, maybe it was from the moment we boarded the ship, or maybe it was in Nanning. The moment He Li died, and maybe even Nan Heli's vision before his death, it was to guard against him and the people behind him. Before Master Jedi finished speaking, Xia Yan's face finally changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the surrounding policemen were a little surprised, but they all retreated. In the small private room of this bar, there are only 3 living people and 1 dead person left. The Jedi Master and apprentice were not in a hurry to take action, because the light spot on the back of Xia Yan's head was still there, but there was no one around, so he could speak freely. Xia Yan said, Master Mistima, since the Republic knows that Nan Heli's death is of great importance, why is it so anxious to get involved? The Kyunkan group has lived peacefully with the Republic for many years. Is it necessary to make a life of twists and turns for a mere 1 person? Mistima said, the death of 1 person is not of great importance. Your words are contradictory. What's more, there are more than 1 dead now. Shan said, I suggest you read it from the script. An angry flush appeared on Xia Yan's face, but he suppressed his anger and said, leave now, we can pretend nothing happened. If not, are you going to pour dirty water on the Jedi Order? Mastema asked. Xia Yan said bluntly, if not, all the crimes committed by the Republic in the Kyunkan group will be made public, and the hundreds of billions of people in the Chiang galaxy will see it clearly. Mistima said, I'm afraid that if we really leave like this, the evidence of conspiracy to kill will be confirmed. Xia Yan said with a straight face, the evidence has long been conclusive, the only difference is whether it is published or not. While talking, he walked to the wine table, picked up the ornament with recording function on the table, and said, this chest ornament records the conversation with Nan Kunyu after you entered the golden scale room. In the recording, Nan Kunyu will suspect that Nan Heli's death is related to the Jedi, and state a lot of relevant evidence, and then he will die of poison, and before he dies, he will insist that the Jedi Master and apprentice are the murderers. Shan recalled the previous conversation, and suddenly asked, a record of the conversation taken out of context. However, if any third party listens to it, the 2 of you can't argue with it. Especially since this thing belongs to the deceased Nan Kunyu himself, no one will believe that Tang Tang Nan's family will use their own lives to frame you. Therefore, your criminal evidence has been there is no doubt about it. Xia Yan held the pectoral in his hand, with an expression as if he was holding a winning ticket, but Xiao En couldn't help laughing out, ha, then please broadcast the undeniable evidence of the crime, sir. Xia Yan was taken aback when he heard the words, but felt a little unbelievable. He crushed the decoration, took out a chip from it, and put it in a groove of the arm armor. The next moment, a melodious music sounded from the arm armor. As for the dialogue that should have appeared, there was no 1 sentence. Shan couldn't help touching his wrist. Previously, when Mistima performed the supernatural power of flicking fingers, he actually performed a unique skill taking Nan Kunyu's attention away. He destroyed the voice record in the chip with the help of micro-machines. This is purely a matter of preparedness and behavior. Regarding this, Xia Yan was silent for a long time, and gritted his teeth. The evidence of the crime was destroyed without knowing it. The Jedi's methods are indeed brilliant, but with such arrogance and perverting the law, do you really think that the Kyunkan group is afraid of the Jedi Order? Shan asked sincerely, are you really not even afraid of the Jedi? Xia Yan's face was gloomy and cold, and he didn't say a word. Mistima couldn't help laughing at the sight. Shan really asked a good question, is the Kyunkan group afraid of the Jedi Order? Of course I was afraid. If you are not afraid, why did the security chief of Tang Tang group come here with 3 sniper rifles to negotiate with their master and apprentice? Why treat Nan Kunyu, the director of Nanming capital, as an abandoned son to frame and stigmatize the Jedi. It is precisely because he is still afraid of the prestige of the Jedi deep in his heart that he will use these tricks, snipe on the head, and pretend to be tough. But the Jedi Master quickly restrained his smile, because the status quo was still not optimistic. Although the link of the pectoral was cleverly deciphered, it had no real impact on the overall situation. Judging from the current situation, the opponent of the Jedi Master and Apprentice is likely to be the behemoth Kyunkan group, and the scale of the group's layout far exceeds expectations, and the method of planting and framing must be more than one pectoral. They could use transcripts of conversations taken out of context as incriminating evidence, so it wouldn't be surprising if a recording was fabricated out of thin air. The Kyunkan group does not need to convince everyone, it only needs to convince the locals of the Chien galaxy. The biggest difference between this galaxy and Berg Amor is that the Kyunkan group has indeed controlled hundreds of billions of people. After thousands of years of rule, the foundation of the group in this galaxy is unbreakable. As for the situation in the Republic, the situation is even more delicate. The indifference for so many years does not mean that the Parliament is really alienated from the Kyunkan group. On the contrary, the more indifferent it is, the easier it is for the Parliament to tolerate it. What I have seen along the way, whether it is the extraordinary design structure on the passenger ship or the robot at the customs gate whose technology is far beyond the local level, all prove that the Kyunkan group has received special treatment. On the other hand, the dictator of Bergamo wants to eat to order Coruscant delicacies, you must rely on opera trade. The only thing that can balance the situation is that the Kyunkan group is still afraid of the prestige of the Jedi after all. So Mastema asked, are you really ready to frame a Jedi Master? Facing the indifferent question of a Jedi Master, Xia Yan suddenly felt an unspeakable heavy pressure in his heart. He was silent for a long time, and said in a gentle tone, as far as I know, the Jedi has never been an upright law enforcement officer. You often play the role of diplomats and travel to various places, and you are best at weighing the pros and cons and making overall considerations. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mastema, don't misinterpret the meaning of the Jedi. Whether you weigh the pros and cons or consider the whole thing, it will not become a reason to distort the truth and encourage evil. Xia Yan said, the two of you should have a preliminary understanding of the results of the Kyunkan group's dominance in the Chien galaxy. There may be flaws of one kind or another, but this prosperity is real. Counting, there are not many galaxies that are more powerful than Kyunkan. Without the Kyunkan group, there would be no peaceful life for these hundreds of billions of people. If the Kyunkan group is shaken, the peace of these hundreds of billions of people will be broken immediately. If the two of you want to shake the rule of the Kyunkan group for the sake of the death of two people, it is to put your personal morality above the well-being of the hundreds of billions of people. Superior. Mastema said, if the Kyunkan group really intends to negotiate seriously with us, then when we set foot on the land of Shijing, what we saw should not be a despicable poisoning and framing. This kind of ruler you are not qualified to kidnap the well-being of hundreds of billions of people in the galaxy. If you are replaced, these hundreds of billions of people may be able to live better. Having said that, Xia Yan no longer tried to persuade, all right, let's follow the procedure. The two of you are suspected of murdering Nan Qunyu, and the Xiaojing police will arrest you according to law. Of course, you are Jedi Knights, so you can rely on resisting arrest by force, killing 7 in and 7 out of the crowd. Xia Yan continued, there are only dozens of heavily armed police officers and a dozen combat drones here. If the rumors about the Jedi are true, then after a bloody battle, most of these heroic police officers will be wiped out. And under the fierce battle, hundreds of innocent people in the bar will also suffer heavy casualties. At that time, these blood debts will naturally fall on your heads. Shan couldn't help being shocked when he heard this. Hundreds of innocent people? This person is so cruel that he used hundreds of human lives as bargaining chips, just to frame them, the Jedi Master and Apprentice. Mastema said, I believe you can do this kind of thing. But I have a question, since you are so serious about human life, why didn't you just bomb us while we were on the air taxi, or even before that? Wouldn't it be more convenient to kill us and announce to the Republic that this was an accident? Xia Yan sneered and remained silent. If the problem could be solved that easily, he would have arranged for someone to plant the bomb long ago. However, the other party is a Jedi Knight after all, and one of them is also a Jedi Master. Let the well-known Jedi Master die in the capital of the Chien Galaxy for no reason, and then wait for the peacekeeping fleet of the Ministry of Justice of the Republic to overwhelm the border? Waiting for the Jedi Order to send more elite forces to thoroughly investigate the truth? In fact, for Xia Yan, this whole conspiracy has a very absurd aspect. Kyunkan Group does everything possible to frame and target this pair of Jedi Masters and Apprentices, but Kyunkan Group does not want this pair of Jedi Masters and Apprentices to die more than anyone else. At the same time, Mistima also smiled, "Yet, you don't want us to die." Xia Yan couldn't help frowning when he heard the words. A trace of inexplicable anxiety arose in his heart. Everything is progressing smoothly according to the plan. The pair of Jedi Masters and Apprentices have been driven into a desperate situation, and there is no way out. The dry galaxy left in disgrace. And the truth will always be covered up under the falsified history. Of course, if they were really stupid enough to resist with force. No, it should be said, if they were really the kind and righteous Jedi Knights rumored to be, they would be so stupid that they would not resist with force anyway. This is also the fundamental reason why Xia Yan dared to threaten with a sniper rifle on his head. He has played the trick of bullying goodness too many times, and he has never missed it. However, the smile on Jedi Master's face and the words in his mouth made Xia Yan still feel uneasy. He tried to calm down and said in an oppressive tone, "Your life and death depend on you, if you are willing to be obedient." Before he finished speaking, the woman suddenly lifted the brown cloak and pressed her palm to her chest. "Yes, my life depends only on myself, and I think it's time to return to the embrace of the Force." Xiao En was shocked when he saw this, "Master." The woman's palm was spotless, and her slender fingers seemed unable to contain any strength. However, under her guidance, the powerful force is already surging like raging waves. One burst and the Jedi Master's heart would be crushed to pieces on the spot. The Jedi apprentice was confused, and subconsciously wanted to pull the Master's arm to stop her actions. However, in front of the Jedi Master's vast ocean-like force, Shan was completely unable to move. And looking at the Master's eyes that became deeper and deeper, he finally understood the Master's intention. The Master wants to sacrifice himself to break this deadlock, in order to protect the innocent people who are unknowingly taken hostage, and to protect the still immature Jedi apprentices. In an instant, Shan's body couldn't help trembling slightly, and his vision became blurred. Although the practice of the Jedi rejects all pleasures in the world, there is probably no one in this world who loves life more than the Jedi Knights. So Xiao En simply couldn't understand, what kind of mind and consciousness Master used to ignore her own life like this. Mistima glanced at his apprentice and said, "Shan, death is not the end, don't be sad about it." Shan bowed his head speechlessly. But hearing the conversation between Master and apprentice, Xia Yan's eyes gradually widened, only feeling that his heart was gradually freezing. Even if he knew nothing about the Force, he understood what Mistima wanted to do. A burst of unimaginable coolness came to his heart, causing the Chief of Security to take a few steps back, and the 3 light spots that were originally locked behind his head also became messy. Xia Yan couldn't understand the other party's choice at all. Impossible, how could, why? Is this necessary? For a high-ranking figure like the Jedi Master, everything that happened in the Dry Galaxy is nothing more than an insignificant political conspiracy in the fringes. Your life is 100 times more precious than these. Wasn't your performance just now very shrewd and sharp? In the end, can't you even do such a simple trade-off? Xia Yan wanted to yell out 1,000 words, but facing the Jedi Master's eyes that seemed to see everything, the security chief couldn't say a word for a while. After a while, I heard Shan say in a hoarse voice, "If the Master really dies here, no matter how elaborate your reasoning is, it will never stand. The Republic and the Jedi Order will not stand idly by. Among the Knights there are countless people who are better than our Masters and apprentices, I hope you can use tricks to fool them all." The young apprentice's anger engulfed Xia Yan like its essence, completely breaking down the security chief's psychological defense. Xia Yan lowered his head, his body was trembling with extreme anger and humiliation, he squeezed out a sneer amid the clenched teeth and the sound of clenched teeth. "I've heard that the Jedi Knights are a bunch of idiots, but I didn't expect you to be even more stupid than the rumors say." Then, he tightened his voice and asked, "Tell me, what conditions do you want?" Chapter 17. This is the end of today's news, see you tomorrow. The young host of Kyunkan TV showed a sweet smile, then the lights dimmed, and the camera zoomed out. In the huge projection device, the advertising screen of the new famous wine was soon projected. Seeing this, Shan couldn't help but sigh. It's been 3 days, and Nan Kyunyu's death has not been mentioned in the news at all. Is this still a radio station under Nanming Capital? Master's voice came from behind. Nanming Capital is a subsidiary of Kyunkan Group, and now it has lost 2 family members one after another. Without a leader, it no longer has the ability to be independent. In fact, after Nanheli's death, Nanming capital has been clearly taken over. Otherwise, although Nankyunyu is mediocre, he will not be pushed out to be an outcast, and he will not know anything until he dies. While listening to Master's analysis of the situation, Xiaoan lay on his back on the soft sofa, looked up at the snow-white ceiling and the bright lights, and couldn't help but be lost in thought. It has been 3 days since the first confrontation with Kyunkan Group. During these 3 days, the master and the apprentice spent time in a gorgeous manner. The food and living are all exquisite and luxurious. Whether it is the top local brands in the galaxy or the luxury goods in the core area of the Republic, there is everything here. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, you can also see a lush forest and hear the tinkling springs in the forest. The light from the stars dotted it all, and with the passage of time, it presented countless beautiful scenery of sunrise and sunset. All of this makes a lot of sense considering the estate is built on an otherwise bare asteroid. As expected, it was Nanheli's favorite place during his lifetime. The only problem is that this manor is now a prison for the Jedi Master and apprentice under house arrest. The confrontation at Shijing Bar 3 days ago finally came to an end without any casualties. Facing the Jedi Master's turnaround killer move at the expense of self-sacrifice, Kyunkan Group finally chose to compromise. However, compromise also has its limits. They can never just watch the Jedi Master and apprentice retreat, so after simple negotiations, the two sides reached a delicate agreement. The Jedi Master put forward 3 conditions that cannot be rejected. First, no framing. Second, no violation of personal safety. Third, no harm to innocent people. As a price, the Jedi Masters and apprentices lost their freedom of movement. They were invited by Xiaoyan to the manor where Nanheli was brutally murdered. They were strictly guarded by hundreds of heavily armed security soldiers, and even external communications were strictly restricted. I can only watch holographic programs every day to relieve boredom. For those who came all the way to investigate the truth, this seemed to be a huge setback, but neither Mistima nor Sean felt discouraged, but rather encouraged. Because there are no more important findings than being in the bureau. Before coming here, the master and apprentice had only guesses about Nanheli's death, but now they have direct suspects, Kyunkan Group, Xiaoyan. In addition, Kyunkan Group did such a decisive game, although it was unexpected and put the master and apprentice in danger, but this unexpected game itself also revealed a lot of information. In the end, there was something strange about this manor, and they were in the manor, just in time to investigate. Speaking of which, Master, I still think that Xiaoyan set up the place of house arrest in this manner for other reasons. Under the circumstances at that time, even if he threw us into a real prison, we could only accept the conditions. After all, there is only one whole card in my hand. With the favorable living conditions now, no matter how you think about it, it is strange. Mistima said, there are 2 possibilities. First, it is easier to deal with the aftermath if we are placed under house arrest for a long time. For example, if we arrange for our strange death a month later, we can echo Nanheli's death at a distance, and then push it to the unwarranted first. 3 parties. Sean had a flash of inspiration, a certain illegal group. Like the Void One who once invaded the Republic. Mistima smiled and said, yes, this is also a method of explanation. At that time, Nanheli was killed by a mysterious organization because he was implicated by the Jedi, and we became the culprits of the murder. But the committee will definitely send more people to investigate the truth. The longer the time drags on, the farther away from the truth. What's more, they dare to target the Jedi once, and they dare to target the 2nd and 3rd times. People who take risks cannot see failure. Mistima said, the first time the 2 possibilities are up to you. Facing Master's temporary assessment, Xiaoyan replied smoothly, there is something hidden in this manor, and we need to use our power to find it. Why such a guess? Because according to what Nankyunyu said, Nanheli obviously had a premonition before he was killed, but he didn't ask anyone for help. Instead, he hid in this manor to meet his death, and left a note in his diary about taboo research and self-acceptance. The story of death. Mistima nodded, signaling Sean to continue. In retrospect, the diary should be true. Otherwise, if the Kyunkan Group is just for the purpose of framing, it can be written more clearly in the diary, such as directly accusing the murderer of the Republic. Then the next question is, the so-called taboo research, what exactly do you mean? Why would you kill yourself? Xiaoyan paused and said, according to this line of thinking, I think Nanheli's death is more like being murdered and silenced. And a person who has a premonition of all this should leave a legacy before he dies. Considering Xia Yan specially invited us here, I think the possibility of the legacy falling here is very high. Mistima said, the direction is right, but the details are not enough, which makes your conclusion too subjective. Shan was all ears. Mistima said, you should have noticed in the past 3 days that the staff of this manor are all old employees who have followed Nanheli for many years. After Nanheli died, the manor still maintained the original operation mode, as if someone is deliberately protecting the scene, waiting for someone to dig clues later. Shan nodded. It wasn't Nan Kunyu's idea. In fact, he once advocated firing all employees. After all, Nanheli's death, the official conclusion was that an insider committed the crime. Nan Kunyu changed his mind only after persuasion. The person who persuaded him should be Xia Yan's accomplice. Later, Nan Kunyu met us on behalf of the Nanming group, which was also the result of their manipulation. So in summary, the murderer deliberately protected the murder scene and brought the Jedi to come on the scene. The intention is almost self-evident. After a pause, Mistima added, of course, the most important evidence is the guidance of the original force. I have already seen a vague outline, which is hidden in the manor, but the exact location is still unclear. Xiao En couldn't help being dumbfounded when he heard the words, and once again realized the difference between an apprentice and a master. While he was still lingering in the fog of logical reasoning, the master had already seen the answer directly by flipping cards with the force. And just when he was about to continue to discuss the details, a soft female voice came from the living room door. You two distinguished guests, dinner is ready, please come to the restaurant for dinner. It was a young woman dressed in red, her meticulous posture and tone revealed her well-trained, and her gorgeous long dress proved her status in the manor. She was the only housekeeper in the manor. However, in the woman's micro-expression, it is obvious that she rejects and even resents the Jedi Master and apprentice. Information about her could not help appearing in Shan's mind. Li Qiang, 22 years old, has worked in this manor for 10 years. She used to be the personal maid of Nanheli's only daughter, Nan Wu. To the bone. If Xia Yan hadn't invited the master and apprentice to the manor, and in the name of Nanming Capital and Kunkan Group required all the staff to treat them as honored guests, she would have quit long ago. But in the past 3 days, this upright housekeeper has also used her position to trouble the Jedi Masters and apprentices. Hearing her call for dinner at this time, Shan felt a slight numbness on the tip of his tongue. The salty and bitter Kanyuan egg fried rice that I tasted when I arrived at the manor on the first day was really fresh in my memory. And Li Qiang said with a stern face that the chefs in the manor had limited skills, and the gloating eyes when he looked at Haihan were also fresh in his memory. When I walked to the restaurant with my master, a full set of feasts had already been set up on the huge long table. I saw steamed buns and rice piled up like a mountain, but there was nothing else, showing minimalist luxury. Shan looked at it and asked, is there any salt? No. Li Qiang still tightened his face, meticulous. Xiao En was deeply impressed by the unique gourmet culture of the dry galaxy. Then he picked up the steamed bun and began to chew. Halfway through, he took out a small salt shaker from his pocket and sprinkled it on master's rice. Li Qiang stared wide-eyed, where did you get the salt? Shan also answered truthfully, the salt grains pulled out of the fried rice on the first day. Hey! Li Qiang snorted angrily, as if he had been greatly humiliated. After dinner, the master and apprentice enjoyed the special Kunkan bath that was sometimes freezing to the bone and sometimes boiling hot, and the manor engineering exhibition where the power was cut off halfway through the TV. Even in the middle of the night, the sound of turbo drills sounded outside the manor. For these acrobatic performances, the master and the apprentice have become accustomed to them. During the 3 days of living in the manor, the rhythm was the same every day. To the Jedi, these disturbances can only be regarded as simple daily practice, but Li Qiang's obsession is deep. Can't help but admire. Shan was lying on the bed, listening to the deafening sound of construction electric drills outside the window, and thought about the hard work of the night shift, and began his daily routine meditation. As long as you feel the flow of the original force seriously, the interference from the outside world will naturally disappear. This kind of daily practice continued until the 7th day before it came to an end. It was not because Li Qiang's obsession dissipated, but because the employees of the manor were practicing day and night under the order of the housekeeper, and they were brainwashed by electric drills late at night. It was really unsustainable. On the 7th day, they fell ill one after another. In addition, the security personnel sent by Xia Yan were also overwhelmed and complained again and again. As for Li Qiang himself, he also had dark circles under his eyes and looked sluggish. And that night, when she was about to personally operate the electric drill and work overnight, she was even more exhausted and fainted at the construction site, which completely interrupted the fine tradition of night shift construction in the manor. For this shameful failure, Li Qiang herself was not discouraged at all. She continued to remotely command her subordinates to set up various practice subjects for the Jedi Masters and apprentices on the hospital bed. However, after 2 days in bed, what she saw was eye-popping. A cracking scene. Chapter 18. So, is this Miss Nan Wu's room? Sure enough, it has the demeanor of a lady. Standing in front of the door of a spacious and bright bedroom, the Jedi Master and apprentice praised the layout of the room. And several maids surrounded them. Mainly Mistima, talking and laughing. Of course the eldest lady is a lady of everyone. It's been very unusual since I was a child. I have been helping the master with official duties since I was 12 years old. The attitude towards us servants is also very friendly. Mistima asked again, does she still live here? The surroundings lamented again, it's been a long time since I've been here. The eldest lady has been officially working in the management of the group since she was 15 years old. Sometimes she is busier than the master. The last time I came here was a year ago to accompany the master on a short-term vacation here. I didn't expect that the master would. The young lady thinks about others when she sees things, and she definitely doesn't want to come again. Hey, without Missy, we really want to apply for job transfer. Amidst the laments, Li Qiang came forward with a pale complexion, if you want to be transferred, I can help you transfer to the mining group. The laughter disappeared immediately, and the maids hid behind the Jedi Master and apprentice as if encountering a natural enemy beast. Li Qiang was even more furious, what are you doing? Mistima said, I asked them to introduce the owner of the manor to us. Li Qiang sneered, you didn't do any research before doing it, so you still need us to introduce it. Mistima said, we are not the murderer, we are also here to investigate the truth. Go and explain to the judge. Li Qiang ignored it at all, and turned her eyes, go back to work. Do you think you are too free? A group of maids scattered like birds and beasts. The Jedi Master and apprentice looked at each other with a little regret. It was rare that while Li Qiang was lying in bed, the two of them could finally get closer to the truth in the manor. Unfortunately, this young butler really had amazing fighting spirit. However, the target can basically be locked. Sean couldn't help but glance at the group photo in front of the desk in the bedroom. A 12-year-old girl stood in front of a refined middle-aged man, her faint smile full of heroism. Nan Wu, Nan Heli's only daughter, is also the secret of this manor. In the past few days, with the guidance of the original force, the master finally figured out the secret thread of the manor, and determined that a key thing was in this bedroom. It's a pity that Li Qiang came too fast, otherwise they would have had a chance to get the treasure with their own hands by taking advantage of the opportunity of entering to watch it. But then again, it's not a bad thing. The manor, as Xia Yan's chosen place of house arrest, must have been raided by the Quncan group. Among the maids who just surrounded the master and apprentice, there might be an internal response from the Quncan group. If there is no internal response, Nan Heli will also not to die in his own manor. The Quncan group must have searched the manor early, but failed to find the key point, so they moved the Jedi Masters and apprentices here, and allowed them to live leisurely in the manor with almost no restrictions. As long as the Jedi Master and apprentice clearly got the secret, the Quncan group might turn their backs and deny anyone immediately. So it's fine now, being able to confirm that there is a secret in Nan Wu's room is already a major progress, and then find time to sneak in and investigate carefully. Although the manor is full of organs and eyeliners, it is actually not an obstacle to the Jedi Masters and apprentices. When the two were invited to the manor, all their equipment was still there. With the support of equipment, this manor is no more difficult to break through than the Bergamoer manor. So it was just right to be interrupted by Li Qiang at this point. The master and apprentice agreed to suspend their actions in secret words, and under Li Qiang's glaring gaze, they returned to the living room as if nothing had happened, and continued to watch the TV show. While watching, they used their own system of sign language to agree on the follow-up action plan. This was learned by the master and apprentice as a relaxation exercise when they were learning Quncan language by themselves, and it has played a wonderful role at this time. Just the best of these 2 days. On the one hand, they have lived in the manor for a long time, and they have long nights and dreams. On the other hand, Li Qiang has always been an obstacle. In fact, if it is said that the manor should respond, this person is the most suspect. It was rare for her to show a weak state at this time. Whether it was true or not, the vigilance in the manor was relaxed, and it would be too wasteful not to seize the opportunity. On the eve of the operation, recharging energy was the priority. At nightfall, Xiao En sat on the bed, closed his eyes and meditated, but felt a little restless. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao En opened his eyes, only to see Master standing in front of the bedroom door, looking at him quietly, and making a concise gesture. Ready for action. Sean immediately woke up, all the muscles in his body tensed up. He looked up at the surveillance camera in front of the bedroom door, and saw that the gentle dormancy light had already flickered. He immediately realized that Master had successfully invaded the central control room of the manor. Get rid of the ubiquitous surveillance in the manor. So he quietly jumped out of bed, followed Master silently and walked in the manor, and made simple exchanges in sign language. Master, have you got the secret? Not yet, I found an underground darkroom. Judging from the outline, it should be a small research institute. Xiao En shivered, realizing that this was a more important discovery than the secrets in the bedroom, and couldn't help asking, is this where the so-called taboo research falls? I'm not sure yet, so I have to go and see for myself. Mistima gestured briefly, and then warned, there are great risks in the action, so be careful. Sean felt ashamed. Perhaps it was because of the imminent danger that the master took him on purpose to act together. She was worried that Sean would be alone. Don't think too much, this is a necessary decision. Mistima explained, you should have noticed that in the evening, all the spaceships in the manor left. What does this mean? Sean thought for a while, then stretched out his hand and gestured, the worst possible thing is that the whole manor is destroyed. It's not very likely. It should be just to prevent us from escaping. But it is necessary to guard against extreme situations, and the underground darkroom has a solid structure and can be used as the last refuge. Sean was silent, thinking of those innocent staff in the manor. However, at this moment, a violent explosion sounded from afar. At this moment, even the Jedi Master froze in place, feeling astonished. Has the action been spotted, or is it purely coincidental? But then, explosions sounded one after another from all directions, and the shrill sirens echoed in the manor, and the corridor was reflected by the flickering red light, making it eerie. Mistima immediately made a decision, no matter what the cause of the change was, there was only one thing to do at this time. Sean, come with me. As he said that, a green light bloomed, and the Jedi Master activated the lightsaber, drew a cross lightly on the wall, and then stretched out his hand to push it forward, only to see that the solid and thick masonry wall seemed to be a sandcastle washed by the tide, and fell apart in an instant, revealing a huge cavity with a diameter of more than 2 meters. And at the moment the outer wall was broken, the automatic defense system in the manor was activated in response, and a small fort rose from the artificial lawn, aiming at the breach and firing bursts. Holding the lightsaber in his hand, Mistima blocked all the oncoming energy beams, and the heavy rain from the counter-attack suddenly pierced the fort, causing him to hang his head moaning. However, through the breach in the wall, the master and apprentice could clearly see that the outside of the manor was already full of guns and bullets, and the fierce battle was in full swing. In the courtyard, in the forest, and even in the satellite positions in the distance, hundreds of automatic turrets continuously spit out light. In the manor, hundreds of heavily armed security personnel, armed with various firearms, pointed at the air and fired continuously. And above the manor, dozens of lightning-fast fighter jets continuously shuttled and swooped across the battlefield, aiming at the unprepared defensive positions and raining destructive energy. At every moment, automatic turrets were destroyed and detonated, and security personnel were massacred every second. In the face of flexible air power, the security system of the manor is extremely fragile. Is this an invasion by foreign enemies? Sean looked at this scene in disbelief. Pirates. Mistima had already recognized the identities of the fighter jets from their modeled paint job. The dry galaxy is generally civilized and orderly, but there is still darkness inevitably wandering on the edge of civilization, and pirates are the representatives of it. The news programs during this period also occasionally mentioned the glorious achievements of Kyunkan Group's security forces in destroying pirate dens in a certain place. However, theoretically, there should not be such a large number of pirates around the asteroid belt where the manor is located. Sean asked, is this murder? Immediately shook his head, no need. If the Kyunkan Group wants to kill people, they can directly find Nei Ying to detonate the reactor that powers the manor, or launch a few proton torpedoes at the manor, and there will be fireworks immediately. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it is for a Jedi with extraordinary personal strength to fish in troubled waters. And soon Xiao En noticed that after several fighter planes swept out a safe zone outside the courtyard, they dropped a group of shouting pirate infantry. The master and apprentice looked at each other, and they both saw a word: God-sent opportunity. No matter what the purpose of these pirates airdropping and landing is, as long as a few of them can be overthrown and mixed into the team, the master and apprentice can fly away. But before the master and apprentice could take a few steps, they saw a fighter jet slanting towards them, throwing a series of energy beams on the roof of the manor. After a burst of explosions, countless screams and wailing came from the manor. Sean's heart sank. He never thought that these pirates would be so unscrupulous. Mistima also stopped in his tracks, seeing that the fighter plane suddenly turned around after blasting through the roof, aiming at the exposed wounded, intending to kill them all. The Jedi Master let out a low groan, and stretched out his left hand into the air. The force of the Force was like a sweeping storm, wrapping the fighter plane in the air and freezing it in place. Then he slammed it aside like a meteor hammer. Amidst the loud bang, the two fighter planes collided head-on, turning into two balls of fire, falling obliquely along with molten metal night droplets and flying debris. Mistima let out a long breath, and patted Sean on the shoulder. "You go first." Sean froze for a moment. "Master, what about you?" "I can't go." Mistima said, "Someone must protect those ordinary people. The pirates are obviously here to kill people, not to kill us, but to kill those ordinary people. And if they die, even if we run away, we will still be stigmatized, so this is not a temporary woman's benevolence. The current situation is very similar to Shijing Bar, the only difference is that you and I can act separately." Sean was silent for a while, feeling that there were thousands of words in his heart, but finally nodded. "I see, Master, may the Force be with you." After finishing speaking, Sean touched the lightsaber at his waist, and spotted the pirates who landed not far away. Their figures shuttled through the rain of bullets in the courtyard several times like lightning, and disappeared. Mistima looked deeply at the back of the apprentice, and the flow of the Force made her foresee that this parting was an important trial for Xiao En, and it was also an important node to bring everything in the galaxy back to balance. Then, she turned and went back inside the building. She didn't rush to rescue the wounded at the wreckage, but followed the original plan all the way down to find the underground darkroom. If you want to protect these ordinary people, it is useless to stand in front of them with flesh and blood. Dozens of fighter planes are hovering and bombing in the sky, and more pirates are landing inside and outside the manor. This is definitely not something that one person can do. You don't need to use your own force to solve it. In the final analysis, most of these pirates came for that secret, so as long as they grasped the secret in advance, they could naturally turn their attention to themselves, and even think about it a little bit more. More importantly, the safest place in the manor has not been excavated yet. Chapter 19. Xiao En hid in the forest, restrained his voice, perfectly integrated with the environment, and waited for the opportunity to make a move. It has been a while since we parted from Master, and the exchange of fire at the manor gradually came to an end. The pirates completed a comprehensive suppression and successfully invaded the manor. Through the dense branches and leaves in the forest, Sean could clearly see the silhouettes of some pirates returning with a full load after plundering. But it's clear that the pirates didn't do it all. On the one hand, judging from the trophies, most of them came from the periphery of the manor, including all kinds of precious artworks and large sums of credit coins. However, they obviously failed to enter the several rooms located in the core of the manor, such as the central control room, equipment room, security arsenal, underground power station. Sean did not see the instruments and equipment seized by the pirates in these rooms at all. On the other hand, many of the pirates who landed were seriously injured and embarrassed when they withdrew from the manor. They wanted to call their companions to turn back and fight again, but no one responded, so they had to run away cursing and following the large army. Whether it was the manor's security forces who retreated in time and guarded against danger, or Master played the mainstay role in it, in short, it seems that there is nothing to worry about on the manor side. Next is my side. Just in time, not far away, a group of pirates breached the ecological cabin in the woods, roughly dismantled all kinds of advanced instruments in it, and returned with a roar. And a roughly modified smuggling ship staggered and landed on the cold rock outside the woods, waiting for the pirates to return. Sean thought about it and quietly followed. It was an out-and-out mob, their clothes and weapons were in disarray, and there was no strict command of a large number of people. They relied entirely on the overwhelming superiority in firepower and manpower to break through the weak defense of the ecological cabin. However, this group seemed to have won a big victory. Sometimes they armed guns and fired recklessly in the direction of the manor, and sometimes simply threw incendiary bombs into the woodland, turning the carefully transplanted trees into a sea of flames. Sean quickly approached them, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he hid in the dark and carefully observed their behavior and habits. Even if it is a mob, it takes a lot of preparations to blend in perfectly. These pirates are obviously a temporary group of more than a dozen small teams, chaotic and disorderly, but everyone has 3 or 2 familiar teammates around them, and the relationship between them is also subtle. In Xiao En's eyes, it was a mess. What was even more troublesome was that when these people yelled, they spoke with extremely strong accents, and Sean struggled to hear them, let alone imitate them. Fortunately, after observing for a while, Sean had an idea. His eyes were fixed on the front not far away, and there were 3 pirates in tattered armor hanging at the end of the team. Among the dozens of people, these 3 were the most isolated, so Sean chose them as the starting point. The Jedi apprentice rides through the burning forest like a ghost in the night. His figure always walks just right at the intersection of fire and shadow. No matter whether you look at it with naked eyes or thermal imaging, you can't see his existence. Even though he was facing a crowd of mobs, Sean was still cautious as always, until he got closer to less than half a meter behind the 3 of them, and then shot like a thunderbolt. The flowing force locked the heads of the 2 people like iron clamps, and they moved towards the middle suddenly. At the same time, Sean's figure rose into the air, and his toes swept past the 3rd person's throat. The 3 fell to the ground almost at the same time. After Sean eliminated the 3, he immediately tore off the armor and tattered burqa of one of the pirates who were similar in stature to him, and put them on his body. He kicked the other 2 into the depths of the woods to hide. In just a dozen seconds, Sean completed the simple camouflage, picked up the fairly useful equipment on them, blaster guns, thermal grenades, and a barrel of fuel, and followed to the end of the large group. If you can't blend perfectly into a single team, just go solo. But the mob in front didn't notice the lack of people at the end of the line at all. Only a few saw Xiao En hanging far behind, and beckoned him to hurry up and not waste time. After hearing a few words, Sean realized that his decision was correct, and the next escape route was clear. The 3-person team he chose had very little interaction with other teams. After boarding the ship, as long as they behaved cautiously and pretended to be tired and sleepy, they would not reveal too many flaws. Once in the pirates' base, the sea and the sky will be even brighter. However, just as the team walked out of the woods and was about to board the ship, they heard a commotion nearby. A group of pirates cheered in surprise, and then gunshots broke out. Surprised, Xiao En hurriedly staggered behind the team, and after bypassing a few burning bushes, he saw the battlefield of the exchange of fire. A small spaceship slanted down next to a clear spring in the forest. Judging from the painting of the spaceship, it was obviously not the same as the pirates. It was the escape ship in the manor. Sean was a little surprised, because he had just confirmed with his master before that there should be no spaceship in the manor. Where is this ship hidden? A dockyard port with a secret escape outside the estate? But even more surprising is yet to come. After the pirates shot down the escape ship, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and several security personnel in black armor raised their hands and staggered out, but they were sieved by the dense energy beam as soon as they went out. Afterwards, the closest pirates rushed forward and rushed into the spaceship. After a while, a woman's scream sounded. "Let me go, you maggots! Don't kill me, please don't kill me!" Crying, screaming, scolding. There were various reactions, but all of them wore servant clothes. They were dragged out of the cabin by the pirates with smiles, and they were arranged in a row in front of the wreckage of the escape ship like exhibits. 10 people. And the first one, wearing a bright red long dress, is Li Qiang, the butler of the manor. The whole process instantly appeared in Xiao En's mind. When the manor alarm sounded, Li Qiang had already escaped from the secret passage of the manor with a group of servants. They ran all the way to the dock under the forest and found the only one. The escape ship, with the help of the security team, started the spaceship and took off to escape, but was unfortunately shot down. In fact, this is almost an inevitable result. The entire asteroid where the manor is located is under the firepower of pirate fighters, and the outer satellite positions have long been destroyed by the huge fleet. The ability's escape boat was forced into the air, and it was extremely lucky that it was not hit into a fireball on the spot. But this is only a matter of time. Of course, the bloodthirsty pirates would not let these servants go, and let them stand in a row like exhibits just to facilitate observation and evaluate each of them. The valuable ones will be taken away and sold at a high price, while the worthless ones will be turned into blaster targets on the spot. In fact, some older servants who were considered worthless were targeted by 7 or 8 blaster guns at the same time, and their lives were dying. Sean stood at the end with a cold heart. Although he is only an apprentice, Sean has traveled the galaxy with his master for many years. He has seen a lot of unimaginable darkness in his 17-year-old life, but the scene in front of him seems a bit natural. And clearing away these darkness is the human nature of Jedi apprentices. There were nearly 100 pirates present. Although they were a mob, most of them held blasters and had basic combat experience. Once the melee started, even if these people fired randomly, it would be enough to pose a deadly threat to a single-handed person. What's more, there are fighter planes hovering above everyone's heads, and the gunners on the smuggling ship not far away also aimed their cannons at this place. So the rational conclusion is to act as if you didn't see it, or even sneak up on the smuggling ship while the pirates are focusing on the spoils, get rid of the driver, and escape in the smuggling ship by yourself. Master did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to stay in the manor just in exchange for Xiaoen's freedom. But it only took Sean half a second to make his own judgment. He raised his blaster, aimed at the 2 leaders who could barely be called the commanders in this mob, and fired 2 precise and quick bursts. Knock them down directly. When everyone was astonished, Sean threw all the thermal grenades he had seized into the crowded place at the end of the team. After a few bangs, the pirates flew around like weeds blown by the wind, howling all over the place. And Sean didn't take this opportunity to run away. Instead, in the chaos, he aimed his blaster gun at the pirates around the servants, and continued to shoot precisely. The pirates fell one by one, like slaughtering livestock on an assembly line, and it was not until more than 10 pirates fell that someone finally responded effectively. Several energy beams aimed at Xiaoen and shot towards him. Sean had been on guard for a long time, and fell to the ground and rolled sideways to avoid the firepower. Several pirates who were close roared and wanted to chase, but they were engulfed by a wall of fire that suddenly rose under their feet. Sean sprayed fire in front of him long before he made a move. Full fuel. And when the surviving people were about to go around the firewall to pursue, the counterattack from Sean made them fall on the spot. So far, Sean has successfully attracted everyone's attention. Either in fear or in anger, Sean made all the pirates temporarily forget about their trophies. And because Sean's head start was so successful that most of the pirates simply chose to flee in all directions, only a few of them were anxious and chased after Sean. But soon they discovered that chasing a man who couldn't even see his true face in a dark woodland was suicidal. Sean's figure was always in their field of vision, neither far nor near, as if they could catch up with them by running a few steps. But once they got close, there were several precise bursts of shots. The pirates wanted to fight back, but found that the figure in the field of vision disappeared again. After several rounds, the number of pursuers continued to decrease, and even the brave pirates did not dare to chase any more, so they had to scatter in a roar. But the act of turning and fleeing made them good targets. The shots from the shadows of the jungle kept harvesting, precise and relentless. Sean kept firing the blaster until it was completely out of order before he stopped shooting. Looking at the routed pirates in the distance and the maids of the manor who hurriedly fled to the secret passage, he let out a sigh of relief, but the seriousness in his heart no less. Because the smuggling ship that was parked not far away had already flown away. Chapter 20. The driver of the smuggling boat was more cautious or timid than Xiaoen expected. Obviously the gunner on the ship had already aimed the muzzle at the battle position, but when the flames of war were ignited, the first reaction of the spaceship was not to support the shooting, but to take off into the air and escape. Xiaoen originally planned to pretend to be a defeated pirate and touch the boat, but now he was caught off guard by this sudden change. Then, in just a short time, countless pirates surrounded him from all directions. The roar of the fighter planes overhead was also several times denser. If Sean hadn't relied on the darkness of the forest to cover his figure, he would have already been bathed in a hail of bullets. The pirates were more united than Sean expected. So after a moment of thinking, Sean decided to take a risk, reached out and pressed the communicator, connecting to the channel of the pirates. The next moment, the pirates laughed and cursed in their ears. Ha ha ha, what's the matter with Retinai, you were bitten by a mad dog. I was bitten by a mad dog, and you want to bite. It's just funny. Before you came here, you cowardly bastards were yelling that there must be heavy soldiers in the manor. You didn't dare to approach the manor. You only dared to fight Taiping boxing in the woods. How did you end up worse than anyone else? Yet, Retinai, just now I heard you bragging about the countless seizures in the ecological cabin, which is far better than our raids in the manor. Our brothers are really jealous. How can you be dead and wounded in a blink of an eye? Gone. Internal strife. We've been bullied. Someone pretended to be an old knife and followed us all the way, taking advantage of our unpreparedness and shooting at us. What nonsense, the previous agreement still counts. Of course it counts. Even if it's indiscriminate, the oaths you swear will of course count. Before this operation, everyone came from all over the world, and there may be blood feuds between each other, but during the operation, everyone was brothers and sisters, and we were all hurt. Just hurt all of us. So brothers, aren't you here to avenge your younger brother? Go away, brother. Hearing this, Sean let out a sigh of relief, realizing that he still hadn't calculated well. In fact, he should have figured it out a long time ago. This group of mobs can mobilize dozens of fighter planes and smuggling ships to launch a thunderous raid on the manor, and there must be a comprehensive plan and constraints before the action. During the operation, these pirates did everything they could to kill and set fire, but they never shot at their own people. Even if the results of looting were obviously uneven, they never fought among themselves. So when a Jedi apprentice exposed his whereabouts in order to save people, he immediately became the target of public criticism. Instead of leaving in a hurry, those pirates who returned with a full load dispatched more troops, as if digging 3 feet into the ground to find the murderer. Sean hid on the top of a big tree, using the shadow of the canopy and the messy firelight to cover his figure, and looked into the distance through the smoke. After a rough observation, the encircled soldiers gradually increased to more than 200, and the average quality of the additional soldiers was much better than before. Although there is no tacit understanding of the big team, the quality of individual soldiers is obviously different. Sean even saw someone swaggeringly wearing the elite medal of the Manor Security Force on his chest, which is the most proud status symbol of the security forces stationed here, but at this time it has been hung on his chest as a trophy. The only consolation is that Li Qiang and the others are still alert, and they have already disappeared without a trace. There may be some unknown secret passage. Sean only hoped that they were smart enough to rush back to the manor along the secret road as soon as possible. There are Jedi Masters guarding it, so it is really safe. After looking around, Sean closed his eyes, took a light breath, and jumped down from the treetops. During the fall, the Jedi apprentice had quickly filtered out several immature action plans in his mind, and when he landed, his gaze was as sharp as a falcon. Sean walked among the burning woods again. He picked up a blaster that had been dropped from the ground, and weighed it twice in his hand to get used to the weight and feel of the gun. Then without hesitation, he fired a shot at a distance. A few hundred meters away, a bald pirate who was laughing and cursing rolled over on his back. The companions around were only surprised for a moment, and then quickly dispersed in all directions, and then various energy beams rained down on Xiao En's direction. Sean didn't want to fight. He rushed forward more than 10 meters in the forest, changed his position, shot again, knocked down another person, and then turned around and fled immediately. In less than 3 seconds after he escaped, a light rain fell from the sky, and 3 fighter planes fired at the area from different directions, making the area a mess. Sean didn't seem to notice this. He ran with all his strength in the forest, his body strengthened by the force exploded at an incredible speed, deftly dodging the increasingly dense and precise firepower. The Jedi apprentices have used what they have learned in their lives to the limit. Their cognition of terrain, prediction of firepower, and control of their physical bodies, all far exceed the limits of human beings. The pirates besieged aggressively, but they could only chase after Xiao En's back for a while, and he would turn around and counterattack from time to knock down several people, which can be described as embarrassing. In the communication channel of the pirates, no one laughed at the group of people who were attacked first, and the atmosphere gradually changed from laughing and cursing to annoyed. What kind of monster is that? The Bantha bastards of the Yellow Hands, how did you stop them? Didn't you say they were on your side? That kid almost broke through from our side just now. You are the Bantha bastards. He was indeed on our side just now, and 3 of my brothers were killed. Who knows how he ran to your side in one breath, like a ghost. Where did the ghost come from? Even if it is really a ghost, I want him to pay for his life. The enemy's desperation naturally highlights the brilliance of Xiao En's record, which is beyond imagination. After all, neither the automatic defense system that the manor is proud of nor the well-paid security forces have ever made it difficult for the pirates who raided. Sean himself was not half complacent. Because under the interception of many pursuers, his room for action became narrower and narrower after all. His physical strength also became worse and worse, his lungs felt like fire while he was breathing, and his muscles were already moaning, almost torn apart. The blaster in his hand had already been discarded by him after overheating and malfunctioning. The only weapon on Sean's body was a lightsaber, but at this time the lightsaber alone was not enough to fight the battle, at least with his ability. When he really took out the lightsaber, he was like a torch, shining dazzlingly in the night. If Master is here. The next moment, the Jedi apprentice shook his head to get rid of this distracting thought. He should not be distracted during the battle. At this time, he will have distracting thoughts. It is already due to excessive physical exertion, which affects his ability to concentrate. And this shows that the time left for him is running out. Sean gritted his teeth and forcibly concentrated, presenting the surrounding terrain and the distribution of enemy soldiers in his mind, trying to calculate the breakthrough. In just a split second, Sean quickly found a direction. 10 pirates wearing exoskeleton armor blocked in front of a sea of flames. They are all equipped with heavy firepower, and they are the strongest individual squad among the chasing troops. But at this time, probably because the formation was stretched too much, the strongest team was out of touch with the others. Disconnect is opportunity. Without hesitation, Sean squeezed out the last bit of strength from his body, and charged at full speed to the locked position. The energy beams passed by continuously, explosions sounded one after another, and flames and smoke sometimes rushed towards the face and passed through the body. Sean's charge was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the fighter planes in the air couldn't turn in time and lost their bearings. But when the fighter plane turned around, the night was dark and the fire was flickering in the forest. Where can I find the ghostly Jedi apprentice? At this moment, everyone lost Sean's position, and only Sean knew that he was speeding along a road closely connected with death. The woodland was rugged. Xiao En crossed a small mountain depression, rolled over in a pond, and his whole body was soaked. And with the fire, he rushed out of the last bush to cover him, showing his figure in front of those heavily armored pirates. It only took a split second for the experienced pirates to react. The heavy exoskeleton let out a frictional moan of rapidly twisting metal joints. More than 20 guns almost locked on Xiao En in this split second. But then, the guns couldn't fire. Because Sean had already rushed into their formation, facing the captain in the center, the distance was so close, once he opened fire, he would accidentally injure his own people. The tall and burly captain was stunned for a moment, but the subconscious operation in his hand did not stop. A mechanical arm was raised from the side of the armor, and the chainsaw on the arm rotated wildly, making a piercing roar. As long as the chainsaw is swung down, he can cut the approaching enemy into two ends. But soon his eyes widened in horror, because Xiao En's momentum did not diminish at all, as if he wanted to compete with the metalkin with his flesh and blood. The next moment, a light was lit in front of the pirate's eyes, a light as blue as the sea. Everyone saw the blue lightning, but everyone only saw the outline of the lightning. A blue light flashed in front of people's eyes, and then the heavy armor was split into two. After two heavy collisions, Sean put away his lightsaber, passed through the two wreckages, and quickly sank into a sea of flames. These heavily armored pirates turned around and shot, but saw the flames in front of them, and there was no sign of anyone. Ghost, it's really a ghost. Accompanied by the sound of shivering, the strongest team did not dare to move for a while, for fear that the ghost would return to the battlefield from the fire. Sean, who turned into a ghost, felt like he was in an abyss. Everything in the vision became blurred, the five keen senses were distorted and dull, only the pain became clearer and clearer. The pain of cracking the bones of the exoskeleton armor with the flesh and blood, the burning pain of the flames and the body, the burning pain of the lungs of inhaling the smoke, and the piercing pain of being grazed by stray bullets in the waist. The Jedi apprentice broke through the siege, but fell into a desperate situation. Because breaking out of the siege at this moment was meaningless at all, and with all the pirates united as one, he had already lost the chance to fish in troubled waters and escape on a pirate warship. The next best choice is to go back to the manor to meet the master. That undoubtedly wasted a lot of master's painstaking efforts, but it was better than dying in the forest. However, even that is just an extravagant hope now, because the direction of Xiao En's breakout is exactly opposite to the direction of the manor. After crossing the sea of flames, Xiao En also crossed the border of the woodland. In front of him was a dry rocky plain. The light from the stars bypassed the cover of the satellite, and no longer succumbed to the artificial night on this asteroid, and directly cast a silver cloud on the ground. Light makes everything impossible to hide. However, in this desperate situation, Sean felt his eyes light up, and an incredible scene appeared in his vision. A shiny new warship is quietly floating in mid-air. A mechanical boom hangs down from the belly of the ship, slowly pulling the boxed booty on the ground into the cargo hold. Xiao En immediately squeezed the potential of life and death from his exhausted body, and continued to charge forward. He has no time to think about why there is a warship with a completely different style of painting here, and why there are no guards near the warship, let alone whether this is a trap. His mind was almost blank. Under the guidance of the original force, he ran with all his strength without any confusion. At the moment when the metal cargo box was pulled into the cargo hold and the hatch was about to close, he leaped upwards with all his strength. The next moment, the heavy metal doors closed behind Xiao En, almost pinching his feet. Sean took a deep breath, once again overcame the pervasive distorted pain all over his body, and maintained his sanity. It's not over yet. He glanced around and saw 13 metal boxes neatly stacked in the cargo hold, each with a square of 2 meters. The trophies of this warship are simply unbelievable. But this is undoubtedly a good thing. Xiao En randomly found the most inconspicuous metal box in the cargo hold, gritted his teeth and used the mechanical ring on his wrist to pry open the box cover, only to see various electronic components densely packed inside. And at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door of the cargo hold. Sean didn't have time to think about it, and immediately jumped into the box. Fortunately, there was still room for one person in the box. And then used force to pull the heavy box lid together. Almost at the same time, the sound of the cargo door opening also came to my ears. Sean was lying on a piece of electronic components, only feeling sharp pains all over his back, but this pain could help him maintain his final sobriety, allowing him to hold the lightsaber tightly in his hand. As long as the other party opens the lid of the box, he can make a final struggle. It is best to take hostages, and then, what should we do? In the darkness, Sean's consciousness ebbed rapidly. Chapter 21. When he opened his eyes again, Sean saw a vast expanse of white light. The dreamlike light made him stunned for half a second, and the next moment, he quickly gathered his mind, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. Then came a sharp pain. There is pain everywhere in the body, and the intense pain that hits instantly is like a mountain roaring and tsunami, enough to shatter the mind of an ordinary human being. The Jedi apprentice couldn't help trembling, and forcibly endured it with stubborn willpower. His vision quickly became clear. He saw that the white light in front of him came from a fluorescent lamp surrounded by a dazzling white ceiling. Before he could take a closer look, he heard a man's voice with great interest. "Oh, you woke up so quickly? Is this batch of Bacta liquid particularly high quality, or you have a special physique that deserves to be dissected and studied?" Hearing this voice, a row of adjectives immediately appeared in Sean's mind: young, full of energy, expressive, and condescending. In general, this is a proud yet cautious character. Sean raised a little nervousness. "Don't be so nervous, you can't do anything, the seriously injured should recuperate well, don't think about what you have or what you don't have." As the sound approached, Sean felt an extra hand on his neck, which was cold to the touch, but implied murderous intent. A Jedi apprentice would never let an enemy touch his neck easily, but at this moment he couldn't move, couldn't resist. He had already struggled subconsciously, but his whole body was caught in a tight band, completely resisting, but the movement of resistance caused the young voice to be surprised. "Oh, the power index is so high? I can't tell, is there any special bloodline?" It was only then that Xiao En realized that everything about him was under the control of the other party, and even the strength when he broke free was measured. So he immediately relaxed his muscles and calmed down. Years of Jedi training allowed him to control his body and mind very well, and he soon calmed down and thought seriously. His reaction was a little irritable just now, maybe it was because the turbulent emotions before going to bed were still lingering, which made him not calm enough to deal with it. In fact, I should also know that if I fell asleep in a strange place, it would definitely not end well when I woke up. "Hey, you calmed down so quickly? It's kind of boring, you man, I'm looking forward to your yelling. If I had known this, I would have brought some stimulants when I sprayed you with Bacta spray." Sean turned a deaf ear to this, and didn't even roll his eyes, because he had already heard that the man was standing behind him. And from his current angle, no matter how much he turned his eyes, he couldn't see the other party. What's more, if you want to observe the other party, you don't necessarily need to roll your eyes. Although his whole body was locked up and he couldn't break free, his sense of touch was paralyzed by the rolling pain and basically failed. Even what you see and hear may not be the other party's disguise, and it is not credible. But under the guidance of the Force, the Jedi apprentices gradually realized the truth. The ubiquitous Force is like gentle tentacles, clearly sensing and transmitting everything around to Sean's mind. This is still the cargo hold of the warship, but all the lights have been turned on, and all the surrounding metal boxes have been squeezed into the corners, leaving a spacious and white space. And there is a person standing behind Xiao En, who is about the same height as him, a little thin, and there is a surge of life energy hidden in his body that does not match his body shape. Standing beside the man was a humanoid robot, with smooth lines and shining silver light. 5 slender fingers rested on the Jedi apprentice's neck, bringing a cold touch and a killing intent that made the hairs stand on end. There are only 2 people and a machine in Yaobai's cargo hold, while the world outside the cargo hold is dimly perceived, like a black hole. The contrast of black and white makes the cargo hold look like a cage, full of loneliness. Master's figure suddenly appeared in Xiao En's mind, and his breathing rhythm became chaotic. Hey, did this kid come up with some secret? His breathing is a little messy. Give him an advanced confession plan to try. Hearing this, Sean couldn't help but feel inspired, ready to deal with severe torture. As a Jedi apprentice, his self-control is far superior to that of ordinary people, but his resistance is severely reduced due to serious injuries, so he can only go all out. Haha, this kid is serious. Bye, that plan is useless. With this kid's IQ, we should be able to dig out the truth with a few words of foolishness. The supporting consumables for the plan are expensive, so save as much as you can. Xiao En didn't feel angry when he heard the words, because he could tell that the other party intended to be provocative at all, and he wasn't afraid that he would know, it was simply just wanting to indulge in his mouth. Bye, this kid seems to have seen through me, so let's do something to him. At this time, the soft female voice was heard from the robot, Suzaku and the others are looking for you. The man behind him said in shock, I told them to change their titles. A group of bald, obese middle-aged bandits call themselves Suzaku without knowing their heights, but I can't accommodate them with my aesthetics. That group of bald, obese middle-aged gangsters are looking for you. Forget it, let's call it Suzaku, I'll bear it. While speaking, the robot spread out its other hand, and immediately projected a 3-dimensional image from the palm. Sean couldn't see the whole picture, but he could hear the sound. The other party had a strong local accent, and his words were slurred, but his voice was surprisingly loud, which was a standard pirate style. Li, is that person with you? The person behind him laughed, who is that person? The one who was chased and intercepted by more than 200 of you, and was bombarded indiscriminately by dozens of fighter planes, but he was safe and sound. Sure enough, it's with you. Hurry up and hand it over to me. Why? This is my trophy, okay. He killed our brother. It's not my brother, what does it have to do with me? I didn't make that vulgar and stupid blood oath with you. We just don't violate the river, and it's not a particularly close ally. You didn't let us near the manor, it doesn't matter what you do. The surname is Li, do you have to cover him? Is there a problem with protecting your trophies? Those security forces also killed your people. Aren't you very enthusiastic about handing over their guns, and you didn't see you dismantling the guns to vent your anger? Li Yu, I advise you to think carefully, that man killed our brother, and if you protect him, you are making an enemy of all of us who swore blood. The voice in the communicator was almost roaring, making one seem to see a face with shattered eyes. But Li Yu's voice suddenly became cold. Huang Shao, I should be the one who advises you to think carefully. Are you mobs really ready to be my enemy? After speaking, Li Yu directly hung up the communication. Bai commented, Li Yu, you've talked a lot of nonsense. I didn't say it to him at first. Isn't there a little guy who doesn't know anything about the status quo? Li Yu smiled, be gentle and considerate with the spoils of war. Well, let him go, it should be there's nothing wrong with that. This person is very dangerous, I suggest you reconsider. Li Yu said, this is our territory, I still have you by my side, so don't worry about him being seriously injured. And he is not a person who repays kindness, so don't worry about what he will do to me. Bai then withdrew his cold fingers, and removed the magnetic belt that bound Xiao En's body. Once Xiao En regained his freedom, he jumped out of the metal box and turned to look at Li Yu. He was a native of the Kyunkan galaxy, about 30 years old, with black hair and black eyes, a heroic figure, and a mocking smile on his face, like a scabbard covering a sharp edge, which made him look a little cynical, and made it difficult for others to see his real thoughts. The robot beside Li Yu White, as its name suggests, is a pure white robot that is slender and exquisite like a work of art. Its outline is as delicate as a fully simulated robot, but there is no clone skin on its body. The pure white painting is simple and elegant. Arrogant, as if disdaining to imitate human beings. It stood quietly beside Li Yu, but in Shan's intuition, it was a more dangerous opponent than Li Yu. Don't be so nervous, relax a bit, it's rare to climb back from the gate of hell, you should face life more positively. Shan was unmoved by this kind of insincere chicken soup for the soul, but kept speculating about his situation in his heart. Judging from the conversation just now, he should have left the asteroid where the manor is located, and flew into space with Li Yu's warship. This is of course a good thing, it's better than dying under the guns of pirates, but it's not perfect, because I haven't won my freedom yet. Li Yu smiled and said, when you are unconscious for less than 2 standards, we are still in the asteroid belt, and we will have to wait a while before we can enter the next stage of the route. I have nothing to do during this time, so why not chat? First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Li Yu, the head of the famous Silver Knights, and this is my assistant Bai. Before Xiaoen had time to reply, Bai reminded him from the side, there is no Knight Order culture in the Kyunkan galaxy, you are not asking yourself. If you don't put it bluntly, why don't you call yourself? Li Yu explained, maybe it's because we admire foreign cultures. Your arrogant words and deeds just now have fully demonstrated that you essentially do not admire any culture or any individual. Li Yu said to Xiaoen with a little embarrassment, Bai prefers to argue and tear down the stage, so please ignore her. In short, we are destined to know each other like this. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Shan. He said his name in Gan Galaxy in fluent Kyunkan language, Xiaoen, thank you for saving your life, Captain Li. Xiaoen is willing to accept the persona of the leader of the knights that Li Yu casually mentioned, so correspondingly, he doesn't have to declare his family name. Li Yu suddenly showed a meaningful smile, talking to a smart person, the advantage is to save worry, and the disadvantage is to save lines. That's okay, let's get straight to the point. Although I just told Huang Shao that you are my trophy, but I've never been in the human business, so living people are not considered spoils of war. Shan nodded, so this is not considered to protect the spoils, but to save lives, I remember. I remember too. Li Yu said, stretching his hand to the side, and then saw Bai's right wrist swipe and light up the faint blue bill projection, which listed a very detailed list of charges. Save your life, we spent more than 500,000 Kyunkan coins on the cost of materials alone, and the opportunity cost of fighting against the Yellow Hand is also 500,000, which adds up to 1 million, please pay the bill. Chapter 22. Shan didn't rush to refute, but leaned over his eyes and reviewed the bills one by one. Li Yu couldn't help being stunned by this action, I rely on you to really check the accounts? I also expected you to yell out a black shop murder, and then I listed the evidence to slap you in the face on the spot. Bai said, actually, you did falsely report a few items on the bill. If the other party finds out, you will be the one who got slapped in the face. Li Yu became angry from embarrassment, if you don't remind him, how can he see it as an outsider? Bai said again, if an outsider sees the flaw, your face will hurt even more. Who upgraded your bullshit system? Of course I am. Shan ignored the bickering between the two and focused on reviewing the long bill one by one. He is indeed an outsider, but it does not mean that he is ignorant of the dry galaxy, especially in terms of prices. He is very sensitive, most of the items can be seen as false, and even more information can be seen through these items. There are 3 cans of Bactal liquid, and the unit price is 5,180 Kyunkan coins, which is indeed the local price of the dry galaxy. There are 2 magnetic belts, and the unit price is 108 Kyunkan coins, which is also within a reasonable range. 10 pieces of advanced photosensitive chips, the unit price is 2,000 Kyunkan coins. Seeing this, Xiaoen turned his head to look at the box he was lying on just now, and he saw that the electronic components in the box were all contaminated by his own blood, and the top layer was crushed and damaged a lot. Shan took out one at random, carefully identified the structure, deduced its performance, and then calculated its market price. The unit price is 2,000, which is reasonable. Li Yu gasped when he saw it, this kid can't even see this, Can he? Bai said, it's still too late for you to change the bill. Never change it. I don't believe he can really see it. Sean turned a deaf ear to this and continued to read. The medicines used to save lives, a box of spoils that were damaged, and all kinds of trivial things add up to only about 200,000 yuan, and the real big head is behind. Fuel, engine wear and tear costs, disposable mechanical booms, temporary shield devices and batteries. The price is not a big problem, but the emergence of these projects means that Li Yu has charged himself with the expenses related to their later actions of looting the manor. In Xiao En's opinion, Li Yu is a reasonable person, so this part of the fee should be justified. After thinking about it, he understood the truth. Did you stop there on purpose and wait to save me? Li Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's still the same sentence, the advantage of dealing with smart people is to save worry, and the disadvantage is to save lines. I thought I would have to spend more time explaining to you. That's right, I have already noticed you, since you knocked down the 3 idiots who were alone. And those idiots in the yellow hands didn't even know that there was a stranger in the communication channel. Sean was also taken aback, he didn't expect to be exposed so early, but soon realized that the entire communication system of the mob might not have been in their hands from the very beginning. This Li Yu just said to the pirates that the well water does not violate the river water, it is really honest and trustworthy. Li Yu smiled, I am the person who likes to help others the most. When those trash discuss action plans, they only know how to swear blood to strengthen morale, but they don't even have a communication system that can coordinate everyone. If you don't lack this technology, just sell it to them, this is called helping others. Sean looked at the $1 million bill in front of him, and thought that helping others like this is indeed a lot of fun. Li Yu said again, similarly, I also like people who are happy to help others, so when I saw that you did not hesitate to expose yourself to help those girls, I decided to help you, and you did not let I was disappointed and caught this lifeline that brought me millions. With that said, Li Yu started to try again, ready to wait for Sean to find fault with the bill. Sean simply closed his eyes, I see, the million fee is confirmed. Wait, you just confirmed it. What about the false report items here? Sean said, I agree too. Damn, you're really boring. Li Yu was disappointed, as if the extra money he earned couldn't make up for the disappointment. That's okay, $1 million, how do you plan to pay the bill? Sean said, go on credit. Li Yu was silent. Sean explained, I don't have any money, Kyunkan coins, credit points, or any currency. In fact, you should also know that I have no money. Li Yu said with emotion, I just don't know that there are still people in the world who can say the word credit so confidently. Sean added, although I have no money, I am still determined to pay the bill. I think credit can also be justified. Li Yu was tongue-tied again, and said after a while, Bai, I think this deal seems to be a bit of a loss. Bai said, if you don't listen to my advice, there will be a lot of bad deals. Li Yu shook his head, you can also pay on credit. I just need an opportunity to employ someone here. You are very skilled. You can be as successful as I am when you make a sudden leap. You can work as a handyman under my night order. Before finishing speaking, Sean interrupted, I have something to ask. Li Yu had no choice but to ask, did you make a mistake about our relationship? I saved your life, and before I said anything, you made demands on me instead. Bai added, that's why there is an old saying that the debt is the master. So I spent 1 million to bring back an old man. Li Yu sighed. Xiao En has little knowledge of the historical sayings of the Dry Galaxy, so he automatically filtered this conversation and explained to himself, only by solving the problems of the employees can the employees serve the team better. Li Yu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said to Bai, remember this sentence, from now on it will be included in the sensitive word list of our Silver Knights. Whoever dares to say it will be assigned to Zhou Rui as a food tester. The medical costs of detoxification can be high. Just deduct it from their salary, if it's not enough, sell the organs. Li Yu said angrily. Sean continued to ignore the above conversation, and only made his own appeal, I want to watch King He News Channel. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Li Yu turned to look at the assistant, and Bai quickly gave a reply, the small news channel operating on the holographic network is not very popular and there are not many staff members. The only bright spot is that there are a hostess with very big boobs. Li Yu immediately lit up his eyes and asked, do you have any photos? Bai Momo turned on the holographic projection on his wrist, and saw a huge lizard-like head suddenly appearing, and it expanded 10 times the size of the conventional projection. The lizard's giant kiss almost stuck to Li Yu's face. Li Yu let out a groan, and leaned back. The quickness of his movements caught Shan's attention. Then the Knight Leader said angrily, "Did you do it on purpose?" Bai said, "I just presented the projection of the host with big breasts in a large enough size according to your personality traits of big. As you can see, as a plump Dawaka people, her boobs are very large. Yeah, all 4 pairs of boobs are very big. You guys definitely did it on purpose. Starting today, your battery will be changed from Aurora to Zeoxia. Then the service you get in the adjutant assistant system will also be switched from platinum to bronze. How can there be an adjutant like you who threatens the boss in the world? I just think that only by solving the problems of employees can employees serve the team better." Li Yu lamented, "If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have installed such a high-end learning chip for you. This time the business has suffered a terrible loss. Regarding this, you, the instigator, have anything to say?" After speaking, Li Yu turned his gaze back to Xiao. Shan said, "I want to watch King He News Channel." Bai said, "Unfortunately, Captain, your funny performance just now was completely in vain, and the other party didn't even watch your performance." Li Yu gasped, "I hate people who don't laugh when they watch comedies. Living such a bitter life at such a young age." Bai said, "According to the latest research report of the Social Science Department of Kyunkan Group, among the opposite sexes most admired by women in their 20s, the type that is handsome and has profound stories ranks first. Compared with the cynical libertine you belong to, type is 17 picks higher. I've fallen to the 18th place? Which bloody researcher is writing a report indiscriminately?" Li Yu was furious. "By the way, you want to say that I'm jealous of this brat who owes millions of dollars?" Shan really didn't want to watch this kind of boring drama, so he interrupted immediately, "If the communication conditions here are not good and you can't watch the news, forget it, I won't force it." Li Yuan raised his eyebrows as if being provoked. "Joke, on my spaceship, there is no signal that cannot be received. However, on my spaceship, there is no free service." Bai Rare stood by Li Yu's side and explained, "The Kyunkan Group has established an internal network, Xiaohe network, covering the entire galaxy, and there are only limited repeaters to connect with the holographic network. Although it is not impossible to see the outside news, but the cost is high and the procedures are troublesome." Shan said, "It's okay, I will use serious work to pay back the internet fee." "Haha, that's a good sentence. I'll take it as your agreement to work overtime for free. I'll connect you to the news channel later." After finishing speaking, Li Yu gestured to his assistant with his eyes, and went to the console on the wall of the cargo hold to do some simple operations, only to see a flicker of light and shadow on the screen, revealing a slightly ferocious lizard head. No matter when you see it, the appearance of the host of Dawa aka is so shocking, but it is undeniable that her serious and friendly voice, and her never-miss broadcast, are not ashamed of journalism hosts the profession. Although the King He News Channel is just an insignificant small news channel in the holographic network, no matter the frontline reporter, the background editor, or this host who can be called a facade, they all have undoubted professional qualities. They focus on a very off-the-wall news field, but it is very practical to Shan, current affairs news in fringe galaxies. Today, the Dawaka host is serious about a feature story. Bergamoor President Jamie Brayson has been formally impeached by the Senate a few days ago, and his successor will be announced within the next month. According to the frontline reporters, this president, who enjoys a high political reputation in Coruscant, he has continued to conceal his many crimes over the past few decades, not only corruption, but even multiple murders. Xiao listened carefully, and he heard Li Yu beside him reminding him coldly, "Your internet fee has reached 9,000 Kyunkan coins in total, please pay attention to renewing the fee in time." Shan immediately closed the news channel and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this is actually enough. The good news is that the news channel that focuses on fringe current affairs did not appear what he was most worried about, such as such breaking news: the Jedi Knight of the Republic was arrested for crimes in the Dry Galaxy. At that point, it really couldn't be worse. The bad news is, from the news, Xiao can't tell that Master is all right. I don't know how she is now. Does her rescue plan go well? Am I safe? And how will she continue to deal with Kyunkan Group next? Shan has practiced with Master for many years, traveled to many planets in the Milky Way, and experienced many crises and tests. However, it was the first time that he acted alone without being completely separated from his master, and he was a little dazed for a while. But Shan quickly restrained himself and forced himself to cheer up. Master gave me the precious chance of escape, not to let myself be at a loss here. Moreover, it is impossible for him to be an apprentice for a lifetime. Sooner or later, he will leave the protection of his master and perform various more dangerous tasks as a qualified Jedi Knight. After calming down, Shan began to think about what he should do now. Li Yu reminded coldly, what you should do now is to find a way to work hard and pay off the owed internet fees first. Shan asked back, what internet fee? Did I just give you the count for nothing? Do you know how much it costs to connect the peripheral repeater in this asteroid belt and connect to the holographic network? 9,000 Kyunkan coins can't be less. Shan said, but didn't you say that my debts should be wiped out? Under the million base, the 9,000 Kyunkan coins should be wiped out, right? Don't just explain and make up the whole thing. I have the final right to explain. Bai K interjected, but if you are being serious here, you'll only let your hard-earned personal setup collapse because of mere internet fees. Which side are you helping? Bai said seriously, help the person who is willing to update the power system for me. I don't remember designing you so utilitarian. So this is the result of acquired imitation learning. Li Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm down his heart that was about to explode, and decided not to argue with his adjutant for the time being. After all, this adjutant who was trained by him has indeed grown out of blue. So it's more interesting to train newcomers. Li Yu said to Xiao En, okay, I will temporarily waive the internet fee for you, but please pay off the debt of millions of dollars as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Li Yu seemed to be afraid that the other party's understanding would not be appropriate, and added, I don't care who you are or what you want to do, but you can't protect yourself in a riot in a mere manner. Can you live smoothly in the dry galaxy? Shan intended to refute, but soon realized that the other party was right. Back then on the asteroid where the manor was located, he had indeed created an opportunity for himself to lurk and escape, but in the end it was he himself who could not remain indifferent to the crime that was right in front of him, and wasted that only opportunity. Shan didn't think he would get rid of his faults of being brave, which was also his creed that he couldn't change as a Jedi apprentice. And in this case, he was acting alone in a strange galaxy, which was actually not as safe as an ordinary person with nothing. At least ordinary people will only choose to call the police when they encounter the opportunity to act bravely, but they have the possibility of coming forward. Li Yu said, you have a very good potential, but it has yet to be tapped. And do you know how a person can maximize his potential? Of course Shan knew that he only needed to find a master like Mistima. But Li Yu said, the answer is to let yourself bear the pressure, and then turn the pressure into motivation. Bai explained, this is the rhetoric woven by the Galaxy Wudeo Real Estate Group about the rising housing prices in the galaxy and the daily distress of young people who are burdened with high mortgages. Many people call it chicken soup for the soul. Li Yu said, now I'm the creditor. What's the matter with quoting chicken soup? This kid looks like he might jump off the ship and flee at any time, sacrificing his life for righteousness. I don't use chicken soup to feed him. What if this million debts become bad debts? Bai said, if it really becomes a bad debt, I will combine it with the excess expenses caused by your random test firing of electromagnetic guns on DUI 1842, as well as the secret purchase of phase shields on the neutral trading posts for use. The expenses related to the private deconstruction experiment, and many other miscellaneous expenses will be dealt with together. There's no need to say so much in front of outsiders. Pucci. Shan couldn't help it for the first time, and was amused by the conversation between the two. The tension that was lingering in my heart before was finally resolved without a trace without knowing it. Hearing Xiao En's smile, Li Yu immediately expressed relief, finally, I have a bit of what I should have. How can one not laugh when listening to cross-talk? In the Night Code of the Silver Knights, the first thing is to smile. Bai said, received, the 427th revision of the rules of the Silver Knights is currently underway. The first one is changed from unity to smile. The relevant notice will be sent to all members of the Knights as soon as possible. Stop it. After finally taking care of the assistant's continuous dismantling, Li Yu showed that cynical smile again. In short, welcome to the long journey of repaying debt. Shan responded, although it's embarrassing to say that, I've never had anything to do with money, and the process of repaying my debts may take a long time. Li Yu laughed loudly when he heard the words, people who are happy to help others generally have nothing to do with money, so you are welcome to come to the Silver Knights whose mission is to help others. From today onwards, you will be an apprentice knight of the Knights. You can continue to help others and contribute to our great cause. After finishing speaking, Li Yu yelled out the door of the cargo compartment, "Okay, I'll pay for the bastards who bet he won't keep it." No one is allowed to run away. But there was a burst of laughter and footsteps outside the door. Sean was taken aback. So there are so many people outside the cargo hold? He just didn't notice it. Although there is a thick wall separating each other, the ability of the crew outside the cabin to restrain their voices is really extraordinary. In other words, the ship itself is very unusual. Sean remembers very clearly that when he broke out in the forest, the silver spaceship was suspended on the pure white ground, spotless and picturesque. There was no trace of firing or being shot, and it seemed out of place in the flames of war. In fact, this is one of the reasons why Sean is willing to have a serious talk with Li Yu and temporarily join the Silver Knights. They were undoubtedly intruders during the riots in the manor, but they were not murderers. They were completely different from those pirates, and they did not have the slightest malice in their bodies. Li Yu, who had no malice, suddenly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have a question. What is that stick you've been holding tightly in your hand?" It was only then that Sean realized that he had been holding the Jedi's lightsaber tightly. As for this question, he took his time and smiled back at Li Yu, "The heating rod is out of battery. Professional hostesses belong to the original race." Chapter 23. The heating rod is of course a fake. It was the Jedi lightsaber that Sean made after he found a crystal that matched him in Yulin after all the hard work. Of course, it's even more false to run out of power. Although for a lightsaber powered by electricity, it's not even as good as a heating rod after the battery is exhausted. It's just that few Jedi Knights don't even check the power of their lightsabers before performing tasks. Although Sean was only an apprentice, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. So of course the lightsaber can be used normally. During his coma, if Li Yu was really curious about the lightsaber, he could forcibly take the lightsaber from his clenched hands, and then just press the button. Sean, the identity that was trying to hide was immediately impossible to hide. Not only the Jedi can use a lightsaber in the world, but I am afraid that only the Jedi will carry a lightsaber with them. This elegant and delicate weapon is not only a status symbol in the hands of the Jedi, but also an infinitely powerful practical weapon. Only the Jedi can maximize the performance of the lightsaber, so. Seeing the back of Li Yu turning away, Xiao En inexplicably had more trust in this person. In any case, it is a fact that he saved his own life, and it is also a fact that he accepted himself regardless of his status. When he is temporarily at a loss, it is also a good choice to follow him, repay the debt, adapt to the galaxy, and find a way to reunite with the Master at the same time. Hey, trainee knight, you're still standing there in a daze? Do you know that every minute and every second you waste, your debt interest is inflated? Hurry up and come to work. Sean didn't care about such vicious words. He pays more attention to what the other party actually wants to express than what he says. Indeed, I have no time to waste. Even if I only consider it from the perspective of repaying debts, I should integrate into the Silver Knights as soon as possible and participate in actual work. Outside the cargo hold, it was bright and spacious. The spacious corridors, high ceilings, white coating, exquisite decoration paintings, and proper structural design all make people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. For many space travelers, the sense of oppression and loneliness brought about by the cramped space of a spaceship is even more lethal than space radiation. But the interior design of this spacecraft perfectly eliminates all this from the environmental level. And all this is not visible from the outside at all. It can only be said that the designer has made perfect use of the interior space, and the overall design is undoubtedly a master's handwriting. Many spacecraft pay too much attention to theoretical performance, such as stronger engine thrust, stronger firepower, and thicker shields. But few spaceships are willing to pay attention to the actual user experience. It is rare for this kind of spaceship to provide users with a good environment without compromising performance. Sean met many masters in the field of mechanical engineering through his master's relationship in Coruscant, and he also saw many exquisite designs with his own eyes. It's just that he didn't expect such an ingenious design to exist in a relatively remote place like the Gan Galaxy, and in a folk team like the Silver Knights. Li Yu walked in front and said without looking back, "I designed this spaceship myself. Isn't it amazing? It's unexpected. I really want to swear allegiance to me forever." Sean smiled, not so unexpectedly. Because from Li Yu's assistant, Xiao En has clearly seen how amazing the head of the Silver Knights has in mechanical engineering. At the same time, it is only reasonable for a person who is willing to upgrade his lieutenant robot to the point where he can't control it, to work hard on his own spaceship. It would be strange if this spaceship was not designed by Li Yu. With his character, he shouldn't allow other people to touch his car. Hey, the advantage of communicating with smart people is to save worry, and the disadvantage is to save lines. Can't you just exclaim, how is that possible? Then ask me about the design details in detail? I obviously have a lot to say here if so. The first rule of the Silver Knights is considerate. Xiaoan thought about it and felt that it made sense. Although he and Li Yu had known each other for less than an hour, the other party did show kindness to him, so it was reasonable to repay the kindness. Now Li Yu wants to help him satisfy his sense of accomplishment, so why not do it? Shan thought for a while, and said considerately, the overall interior space design of this ship should be based on the 7th edition of Space and Humanity written by Mr. Carl, the chief engineer of the Star Bay shipyard, but in fact in the last revised 9th edition, Mr. Carr has made a major update to the formula concerning space utilization, so. Li Yu jumped on the spot, do you have no friends? What I want is heartfelt praise, not fault-finding. Didn't I know that Master Carl's book has been updated? But the new version of the book requires money. After the formula is updated, the refurbishment of the spaceship also requires money. Do you see that? Do I seem to have spare cash? If you really think my design is unreasonable, then work quickly to pay back the money, and let my account have an extra million cash, I'll design it for you immediately. Shan only felt a whiff of resentment rushing towards his face like a tidal wave. He opened his mouth, but decided not to answer the topic. Fortunately, Li Yu adjusted his mentality quickly. However, since you also have research on spaceship design, it would be great. Go to 30,000 and report there first. Before you arrive at the base, you will have an internship with him. Shan didn't ask who this person codenamed 30,000 was, nor did he ask about his internship tasks, but nodded slightly. Not long after, Li Yu brought Shan to a cabin located in the belly of the spaceship. When the retractable hatch was retracted in all directions, a strong smell of inferior tobacco choked Shan. Squinting his eyes, through the thick smoke, Shan saw a tall and strong middle-aged man, with 7 screwdrivers, wrenches, screwdrivers, welding guns and other tools clamped between his 10 fingers, and 3 a handmade cigarette with the thickness of a thumb, breathing heavily. Xiaoan glanced at it and said to Li Yu, "Can I change to another dormitory?" Li Yu sighed and said, "Can you stop speaking so confidently as if I owe you a million?" Shan shrugged, "I just want to remind you that the health of employees has a vital impact on work efficiency. So please work harder for me before you die of illness." Li Yu cheered for his trainee knights while coughing. Soon only Shan and the burly mechanic were left in the cabin. After Li Yu left, the mechanic put down the tools in his hands, spit out all the cigarettes, and silently went to the console by the wall to turn on the strong ventilation mode. The ventilation fan located on the ceiling hummed, and soon the room that was shrouded in mist like a fairyland was refreshed. Then the middle-aged man was still not satisfied. He quickly took out a bottle of lung-moistening spray from the bedside table and took a deep breath, before leaning against the messy workbench and looking at Shan. Without waiting for Shan to ask questions, the middle-aged man explained, "The boss is a very life-saving person. He doesn't smoke or drink, and what he hates the most is smoking second-hand smoke. If he doesn't want to make rounds, he can only do it like he did just now. By the way, look at the things on the table, don't tell the boss." Shan subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man's workbench, and couldn't look away after just one glance. It is a very delicate robotic arm, with a delicate yet avant-garde design, dense but not redundant functional modules, strong structural strength, and a stylish enough appearance. Through the metal composition detector in front of the workbench, Shan also saw the shadow of avant-garde alloys. This means that manufacturers need to adapt to local conditions and temporarily change the metal formula. Those who can do this are all masters in the industry. At least Shan himself is far from having such attainments. But seeing Xiaoen's surprised face, the middle-aged man smiled happily, "Hey, you are a fellow? No wonder the boss sent you to me. Let's meet, Chen Sanwan, the mechanic of No. Silver. Shan, an apprentice knight of the Silver Knights." After the two shook hands, Shan continued to observe the robotic arm, showing an eager look. Chen Sanwan was also generous, "Touch it if you want, just don't activate it completely." Shan got the permission, and he was not polite. He rushed directly to the workbench, put on a pair of brand new work gloves, and began to caress the surface of the mechanical arm carefully, feeling the cool touch and hardness of the metal. But at this moment, the hatch opened again with a swipe, and Chen Sanwan rushed to the door, and Xiao En was surprised again by the speed of his movement. However, Chen Sanwan was nervous for a moment and then relaxed. "Oh, it's you, Lao Huang, don't scare people." A hoarse man's voice came from the door. "What do you mean by scaring you? You can't just stop by? I heard that the newcomer was assigned to you. I will come and investigate on behalf of our team." "No, there's nothing to investigate. It's nothing new for bosses to pick people up." Chen Sanwan insisted on blocking the door. Lao Huang tried to sneak in with a different method. "It's relatively new to pick people up on the battlefield. Didn't they all be thrown to the Red Apricot Squad? How do you plan to arrange this, as an apprentice for you?" Chen Sanwan said, "You can have this, I think this kid is a fellow." Before he finished speaking, Chen San just said shit. He was careless for a moment, and Lao Huang got in from under his arm. As soon as Lao Huang entered the room, he laughed loudly. "Chen Suan, you really are building machinery privately again." "Chen Suan." Xiao En shook his ears and turned his head when he heard the words. Chen Sanwan was filled with righteous indignation. "Chen Sanwan." Old Huang said, "When I report you to the boss, it will be Chen Shiwan." Chen Sanwan's attitude suddenly became sluggish. "Old Huang, it's not enough to be friends, right?" Old Huang's face was as lonely as snow. "There will be rewards for reporting, and I also want to change from Huang Suan to Huang Sanwan." Shan asked, "What kind of rule is this?" Chen Sanwan explained, "Everyone on board who owes money to the boss will have to change their name. My surname is Chen, but I am currently in debt of 30,000 yuan, so I am called Chen Sanwan." Xiao En let out a sigh, and thought to himself that my real name is already Xiao Wanwan. Chapter 24. Huang Suan came to the workbench, and gasped at the first glance, "Old Chen, you are really not afraid of death, and you messed around with avant-garde materials. Can't you be honest for 2 days? Really want to be Chen Shiwan ah?" Chen Sanwan smiled like a martyr. "As a mechanical engineer, designing and manufacturing is an instinct like breathing. I didn't get on the boss's boat for an honest vacation." Speaking of this, Chen Sanwan is not lacking in emotion. "It's a pity that the mechanical repair and manufacturing work on this ship is basically covered by the boss. I am a dignified senior engineer, and I am like a holographic mascot on this ship. I can only see but not move. Are you the only one with a mascot?" Huang Suan taunted, and leaned over to touch the robotic arm. Chen Sanwan said angrily, "Don't touch it with dirty hands. Then I will report it." Chen Sanwan immediately softened. "Old Huang, you can read it as you like, and if you have any opinions and suggestions, please feel free to let me know." Huang Suan withdrew his hand when he heard the words, leaned on the workbench and observed for a long time, and asked, "Old Chen, I have nothing to criticize about your craftsmanship. You are indeed a master who can cooperate with the boss. I just have one question." Chen Sanwan was shocked. "Say it. What is the use of this mechanical arm you have carefully built?" Xiao En also nodded when he heard the words. He sat in front of the workbench and studied for so long, and the biggest problem in his mind was this: although this mechanical arm is exquisite and has complicated functions, it seems that none of the functions is necessary. For example, 7 kinds of special can openers integrated between 5 fingers, 3 sets of self-washing tableware, 2 sets of dental utensils, a complete set of refillable compressed bath cosmetics, and 2 novel chips with permanent memory solidification. Chen Sanwan said straightforwardly, "I didn't become a mechanic for the sake of being useful. Isn't this mechanical arm beautiful? Isn't it artistic? Isn't it clever? In comparison, what is practicality? No wonder you are so good at craftsmanship, but you were picked up by the boss to be Chen Sanwan." Huang Suan didn't care that he was laughing at 50 steps, and after putting down the mechanical arm, he began to look at Xiao En again. After a long while, he said, "Shan, isn't he a local? Don't worry, unless you are willing to tell, the people on the boat will not inquire about each other's backgrounds, but you can't hide the appearance of a foreigner on your face." "People? So do you want to come to our side? My group are all outsiders, and we may have a common language. Shan doesn't care about his belongings. Isn't it the same where he works and pays back money?" Huang Suan said, following Chen Sanwan's laser brain, "I am afraid that you will grow from Xiao Wanwan to Xiao Wanwan. The backbone of the core engineering department of Baihe Freight, with an annual salary of 2 million plus company stocks, will be reduced to number 1 in Bian. A smoking gun, heavily in debt, you are wondering if you can stay in this place? Our side is different, I have come all the way from Huangshiwen to today. Chen Sanwan said coldly, after 5 years of walking this way, the average annual income is 12,000 Kyunkan coins. Your side is really a treasure land of geomantic omen. Huang Suwen said angrily, it's not your turn to laugh at my 50 steps with these 10,000 steps. Xiao En pointed directly at the core and asked, how do I pay off the debt on the ship? Huang Suwen raised his eyebrows, the boss didn't tell you? If there are detailed standards, wait a moment and I will find them for you. After a while, Huang Suwen pulled out a salary list from the tablet computer on his waist, and saw a detailed list of various jobs on the screen, piloting a spaceship to participate in battles, collecting minerals from the asteroid belt, sorting out business documents, peeling raw potatoes in the spacecraft kitchen. The job content is everything, and they all strictly correspond to the remuneration. As long as you follow the list, you will gradually reduce your debt. The only problem is... Huang Suwen sighed, the boss is a meticulous person, do you understand? Shan nodded. The remuneration figures on this list are really extremely detailed. Leaving aside the fully automated work of peeling raw potato skins, even if you become the main pilot of the spaceship to participate in the battle, if it is only a low-intensity battle, the single reward will not exceed 500 Kyunkan coins. This price is about the same as the after-tax daily salary of ordinary white-collar workers in the Kyunkan group. Chen Sanwan seriously explained, after all, this is not a large enterprise. We say it is a vigorous civilian mercenary group, but it is not fundamentally different from the pirates of the Suzaku. The distribution of wealth in the galaxy in the system, at most they are predators at the bottom, so it is impossible to be particularly rich. The boss himself has set an example in this regard, and all his wealth is obtained according to this list, so there is no problem of exploitation. Shan thought for a moment and expressed his understanding. Huang Suwen smiled when he heard the words, but although the list treats everyone equally, there are still rich and poor in the team. Some people can cut their debts by more than half in just a few years, and some people have a lot of skills, but still struggling on the poverty line. The repetition of this story made Chen Sanwan furious. Old Huang, you have never finished? Xiao En was assigned to me by the boss. If you are not convinced, you can go to the boss to complain. What is assigned to you? It's just assigned to your room. Why do you take it upon yourself to treat him as your subordinate? After returning to the base, he will probably be reassigned. This kid. Speaking of this, Huang Suwen suddenly stopped. Chen Sanwan's eyes widened, angrily waiting for him to spit the ivory from the dog's mouth. Old Chen, tell me, does the boss want to put him in the Red Apricot Squad? Chen Sanwan's widened eyes showed a tendency to expand again. Squad Red Apricot. Huang Suwen seriously analyzed, the boss is a meticulous person, with a clear distinction between public and private, and never ambiguous in business affairs, right? This is nonsense. In order to save this kid, we did waste time, wasted materials, and turned against Suzaku and the others. These are losses and costs, right? Chen Sanwan glanced at Xiao En, and seeing the latter's indifferent attitude, he nodded, that's right. Our team, and even this spaceship, are not the boss's private property, so the losses caused by his willful actions cannot be paid by the team. But do you think he will repay the debts for the newcomers? There has never been such a precedent, right? Then Shan, how are we going to repay this $1 million debt? I admit that he does have potential, but no matter how potential he has, following your laser brain-built robotic arm will only lead to Xiao Wan's abyss step by step. It was rare for Chen Sanwan not to retort angrily, but thoughtfully, according to what you said, it seems to make sense. Huang Suwen said, among all our teams, the one with the highest income and the best treatment is the Red Apricot Squad. To get Xiao Wan out of poverty as soon as possible, of course we must send him to the place with the highest income. Squad Red Apricot. Chen Sanwan rubbed his chin, how powerful is this kid? Running to that team with millions of dollars in debt, it's a bad debt if you are not careful. Huang Suwen was a little uncertain, if you can be hunted down by hundreds of people and be safe, it shouldn't be a bad debt, right? Chen Sanwan glanced at him, you will find out when you go to fight the Hongxing team once. The two chatted on their own, completely leaving the protagonist aside. Shan continued to study the functional modules in the robotic arm while listening. Regardless of whether the mechanical arm is useful or not, this Chen Sanwan's mechanical technology is really brilliant, and the structural design of stuffing the entire hammock into the mechanical arm is enough for him to study for a while. As for the Hongxing team, Sean doesn't mind taking on a higher workload if he has the opportunity to pay off the debt as soon as possible. And he had a hunch that he would get important clues. With boundless enthusiasm for work, Sean welcomed 6 batches of spectators like Huang Zuan in just 2 hours. From the conversation between Chen Sanwan and them, it is not difficult to infer that the Silver Knights rarely accept newcomers, and there are only a handful of precedents for this kind of temporary recruiting on the battlefield. Out of trust in Li Yu, people did not question the joining of this young rookie, but curiosity was inevitable. Sean is like a rare animal, welcoming batch after batch of audiences. But while being watched, Sean is also watching the crew. First of all, most of the crew members were very kind. They didn't act arrogant and rude just because Sean was a young rookie. Instead, they kindly sent various small gifts. On the contrary, Sean was flattered and overwhelmed he had no chance to prepare to return the salute. Secondly, most of these friendly crew members are unusually powerful. Any one of them can be called elite by most of the criteria. This point has actually been confirmed long ago. When Sean and Li Yu were talking in the cargo hold, dozens of people hid outside the cabin to eavesdrop, but Sean didn't realize it at the time. In the end, these crew members had a feeling of reverence for Li Yu that was almost worshipful. Although there were a lot of jokes when they mentioned it, the Jedi apprentices could hear their sincerity. For this Knight leader, everyone has the awareness that even if they die for him, they are willing to die. This spaceship, this Knight Order, and this entire organization made Sean feel refreshed. It's hard to imagine that this is a team that mixed in with the pirates and attacked the manor. Compared with those blind people who burned, killed, and looted blindly, they were so clear to the sky. So this made Sean wonder what the hell they were doing on that asteroid? The other pirates wanted to rob everything in the manor, except for the silver spaceship, which was quietly floating in the wilderness. Unfortunately, this question was not answered until the spacecraft arrived at the temporary base. Lao Chen, who was in the same cabin, was an enthusiastic person. While discussing mechanical technology with Sean, he also introduced many things about the Silver Knights to Sean, but he kept secret about the attack on the manor. Generally speaking, when the boss picks up someone temporarily, he will personally explain the situation to the newcomer. For example, when I was dragged onto the boat, the boss told me that my patent income was not only embezzled by the original boss, but even for the sake of security. They also framed me, forcing me to have nowhere to go. And he was willing to pull me on board because he happened to be entrusted by a victim similar to me. In that case, you were valued by the boss and pulled on the boat, but the boss didn't even tell you the action plan. It should be that he has no comment. Meaning, the boss has already stated his position. Of course, we as subordinates can't do it for us. And the most important point is, I don't know what the purpose of this action is. The boss didn't tell us the purpose from the very beginning. It was only for us every day. Individuals lay out the steps to implement it. We are like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and only a few people know the whole picture. The mystery Chen Sanwan said made Xiaoan more interested in this matter, but he also knew very well that he needed to be patient with secrets that should not be explored blindly. It's like studying calculus before you are proficient in the 4 arithmetic operations, it is nothing more than a waste of time. The organization itself is undoubtedly more interesting than the organization's course of action. The name of the Silver Knights was of course Li Yu's nonsense, but even nonsense is absolutely binding. From the moment he said it, the Silver Knights became the official name of the organization. Until Li Yu's next nonsense. In fact, this organization does not have a strict name, at least after Li Yu took over the organization, he deliberately downplayed the sense of seriousness and ceremony of the organization. Today, the entire organization revolves around Li Yu alone, becoming an extension of his personal will. He wants the organization to be the Silver Knights, and the organization is the Silver Knights, and if he gets stuck in his head and wants to organize it into a maid cafe, the organization will become the Silver Maid Cafe. Strangely, however, this unquestioned dictatorship did not form an extreme organization. Li Yu has the supreme ruling power of the organization, but has no ownership. Everyone's wealth accumulation, including himself, must be obtained through labor through that job salary list. The excess is the public property of the organization and cannot be used for private use. Although this distribution system, including the salary list, was formulated by Li Yu alone, and the definition of public property and private use was also explained by Li Yu alone, this wealth distribution system is still functioning well today. In addition, everyone in the organization has the right to leave freely, and even has the right to challenge Li Yule to become the next leader of the organization. As long as they can bear the weight of this power. Such a unique style of dictatorship, but freedom is entirely dependent on the strength of Li Yu alone, so it is no wonder that the crew pays homage to Li Yu. Sean has never seen such a strange person in the Milky Way for several years. So, what is the purpose of this strange man running the organization? Honestly, I don't know either. Chen Sanwan said, sometimes it feels like the boss is simply a scavenger, picking up all kinds of people who can't get along in other places, such as you and me. It is typical. But sometimes, the boss will not hesitate to use us as thermal grenades and throw them at the enemy. If there is a chance, I will take you to visit the cemetery of the organization, it is very spectacular. Sometimes, the organization is like a chaebol who cares about everything. Everything is for the accumulation of wealth. Not the boss's personal wealth, but the organization's wealth. The boss is a delicate person. When he takes orders, he never regards the organization as cheap labor. We are also well known in the dry galaxy, and many tasks are expensive. But on the other hand, as you can see, each of us is cheap labor, including the boss himself. So, I really want to understand this organization and use this organization. Don't deny it too quickly. Most of the people picked up by the boss want something from the organization. We don't reject such newcomers, but at least you must fully understand it first. This organization. What I can introduce is relatively limited, you should go and witness it with your own eyes. After a long talk with Chen Sanwan, the Silver finally ended its short space travel and landed in a temporary base also located in the asteroid belt. This base is quite simple, just use engineering ships to hollow out a giant meteorite, and stuff the necessary lifting and maintenance facilities into it. But this base is simple but useful, as long as it is hidden in the fine asteroid belt, there will be no trace of its existence from the outside. The only regret is that in order to ensure concealment, the internal space is very limited. When Silver landed, because a spaceship was already docked in the hangar, it almost caused a collision accident. It was a grey olive-shaped spaceship, which was a bit bigger than the Silver, with a thick belly and few weapons, which meant that it was an out-and-out cargo ship. But Sean didn't find a chance to observe more details, so he was sent to work. The Silver was only briefly docked in the base for half a day. During this period, some crew members were summoned by Li Yu to help in the base with a communicator, while the rest stayed inside the ship for maintenance operations. Sean just got his first job, to cooperate with Chen Sanwan to do machine repair and maintenance. The work is not difficult. Although the model is unfamiliar, but with a skilled worker leading the way, the whole process is more like a simple study for Sean. After a complete operation process, Sean feels that his understanding of spaceship design has deepened. The only shortcoming is that the salary is very limited, and the value of half a day's work is only 100 Kyunkan coins, which happens to be able to order a glass of bad wine in the bar that confronted Xia Yan earlier. The rewards for newcomers are the same, so don't be discouraged. Chen Sanwan comforted Xiao En with a smile, my reward is only 300 Kyunkan coins. Of course, 300 Kyunkan coins are enough on this boat. Seeing if the team is uncomfortable, come back and find me. With your qualifications, you can replace me in a short time. But you are different from me. You are still young and an outsider. I am afraid that you will not be willing to take this poor money. Haha. Xiao En nodded his thanks for Chen Sanwan's comfort, but he was thinking about the grey olive-shaped cargo ship in his heart. Not surprisingly, that ship should be the employer of the Silver. The reason why Silver appeared outside Nan's villa with a group of pirates was obviously entrusted by someone. Judging from the pile of boxes in the cargo hold, they were probably looking for something. Something of great value. In fact, the various components in the box that Sean opened are already worth a lot, but Li Yu just watched Sean sleep with those components as a mattress, not caring about the loss at all. Obviously, that box of components was just an addition to Li Yu's eyes, and it didn't matter at all. And this made Xiao En even more curious, what exactly did Li Yu get? In other words, what is the secret treasure hidden in that villa manor? Xia Yan deliberately put the master and apprentice under house arrest in that manor, does it have anything to do with the secret treasure? Master stayed there alone, did he find any clues? Countless chaotic thoughts churned endlessly in Sean's mind, but there was no clear clue to connect them together. Sean has been thinking about the spaceship's departure again, but still has nothing, and just when his heart is itching, the next stop that belongs to him is just around the corner. Chapter 25. After wandering briefly in the asteroid belt DUI for a few days, the Silver officially set off to return to the base of the Knights. What surprised Xiaoen was that the base of the Silver Knights was actually located in the most prosperous trading hub planet Sun in the entire galaxy. Sun has a very special status in the Qian galaxy. It is not the capital of the galaxy, but due to its unique geographical environment and historical origins, it has nearly half of the population of the entire galaxy. More than the capital Kun, and nearly 6 into wealth. When Xiaoen first arrived at the capital planet Kun of the Qian galaxy, he was amazed at the prosperity of the place. However, when the Silver appeared outside the atmosphere of Sun, Xiaoen discovered that when it comes to prosperity, Kun is compared with Sun. It seems to be even worse. Looking down from space, one can only see a prosperous scene on the surface of the planet. The buildings made of metal are like a dense steel forest, firmly occupying most of the surface of the planet, and they are rendered strangely by the lights. In a daze, the Jedi apprentice seemed to have returned to Coruscant. However, after a while, as the planet rotated and the prosperity passed, Xiaoen saw the edge of this metal forest. Not every corner has enjoyed the prosperity and glory of Sunda. Apart from the prosperity, there are large areas of desolation, abandoned metal old capitals, bare deserts, overdrilled mines, dry oceans, all of these are only a thin line away from the brilliant lights. And the destination of the Silver is in an abandoned steel town. Abandoned buildings full of rust appeared in the desert in a crisscross pattern, surrounded by severely deserted rocks. The thin vegetation was completely unable to maintain the soil, and the flying sand covered the traces of people's existence on this land into strange mottled shapes. However, amidst the desolation, vitality can be seen. In the abandoned mine pit, there are many metal buildings erected, most of them still maintain the basic structural shape and can still be used normally. Several oases dug by man are stubbornly rooted in the desert, all kinds of dilapidated but still booming machinery keeps the water source inexhaustible. Then, countless human beings live here, even if they are poor and poor, people are still living tenaciously. Finally home. Chen Sanwan, who shared the room with Xiaoen, stood at the window, overlooking the desolate land under his feet, but he felt as carefree as drinking hard alcohol, twisted his body unconsciously, and tried his best to show passionate dance steps. Shan asked curiously, "Is this the base of the Silver Knights?" Chen Sanwan corrected very seriously, "No, this is the home of the Silver Knights." What is the difference between a home and a base? The answer to this question was perfectly answered when Shan stepped off the Silver. "Boss Li, welcome back. Brother Li, we just got a batch of good wine, remember to drink tonight." "Brother Li, after being away for so long, do you miss us sisters? Don't be too fond of the new and dislike the old." "Boss, I heard that you are coming back. I prepared the food and drinks early on. This time, I will cook the food myself. You must do me a favor." When the Silver landed on a flat harbor covered with fine sand, there were already dense crowds gathered around. Most of them wore simple and poor clothes, and their faces were dusty due to the wind and sand, but their faces were filled with satisfied smiles of relatives returning home, and they held all kinds of local products and gifts in their hands, as if they were welcoming the returning generals in triumph. Li Yu stepped down from the Silver room first, waving his arms enthusiastically in response to people's cheers. "Haha, Lao Lu, I will thank Bumin for your good wine. 1 batch of wine is mixed with 10 batches of water. I might as well just drink more hot water. Boss Li, don't tear me down in front of so many people. Sister Lu, you should also be calm. You are getting old, find an honest person to take over the job, and stop playing around. No matter how much makeup you use on your face, you can't pretend to be a young man. Damn it. Li, you forgot that your old lady fed you milk back then. Mr. Jin, I've been looking forward to your special dishes for a long time, but I'd better wait until you can really distinguish between sugar and salt before hosting a banquet for outsiders. I've had a hard time going out, and I don't want to wrong my taste buds. You kid grew up eating my food. So I have always had childhood shadows, haha." Li Yu and the people who surrounded him spoke freely as if they were relatives. While he was coping with the enthusiasm of the crowd, the hatch at the tail of the Silver was slowly opened, and the 2 mechanical arms were constantly moving the huge metal box outwards, which was full of supplies urgently needed by the residents of the desolate land. Food, drinking water, medicine, mechanical tools. And someone had already been driving a crude transport ship, commanding a dilapidated second-hand robot, sorting out the materials unloaded from the silver, and then transporting them to the place where they were needed. Li Yu's robot assistant, Bai, stood coldly in front of the cabin door, directing the deployment of supplies on the ship. The robot always maintains that cold posture and tone, showing no color to everyone who comes close. The excavation equipment in the third area has been put in place. Please open the tunnel in the mining area as soon as possible according to the plan. The water purification chips in shelter number 7 have also been put in place. Please solve the drinking water problem of the shelter residents within 3 days. There are 5 batches of emergency rations. Please come and collect the top 5 regional representatives in the lottery. Bai's assignments were orderly and unquestionable. Most of the people around her obeyed silently to maintain order at the scene. But after all, there are very few people who are unwilling to follow the crowd. Several heavily armed men rushed out from the crowd, stood in front of Bai, and asked sharply, "Hey, since you still have food here, why don't you share it with us?" Beta responded without raising his head, "The remaining batch of food is for Chunchuan village. There has been a famine for a long time, and there are still many women and children. The priority is much higher than you newcomers." The man in the lead was a little anxious and amused. "Chunchuan village? There are only a group of wastes who can neither work nor fight, right? In this deserted area, why should women and children have higher priority than us? Boss Li also wants to go out to fight. Yes, you can bring people from our fraternity. The men of the Iron Fang Brotherhood have never lost to outsiders." Bai said coldly, "There is no need for wastes on the Bian, and there is no need for scum who regard women and children as cumbersome. Who do you call scum? It's just scrap copper and rotten iron." Before the burly man finished speaking, several murderous figures appeared behind Bai. They were all crew members on the Silver. Some wore the protective clothing of a mechanic, some wore a chef's apron, and some even wore pajamas and nightcaps, completely looking like a good family of non-combatants. But from that ferocious and hungry smile, there was an undisguised killing intent. "Iron Fang Brotherhood? I haven't heard of it. Are you new here? Insulting Lord Bai in front of us, you really have the guts." The boss was basically bored on the boat during the whole mission, worrying about itchy hands and having nowhere to vent. "I didn't expect that someone who didn't have a good eye would come to my door. However, Boss Li has always warned us not to fight indiscriminately. This kind of mess deserves to be called fighting? At most, it can be regarded as beating bags." The boss didn't say that beating bags are not allowed. "It makes sense, then I'll make a salute first." While speaking, the armed men from the Iron Fang Brotherhood watched helplessly as a group of wolves and tigers charged fiercely at the crew. They subconsciously wanted to raise their weapons to fight, but found that the battle was over long before they could react. Everyone was thrown to the ground in an instant, and the armed arms were bent into strange angles. The metal armor, heavy blaster guns and other equipment they used to show off their strength could not be fully utilized in close-range hand-to-hand combat. Effect: everyone was lying on the ground like livestock on a slaughtering assembly line, unable to move. As one of the parties involved, Bai didn't even look at this farce, as if everything was taken for granted, and he was still deploying supplies in an orderly manner. Soon, the huge cargo hold of the Silver was completely emptied by her, and all kinds of supplies were flawlessly distributed to the poor people around. "Master Bai, thank you very much. Please be sure to visit our town next time. With this batch of emergency supplies, the next year will surely have a bumper harvest. Our specialty Ziying fruit is the #1 in the surrounding area. By the way, Mr. Bai, there is another problem with our generator set. Can you please help us pay attention to the spare parts when we go out next time?" Sean stood behind the crowd and watched the whole process, and finally realized why Li Yu, an exceptionally elite team, was always troubled by financial problems. Because they have a warm and poor home. Seeing the warmth and hustle and bustle of this home, Xiaoen suddenly felt that no matter what the reason for the Silver's attack on Nanjia Manor was, it doesn't matter anymore. Just thinking of this, Sean suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. It turned out that Li Yu had finished dealing with the enthusiastic people, returned to the boat, and came to Xiaoen's side. "How about it, are you particularly moved? It feels like the Silver Knights are like the messengers of justice who are chivalrous and righteous." Just as Xiaoen was about to speak, Li Yu patted his shoulder hard and swallowed all the words. "If you think so, you are wrong. We are just a group of mortals struggling to survive. We have neither the interest in being a hero nor the energy for righteousness. Although the life-saving supplies on this ship can make countless people laugh, but more than 80% they were not obtained through legal channels. So don't have any moral expectations of us, you can't afford it. Xiao En was silent for a while after hearing the words, and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Li Yu laughed and said, "Because you look like a messenger of justice, so I must make it clear in advance, so as not to drag others down by doing stupid things in the future. Remember, the Silver Knights are never responsible for maintaining world peace, never pursues moral superiority. If you really want to do good deeds, and you can't help it, I can donate 10 million Kyunkan coins to the charity fund in your name, so that you can work on the Bian Bank to pay off your debts for the rest of your life. Otherwise, just obey orders honestly, don't think about superfluous things. You are in debt now, and your bounden duty is to repay the debt, understand?" Shan nodded silently. "Okay, I like dealing with smart people the most. Although it saves lines, it also saves worry. Since you nodded, I won't talk nonsense with you about what happens to people who break the rules. After that, I will take you to the red team scene. I wish you happy paying off your debts over there."